1444, The Rise of Byzantium again. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 51 Meeting 1448, news arrived from Barja that Emir Yusuf, escorted by Mamluk cavalry, had escaped through a southern path and returned to Birinj. Isaac was not overly surprised. He could block the main roads and prevent large armies from passing through the northern coast, but he couldn't extend his reach to the southern desert to completely prevent small-scale incursions. Dispersing the large army into smaller units was one of Isaac's objectives. On April 3, 1448, unrest broke out in the Barja region. Yusuf demanded that his subordinate tribes contribute their people to his army, a demand that was jointly refused by several large tribes. After this major defeat, Yusuf had essentially lost his power to intimidate the local tribes and lacked the confidence to suppress them. He could only swallow his anger and suffer in silence. Upon hearing of Yusuf's ordeal, the once arrogant Hafshan cavalry instantly fell silent, retreated to the border, and sent envoys to Isaac to sue for peace. On April 5, 1448, news arrived from Albania that Venice had failed to capture Dania, and Skanderbeg had failed to drive the Venetians from their coastal fortress. The two sides ceased hostilities and signed an agreement. Skanderbeg's recapture of Dania brought him great prestige and stabilized the domestic situation. The Venetians gained certain trading privileges, allowing them to retain trading cities including Durrës. Skanderbeg's plan was to continue the war, slowly wearing down the Venetians in their fortress. However, events rarely unfold according to individual will. The Ottomans made their move. Murad II, who had been silent for nearly a year, finally took action, amassing troops on the Albanian border, attempting to erase Skanderbeg, this traitor, from the map. Therefore, Skanderbeg hastily negotiated peace with Venice, accepting their exorbitant trade treaty. He then led his army eastward to confront the Ottoman invasion. Baron Maruna's Black Legion followed suit. For the Albanian people, the end of one war was merely the beginning of another. Meanwhile, news arrived from Budapest that John the White Knight had largely stabilized the situation in his homeland and was rallying the Eastern European nations in preparation for a new crusade. On April 10, 1448, Isaac traveled west from the port of Brega and returned to his loyal city of Sirte. Amidst the cheers of the entire city, Isaac raised his banner and, with a powerful army and a large number of prisoners, returned to the city's palace. The meritorious defenders of the city stood aside, awaiting their lord. Isaac's eyes swept across their faces, taking in their excited expressions. Isert, Guz, Conti, Mikhail. Isaac took his seat. Lord Isert has rendered the greatest service in the defense of the city. He is hereby granted the title of Baron of Ujale, with the fief of the town of Ujale. May you, in my name, defend the borders and treat the people well. Isert, both surprised and delighted, stepped forward to receive the title. In Isaac's early regulations, it was far more difficult for civil officials to obtain fiefdoms than for military generals who fought on the battlefield. Baron Conti, for leading the army against the enemy, your merit is second only to the enemy. The area around Dara is your new fiefdom. Conti quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. Chief Guz, for leading the Dobroga army to assist in the resistance and joining the defense of the city. You are hereby granted the title of Baron Bor, with your fiefdom at Borspring. Guz stepped forward to express his gratitude. Your Highness, this is a report on the situation of the Grand Duchy of Soult during your absence this past year. Please take a look. Isolth handed Isaac a thick report. Isaac looked at the complex text and immediately felt a headache coming on. Alright, you all prepare yourselves. This year's joint military and political meeting will convene soon. Any questions can be raised at the meeting. On April 20, 1448, all the military and political officials of the duchy arrived at the port of Soult, and the meeting began. Isaac sat in the main seat, looking at the assembled officials. On the left was the administrative group led by Isert, and on the right was the military group led by Mikhail. In addition, Isaac's advisors and envoys from 3 commercial organizations sat listening. Last year, we fought several wars, We outwitted and outmaneuvered Sforza in Milan, fought side by side with Skanderbeg in Albania, we clashed back and forth with Misrata on the western border, and fought a fierce battle with the Emir of Yusuf and Sirte. We won, and I am proud of you." Isaac nodded, signaling the meeting to begin. Isert stood up and began to chair the meeting. He first introduced the current population situation of the duchy. As of now, the duchy has a population of approximately 120,000, with about 50,000 under our control. The remaining population is controlled by the various affiliated Sheikh tribes. This number is highly inaccurate, as the Sheikh tribes would certainly underreport. We have no way of knowing the exact number of our directly controlled population. There are over 10,000 Greeks, over 1,000 Goths, over 5,000 South Slavs, over 20,000 Dobroga Seljuks, over 5,000 Italians, the remainder being Bedouins and Berbers, and a small number of families of the Purple Guard and the Ak Legion are Turks and South French. Here, Isaac played a trick. Many freed slaves had no idea what their ethnicity was or what their religion was. With a stroke of his pen, Isaac registered them all as Greek Orthodox Christians. This caused the Greek population to surge. The baptismal process in the duchy has been very successful. Now everyone is Orthodox. Isaac implemented a forced conversion campaign in the duchy. All Muslims were not recognized as legal citizens and could be freely captured, killed, and sold. Next, Isert looked at the finance minister, Riddle. "Lord Riddle, please report on last year's financial affairs." Riddle slowly stood up. Last year, the entire duchy's revenue was 8,300 ducats, mainly from taxes paid by the Monferrato Trading Company and the Sewell United Merchants Association. Due to the war, dependent tribes substituted military service for taxes. In addition to domestic taxes, we obtained a total of 50,000 ducats from our overseas colonies, of which 40,000 ducats came from the gold trade and adventurers' taxes, and 10,000 ducats from the slave and ivory trade. The Mediterranean fleet, led by Captain Fidel, obtained 6,000 ducats through raids on infidel fleets. Duke John IV of Parma paid us 20,000 ducats as military expenses. These are the main sources of income. Of course, the duchy's revenue is much higher than this. The dividends from the Monferrato Trading Company and the Greek Guinea Company went directly to Isaac and were not included in the duchy's treasury. In addition, the Slavic Legion belonged directly to Isaac, and their spoils were not turned over to the duchy's treasury. On the expenditure side, due to the war, we have incurred huge costs, basically living within our means. The total war expenditure is over 40,000 ducats, used for replenishing troops and purchasing equipment. Of this, the Navy's expenditure is 15,000 ducats, and the Army's is 25,000 ducats. Immigration work and public works projects cost 30,000 ducats. Government department salaries are 8,000 ducats. The war expenditure of over 40,000 ducats is even with John IV covering all military provisions. This figure is simply terrifying. Among them, the bulk of the war expenditure is the cost of equipment and the maintenance of the naval fleet. Due to the insufficient domestic production capacity of Sewell, much equipment has to be imported from Italy, and warships needing major repairs or the addition of new cannons also have to go to large ports. This is extremely costly. If these industries could be established domestically, a large amount of money could be saved, and the civilian market could be stimulated at the same time. Mansueti, the naval advisor. "Your Highness, I am listening." Mansueti, the Hussite naval designer recruited by Isaac, stood up. "Through negotiations with Skanderbeg, we have obtained suzerainty over Oran, and a squadron of the Black Legion is now stationed there. Oran is surrounded by dense forests and has a large population, enough to support a large naval workshop. After the meeting, take my approval and go immediately. First, establish a repair factory, then a warship manufacturing plant." Mansueti nodded excitedly. Martinez, the Italian firearms engineer, stood up and bowed. "Where in the entire duchy do you think is suitable to establish a firearms factory?" "Your Highness, I have already reviewed the data from various parts of the duchy and believe that Arigay is a good choice. There is a lot of saline alkali land west of Arigay, suitable for establishing saltpeter fields. Saltpeter fields are pits dug in saline alkali land, filled with human and animal excrement, and left to crystallize. Saltpeter fields are very scarce in Europe. Currently, the main source of saltpeter in European countries is saltstone oil containing a small amount of saltpeter, found near rural toilets. In England and the Low Countries, monarchs even consider saltpeter oil a strategic resource, requiring the people to hand it over. Later, It was jokingly said that 2 out of every 3 shells fired by the British fleet came from the toilet. There's a small copper mine on a hill south of the city, and lead and iron mines to the east, which can be used as raw materials for firearms. Because copper has a low melting point, bronze is now commonly used for casting cannons in Europe, making them very heavy and extremely inconvenient to use. If there's an opportunity later, we can try to find cannon makers from the east to learn the technology of casting iron cannons. I'll go to my Grand Steward in a bit and get 10,000 ducats as preliminary preparations. I've brought back quite a few talented people from Italy, you can choose from them. Next, Agriculture Minister Mix began his report. Your Highness, gentlemen, the current state of agricultural and livestock production in the duchy is so-so, Isaac said. Last year, our main task was to resettle refugees and allocate land to them. Refugees and slaves from Italy and other regions were settled near the port of Sirte and the Jaffa oasis, mainly engaged in agriculture. Due to the poor land conditions, the number of crops that can be grown is limited, and the yields are low, so we allocated a large amount of land to each farmer to meet their basic needs. Currently, thanks to the large number of local natives being sold off, the Duchy of Sirte is basically able to achieve food self-sufficiency. However, the carrying capacity of the land has basically reached its limit, and it can no longer accept a large number of refugees. How is the agricultural reform plan progressing? Isaac asked with concern. Your Highness, we have already conducted pilot programs in the vicinity of Sirte and St. Josephine. As for the results, we will have to wait until next year. Isaac nodded. Next, the others reported on their work one after another. Due to Isaac's personal preferences, no one deliberately exaggerated or boasted, they basically discussed the issues objectively. The duchy has only been established for 3 years, and while it has made considerable progress, it also faces numerous problems. Overall, the situation has improved significantly after the War of the Milan Succession. The large amount of spoils looted by the soldiers in Milan has flooded the market, greatly boosting Sulte's weak commodity economy. Furthermore, the influx of Italian talent has led to the flourishing of small-scale handicrafts. Taking advantage of Sulte's abundant iron ore and for resources, they have established blacksmith shops and textile factories, selling weapons, armor, and clothing to wealthy military personnel for profit. Although Sulte's land is barren, it possesses some invaluable resources. For example, the saline alkali land, while uninhabitable, can be used to cultivate saltpeter fields, extract soda ash, and collect salt, something unavailable in continental Europe. These primary products can then be used to establish secondary industries such as gunpowder and soap making. Isaac plans to fully develop the potential of this land when he has more free time. Next, Colonial Minister Count William will report, William Palaiologos said, rising to his feet. Isaac looked at his prodigal son who had finally returned home. Years had passed, and William had grown from an idle young knight into a competent naval commander. Years of exposure to the wind and sun had given his pale skin a healthy tan, his stiff hair stood on end, and his gaze was proud and resolute. My dear brother, what good news have you brought me this time? William stepped forward, smiling mysteriously, and respectfully handed me a roll of parchment from his pocket. Isaac opened the nautical chart. Your Highness, following the old captain's route map, we sailed south along the Great Bay and finally found the towering place he described. It's an archipelago, very close to the African continent. The islands are uninhabited, with a humid climate. Congratulations, you've acquired another overseas territory. Isaac struggled to decipher the hastily drawn chart, unable to make heads or tails of it. From William's description, the archipelago should be the Sao Tome and Principe Islands in the Guinea Bay region. It was a volcanic archipelago with a tropical rainforest climate, suitable for growing tropical crops. Later, after the Portuguese discovered the archipelago, they used it as a base for cocoa and sugarcane cultivation, introducing a large number of black slaves and establishing bloody plantations, earning it the name Island of Death. Isaac could try something similar. At this time, coffee hadn't yet become popular, so Isaac could try to ignite its popularity. However, sugarcane cultivation was a huge business. Sugarcane could be made into sugar, and the residue could be used to make sugarcane wine, both highly profitable ventures. Sugar was a luxury item at the time, whether it was the honey sugar commonly found in Europe or the cane sugar that later flowed in from Arabia, it was extremely valuable. At this time, many members of European royalty took pride in having rotten teeth, believing it symbolized immense wealth. Well done, William, Isaac stood up happily. Since you discovered the archipelago, the largest island will be named St. William, and the island with a good harbor will be named Port de Paix. These two islands will be established as the governorate of St. William, and of the remaining islands, you may choose one as your new fief. As William finished his report, the courtiers looked at Isaac. As is customary, Isaac will now formulate the principality's future policy. Faced with provocations from Yusuf and the Hafs dynasty, will it be war or peace? If war, which side should be attacked first? Chapter 52 Muhammad. Kruai Mountains, Svantaglar Fortress. The fortress sits at a mountain pass, firmly guarding the road to Kruai Castle to the east. The red flag with a black eagle of the Castigliati family flies above the fortress, clearly belonging to the Albanian Union. In contrast, the besieging side is obviously larger, flying green flags with 3 crescents, their disciplined ranks stretching across the mountains. This is the Ottoman army. Interspersed among the Ottoman army's green flags with 3 crescents are a few distinctive banners. A lifelike claw, the 1st Legion of the Janitary Guard, the Sultan's Claw, a golden throne, the 2nd Legion of the Janitary Guard, the Golden Throne, a giant wolf howling towards the sky, the 5th Legion of the Janitary Guard, the Grey Wolf of Konya, a pair of sharp eyes, the 10th Legion of the Janitary Guard, the Vision of Fatima, a blood-stained scythe, the 15th Legion of the Janissary Guard, the Scythe of Bayezid. These elite legions, positioned in the center, like stars surrounding the moon, guarded the central golden red tent. That was the residence of the Sultan of the Empire, Murad II. Beside the golden red tent, in a smaller tent, a young nobleman quietly read a book. This was Murad I's only son, the sole legitimate heir to the throne, and the governor of Manisa, Muhammad. Compared to a few years ago, the former sultan had become more reserved and quiet, his proud eyes deeply hidden, replaced by a gentle expression. Years ago, he had been tricked by the Janissary elders and forced to abdicate the sultanate. Then, he was caught off guard by Isaac, causing his faction's influence to wane. In recent years, Muhammad had calmed down, spending his time outside of battles in his fiefdom of Manisa, diligently studying various subjects and no longer participating in factional struggles. Muhammad was well aware that Murad I had never liked him. Was it because of his humble origins and half-Greek ancestry? Or was it because Murad I showered all his paternal love on his 2 older brothers? If his brothers were still alive, he could never have become sultan, could he? Muhammad gave a self-deprecating laugh. Knock, 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 come in. Zagan Pasha gently pushed open the tent flap, careful not to disturb his master. Your Highness, the materials you requested have been collected. Muhammad put down the book. It was a hardcover edition of the life of Alexius. Zagan Pasha glanced at the double-headed eagle emblem on the cover and frowned. However, he carefully concealed his thoughts, opened the book, and began to explain it to Muhammad. 10 days ago, Grand Prince Isaac Palaiologos led his army across the sea to occupy the town of Ole, and then captured the port of Brega, cutting off Yusuf's route back to Bilingi. Count Mikhail Tristan led another part of the army back to Sirte, repelling Yusuf's final, frenzied attack. When news of the cut-off route reached the besieging army, the entire force collapsed and scattered. Yusuf, escorted by a small elite detachment, hastily fled back to Bilingi from the south. Bilingi is now embroiled in serious internal strife. Yusuf has lost his army and the trust of the Sheikh tribe. It is estimated that Bilingi will be unable to pose a threat to Sirte for a considerable period. Considering Yusuf's poor relationship with Cairo, the Mamluk central government is unlikely to support him. Zagan Pasha closed the report, looking at Muhammad, who is listening intently. Any specific details about the battle? We don't have many informants in North Africa, mainly concentrated in Tunisia, Cairo, and Fez, so there are no further reports yet, Zagan Pasha explained awkwardly. Did I ask you to suggest to Father last time that he invest more resources? Your Highness, I regret to inform you that His Majesty and the ministers simply don't want to invest too much in North Africa. They would rather use all their spies to monitor the emirs within the country than waste them in a place we can't reach. Muhammad shook his head regretfully. Isaac is truly an enigma to me, sometimes extremely cautious, sometimes recklessly audacious. If Yusuf successfully captures Sirte, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Perhaps, he didn't even think that far ahead, Zagan guessed. Zagan, you need to think more about tactics and strategy, and less about political maneuvering. Your Highness, this is what you, as a monarch, should do. As for me, my duty is to stand behind you and shield you from all the hidden arrows, Zagan Pasha said matter-of-factly. Instead of being annoyed, Muhammad laughed heartily. "Zagan, in your opinion, what will this Duke Isaac, who defeated us, do next? Probably rest and recuperate, perhaps send troops to teach the Hafs a lesson." Before Muhammad could speak, Zagan continued. "Your Highness, I think you shouldn't devote too much attention to North Africa. That's the territory of the Egyptian Sultan. Our focus should always be on the Balkans. Even with the current Albanian rebellion, you haven't devoted much energy." Muhammad scoffed non-committally. All right, dear Zagan, you're starting to sound more and more like my father." "Very well, you're still one of the army's generals. Get back to work." Muhammad snatched the report from Zagan's hand and wrote the number 7 on the cover. Zagan sighed, bowed, and left. Muhammad pulled out the remaining 6 reports from the side and studied them intently. Establishing a trading company, exploring West Africa. Number 1, fleet formation, the Battle of Corinth. Number 2, Albanian War. Number 5, War of the Milan Succession. Number 6, defense of Sirte. Number 7. This clearly outlines Isaac's actions over the years. Muhammad unfolded a map of North Africa, searching through it. Misrata, Muhammad's eyes flashed with disdain. The Hafs dynasty, nothing more than lambs to the slaughter, not worth worrying about. His gaze shifted to the other side. Billinch. "Your Highness, I believe we should conquer Billinch first." Isaac's new advisor, Emer, stood up and said forcefully. Upon hearing this, the generals below the table glared at him angrily. This was the second meeting convened by Isaac, attended by all military personnel, to discuss the next strategy. Almost all the military commanders believed that the duchy should attack Misrata and destroy this bandit stronghold. "Your Highness, I believe this Bahuri is a Mamluk spy, and I suggest you detain him." Mikhail stood up abruptly, his words filled with distrust of Emer. A low murmur of laughter rippled through the audience. Isaac stared at the map, not looking up. "Emer, explain your reasoning." The advisor, caught in a dilemma, looked gratefully at Isaac. "First, from a strategic perspective, we are at a complete disadvantage against the Upper Mamluk Sultanate. From Sirte to the Nile Delta, the entire area is vast desert. With only Cyrenaica having a suitable climate and a large population, providing supplies for a large army. Topographically, Cyrenaica has the Green Mountains as a natural barrier, occupying a high ground, while east and west of Cyrenaica are flat plains with no natural defenses. If the Mamluks occupy Cyrenaica, they will have absolute strategic initiative. They can march from Cairo with a large army to Billinch and station themselves there without worrying about supplies. I can say with absolute certainty that if the Emir of Billinch were not Yusuf, a remnant of the previous dynasty, and if the political infighting in Cairo were not so dire, then we might be facing an army of 50,000, perhaps including 5,000 royal Mamluks. The religious atmosphere in Cairo is extremely fervent. Those rulers who claim to be protectors of the 3 holy lands would never allow a Christian state to rise near them. You could say that as long as Cyrenaica remains in the hands of the Mamluks, we are meat on a chopping block, Emer said. We're not being cut now only because our master is ill and can't wield the knife. Once the Mamluk giant recovers even slightly, he will absolutely crush us to pieces. After Emer finished speaking, he looked around, and everyone fell silent. Even the most optimistic general didn't believe he had the strength to contend with the Mamluk Sultan at his peak. Cairo alone had a population of around 200,000, far exceeding the entire Grand Duchy of Sirte. If we could conquer the Hafs dynasty first and assimilate the Tunisian region, would that make the Mamluks hesitate to act? Muhammad asked. If you want to conquer Misrata, then you can. You don't even need to use your full strength, if things go smoothly. Taking Tripoli isn't impossible, however. The subsequent campaign will be incredibly difficult. Tunisia, Kairouan, and Sfax are all fortified cities. Leaving aside whether we can muster enough troops for a siege, the local Hafs dynasty forces alone will be enough to give us a run for our money. It's true that the Hafs dynasty is embroiled in internal strife, but they're not fools. When foreign invaders begin to seize their core areas, they will unite against them, unless our forces have an overwhelming advantage, enough to prevent them from even having the will to resist. If we only occupy Misrata and Tripoli, it won't change our strategic disadvantage. We'll still be crushed by the recovered Mamluks. Now, the soldiers fell silent, heads bowed in deep thought. Tell me your second reason, Isaac spoke. Secondly, now is the best time for us to take Cyrenaica. Billinch is in turmoil, its tribal power greatly diminished, and Yusuf will find it difficult to muster a strong army in a short period. If we miss this opportunity, allowing Yusuf to recover, or if he is overthrown and replaced by an emir with good relations with Cairo, we will have no chance to capture this crucial territory in a short time. Thirdly, you previously imprisoned many tribal sheikhs. Their tribes must have re-elected new sheikhs during this period. We can release them, causing infighting and further weakening Yusuf's strength. Fourthly, Cyrenaica is very close to the Morea region. It can be reached in 2 days by fast ship. We can transport supplies by sea, thus bypassing the vast desert. Isaac looked at the map of Sirte and Cyrenaica. The entire Cyrenaica resembled a giant hammer, looming over Sirte. What if we fail to take Byzantium in a short time and drag it out until Mamluk reinforcements arrive? Isaac asked. That depends on your own will. Yusuf won't want Cairo's forces to enter his territory. He'll definitely try to resist on his own. He'll only ask Cairo for help when he realizes he can't resist. The Mamluk central government will definitely send reinforcements, but I'm sure they'll be bogged down in this for a long time. How many troops? Who will lead them? Who will get the land they capture? These questions will require time to negotiate. If you really can't capture Byzantium before then, you'll have to withdraw. I'm very familiar with the Cyrenaica region. If you can hand over your army to me, I can guarantee that we can capture Byzantium before the Mamluks' reinforcements arrive. Isaac glanced at him. What are you thinking? How could he possibly hand over his army to you? Military power must be firmly held in one's own hands. Even the closest generals have to be wary, let alone a newly appointed advisor like you. Isaac didn't answer, comparing the advantages and disadvantages of a westward advance versus an eastward campaign. The advantage of a westward advance was that there was little risk. The downside is that it cannot change the current dire strategic situation and cannot be fully committed. A considerable number of troops must be left to guard against a possible counterattack after Byzantium. Are the remaining forces sufficient to capture major cities like Tunis and Kairouan? Compared to a westward advance, the biggest disadvantage of an eastward advance is the greater risk. The advantage is that if Byzantium is successfully captured, any further counterattack by the Mamluks would require traversing a long desert, significantly delaying resupply. Given the enemy's naval disadvantage, this means they cannot commit all their forces simultaneously. Furthermore, this would create a strategic balance with the Mamluks, making it difficult for either side to attack. This would free up resources to slowly and deliberately deal with the ailing Hafs dynasty. Isaac stood up and looked at the crowd. The entire army will rest for 2 months, replenishing personnel and equipment, prepare for a major offensive in the west, forcing the Hafs to pay reparations, while simultaneously misleading our true enemy, send letters to Parma and Morea requesting reinforcements, purchase grain, buying large quantities of dried meat and rations for the army, buy transport ships. The army will march along the coastline leading to the Green Mountains, relying on the fleet for water, release the imprisoned Sheikh tribes in batches, disrupting Yusuf's conscription system. This time, we will eliminate the threat from the east once and for all. Isaac drew his dagger and slammed it into the map. Chapter 53 The Parade. Jafra District, Aragay District, Aragay City. Led by Martinez, Isaac visited a sizable firearms factory. At this time, firearms manufacturing was still largely manual and inefficient. With the influx of capital, several mines outside the city had come alive, recruiting more workers and developing new mine shafts. The saltpeter fields west of the city were undergoing initial preparations, with piles of manure and urine creating a foul stench. The first batch of saltpeter was expected to be harvested next year. Currently, the main raw material for the firearms factory was still low-nitrate clay, collected by various districts and transported to Aragay City. According to Isaac and Martinez's plan, the entire firearms factory had 3 secondary workshops, a gunpowder workshop, a manufacturing workshop, and a raw materials workshop. The raw materials workshop was responsible for smelting, burning the metal ore mined from the outside mines into metal, providing a continuous supply of materials to the manufacturing workshop. The gunpowder workshop was mainly responsible for the management of the saltpeter fields and the manufacture of gunpowder. The manufacturing workshop is responsible for processing the metal materials provided by the raw material workshop into complete muskets and cannons. The workshop currently employs over 20 workers and can produce 5 matchlock muskets a day. As for cannons, current conditions do not allow for their production. They must wait for further mining of copper outside the city. With a furnace roaring, workers pour molten iron onto a clay mold, forming the prototype of the barrel. This step is the most dangerous. The slightest mistake can cause cracks or leaks in the barrel. Such barrels are unacceptable, as they are highly prone to exploding. After the first casting step is completed, technicians perform an airtightness test on the barrel. Qualified barrels will proceed to further processing, including adding a touch port, carving out the powder bath, tightening the iron rings, and installing the wooden barrel. This is a relatively conventional method of manufacturing matchlock muskets, used from the last century to this century. At that time, the structure of matchlock muskets was very primitive, consisting only of a bronze or wrought iron tube closed at one end with a touch port at the top. In the early 15th century, the touch port of the matchlock musket was moved to the side of the barrel, and a powder bath with a protective cover appeared. This design was used in later matchlock muskets. The barrel with a breech block was inserted into a wooden handhold, while the barrel without a breech block was tightly bound to a wooden stock with an iron ring. When firing, the archer had to hold the handhold with one hand and light the match with a red-hot wire or match cord with the other, making aiming impossible. Because these muskets were not much different from early light artillery, they were also known as hand cannons. Unlike contemporary Chinese matchlock muskets, European matchlock muskets often had a hook-like structure at the front of the barrel, which served a supporting function during use. In siege warfare, the archer could hook the musket to the city wall for greater stability. It could even be hooked to the large shields used by crossbowmen, forming a simple fortification in the field. Your Highness, these are the firearms blueprints I have studied throughout my life. Please take a look. Martinez placed a thick stack of parchment scrolls heavily on the table. Isaac glanced at Martinez, making sure he wasn't deliberately making things difficult. I don't understand this stuff either. Isaac flipped through the complex blueprints, piled high with symbols and numbers, making his head spin. He suddenly felt a little dejected. As a transmigrator, he was clearly inadequate. He didn't know how to blast furnace iron making. He didn't know how to manufacture guns and cannons. He didn't know how to synthesize fertilizer. He didn't know how to forge high-strength steel. He understood the principles, but he couldn't actually do it. Extracting perfume, processing soap, making saltpeter, brewing strong liquor, Isaac could do those. But Europeans could do those too. He was perfectly capable of composing poetry and stunning everyone, but it was useless to him. This was quite awkward. Why are gun barrels getting longer these days? Isaac asked, flipping through a few blueprints. Your Highness, after the widespread use of granulated gunpowder, we discovered that by lengthening the barrel, we can obtain greater firing energy, making it more powerful. The old powdered gunpowder did not have this characteristic. The granulation of gunpowder did indeed greatly improve the power of the matchlock musket, but the long barrel made aiming and transportation extremely inconvenient. The accuracy of such a matchlock musket was appalling. Whether it hit the enemy was entirely up to God. What is this? Isaac pulled out a slightly different blueprint. There was a long metal hook on the gun body that could rotate around an axis. One end of the hook was connected to a thick rope. Martinez looked at it. Oh, this is a little gadget made by one of my students. He thought that adding a rope would make the musket more accurate. Martinez turned around. Metz. Come here, Metz, who was adding firewood by the hearth, put down the firewood he was holding, wiped the ash from his face, and ran over. Teacher, what is it? This is His Highness Isaac, the Prince of Constantinople, the despot of Soult. Metz quickly bowed. Is this your invention? Isaac pointed to the blueprints. Metz glanced at it and noticed that Isaac seemed quite pleased. Yes. Martinez kicked Metz to the ground. Speak properly. Ouch. Metz grimaced and rubbed his backside. This kind of musket with a rotating shaft was proposed more than 10 years ago, and I improved it. Using a smoldering match instead of other ignition sources makes ignition much easier. Isaac gave him an appreciative look. This was the prototype of the matchlock musket. If the appearance of the matchlock musket marked the beginning of firearms on the historical stage, then the widespread use of the matchlock musket officially heralded the arrival of the firearms era. The significance of the matchlock musket was undoubtedly great. It directly improved the accuracy and firing speed of firearms by a significant margin. The biggest difference between the matchlock musket and the matchlock musket was that the matchlock musket shooter had to light the fuse with a torch while aiming, while the matchlock musket greatly simplified this step, allowing the shooter to rest his cheek on the musket and concentrate on aiming. Historically, a concept similar to the matchlock gun was proposed as early as the beginning of the 15th century, but it was largely ignored. It wasn't until the mid-15th century that this new type of firearm gradually came into view. Chief Steward Martinez, is there a ready-made prototype of this gun? Martinez shook his head. You have 1 week to build a prototype. The worker who succeeds will be rewarded with 100 ducats. Metz, standing nearby, had his eyes shining. Your Highness, this firearm doesn't present any technical difficulties, but is it really necessary? In his view, the matchlock gun technology was already quite mature, and his own craftsmanship was excellent. There was no need for improvement. Was it necessary? Of course. Early matchlock guns might not have been significantly different in power from older matchlock guns, but the matchlock gun would remain the primary firearm in Europe for centuries. During these centuries, the craftsmanship of the matchlock gun continued to improve, spreading throughout the world. European colonists, carrying this simple yet brutal weapon, traversed continents and oceans, destroying countless civilizations and plundering endless treasures. It can be said that it was the matchlock musket that enabled European colonists to overwhelmingly defeat the Native Americans militarily. The development of the matchlock musket didn't require highly advanced technology. Small techniques and modifications could exponentially increase a soldier's chances of survival on the battlefield. Improving the matchlock musket, delivering it to the army, and then having the army report on the problems encountered during use, would lead to further improvements and a repeating of the process. This created a positive cycle. What Isaac needed to do now was to plant a seed for the flourishing of the matchlock musket and wait for the technology to sprout. Establishing a firearms factory was only the first step. In the future, Isaac would also establish a research institute specifically for researching firearms innovation. After bidding farewell to Martinez, Isaac traveled southeast from Aragay to Ugar. Count Adnan of Ugar was already waiting at the city gate. After a year and a half of warfare, the situation in the southern part of the Grand Duchy of Sirte had largely stabilized. With Isaac's support, Count Adnan of Ugar exchanged the rich iron ore deposits on the edge of the Seba Mountains for Isaac's slaves and food. This count was remarkably shrewd and capable. He not only subdued the local small and medium-sized tribes, forcing them to convert to orthodoxy, but also achieved successive victories in the war against King Abdullah, seizing a large number of livestock and people. Now, the entire Ugub kingdom has essentially filled the administrative void left by the central government of Fezzan in the central and eastern regions, effectively controlling over 8,000 people and having over 15,000 dependents. The Count of Ugub possesses a standing army of 500, and can conscript up to 2,000 tribesmen during wartime. Looking at Count Adnan's well-equipped guard, Isaac somewhat regretted enfuffing such a talented individual in such a fertile place as the foot of Mount Sebeh, rich in iron ore and oases. Under the protection of the Purple Guard, Isaac slowly rode forward, looking down at Count Adnan with great composure and accepting his bow. Resisting foreign enemies, defending the borders, protecting the people and supporting the army, these are all your achievements, Your Excellency the Count, Isaac said slowly, staring into Adnan's eyes. This is all thanks to God's blessing and your guidance, Your Highness. When Sirte was besieged, I sent a reinforcement army north to St. Josephine, but halfway there I heard of your great victory over Yusuf's rebels. With the enemy defeated, I am overjoyed and honored to have such a wise and decisive ruler as you. Under God's blessing, Ugar has seen great development this year. Please come to my estate, and allow me to extend my hospitality. Adnan's answer was impeccable, and Isaac could find no fault with it. Then I will trouble you. Isaac nodded and led the Purple Guard into the city. Adnan followed behind, his expression unchanged. Along the way, Count Adnan always lagged behind Isaac by half a horse length, introducing him to the changes in Ugar over the past year. Your Highness, look, this is a market I co-founded with the Sirte Merchant Guild, teeming with people every day. Upon seeing Isaac's eagle banner and Count Ugu's desert wolf banner, the people in the market knelt, speechless. The market was predominantly inhabited by local Berbers and Bedouins, but Isaac also spotted some Slavs and Italians. How come there are so many free people here? Isaac asked, somewhat puzzled. Count Adnan adopted an extremely pious demeanor. God taught us to treat our brothers well. I promised the converted slaves that if they worked diligently for me for a year, the best would be released as free citizens. They were all slaves seized from the false King Abdullah 2 years ago, and are being gradually released. Generally, tribal sheikh preferred to use people as slaves to serve them. People with such foresight as Adnan were truly rare. You are truly a religious exemplar, Isaac said indifferently. After a brief look around the market, Isaac discovered a considerable variety of goods. Some were local specialties, such as furs and dried meat, dates and palm oil, camel cheese and sheep cheese. There were also goods imported from Europe. Precious silks and dazzling gems were popular with the nobles of nearby tribes, while inexpensive linen clothing was the choice of the common people. Isaac even found a small bookstore with books imported from Sirte, bearing the double-headed eagle emblem. Mr. Gutenberg had already relocated some of his paper mills and printing plants to Sirte port, so these books must have been imported through the Sirte United Merchants Association. Isaac spurred his horse forward. "Your Highness," he said, "over there is the Church of St. Anthony, under construction, to commemorate our victory in the last war against a false King Abdullah. St. Anthony, the famous Desert Father, it seemed Adnan intended to make him the patron saint of the Yugub Khanate." The church was small, already half finished, and many monks came out to pay their respects to Isaac. Next to the church was a small church school, where priests from St. Anthony's Church taught Greek and theology. Next, Adnan led Isaac on a tour of the well dug by Italian engineers, the well-organized military camp, the blacksmith's workshop, the town hall, and finally to the Count's manor. The manor was filled with orthodox elements, even somewhat deliberately so. After the tour, Isaac felt much more relaxed. Count Adnan hadn't kept anything from Isaac, laying all his efforts bare for Isaac to see. This proved that he hadn't yet shown any intention of rebelling. After lunch, Isaac and Adnan sat together chatting. "I'm very satisfied with your achievements. Is there anything I can help you with, Your Highness? My eldest son, Mulrat, has been studying Greek for a year, and I hope you can allow him to attend the Royal Knights Academy." Isaac glanced at the Count in surprise. "Quite perceptive. Of course, he would be an excellent knight. We are experiencing some administrative difficulties and hope you can send someone to provide guidance." "Very good. Anything else?" Isaac continued, satisfied. Then, Adnan began to raise the real issue. "Your Highness, I believe the main obstacle to the development of Yugu City is its roads." "Roads, that's right. From what I understand, currently only one road from Yugu City to Araga and Jaffa is passable by horse-drawn carriages, and it's blocked by sandstorms for 4 months of the year. The other smaller roads rely on camel caravans, which are inefficient. I hope you can bring in professionals from Europe to solve the road problem." Adnan's words indirectly reminded Isaac. The roads in the desert are very limited, consisting of narrow, winding paths connecting 2 large water sources with several smaller ones. The roads in the north are in better condition than those in the south. Camels are the primary mode of transportation in the desert. They are well adapted to the environment and unaffected by sandstorms and drought. Their disadvantage is their limited carrying capacity and low efficiency. If trade is desired, horse-drawn carriages are still the best option. Road repair, that's another huge project, Count. Rest assured, once I've resolved the war at hand, I'll definitely put road repairs on the agenda. Isaac replied dismissively to Adnan. Even if they did repair the road, it would definitely start from the north, and it wouldn't be his turn anytime soon. "You mean, we're going to continue the war?" Isaac nodded, looking into Adnan's eyes. Adnan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, as your vassal, I'm willing to provide 500 soldiers for your command. What about the war with the false King Abdullah? The false king is currently preoccupied with his own problems and has no ability to attack." "Very good, I accept your loyalty and will give you the reward you deserve. Prepare the troops and await the opportune moment." Isaac also stood up. Chapter 54 Slavery Laws and Medical Schools. Having bid farewell to Count Adnan, Isaac left Ugar satisfied and headed for Jaffa. The Count was very astute, aware of his position, and unlikely to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. In fact, Isaac had stationed over 3,000 troops in Araga and Jaffa, and any rebellion by Adnan would be easily crushed. Jaffa had been the ruling center of the Fezan central government in the Jaffa Oasis region, governed directly by trusted confidants appointed by the king. After the Battle of St. Josephine, Adnanchek surrendered to Isaac, opening the northern gate to Jaffa, causing widespread panic and internal strife. Local forces expelled the governor sent by the Fezan central government and surrendered the city to Isaac. "Your Highness, thank you for your trouble in coming. Please come in and rest," said Maurice Cleopas, the governor of Jaffa, accompanied by the tribune Paparo and the judge Christine Gutenberg, as he welcomed Isaac into the town hall. Isaac had reformed the local administrative system of the former Eastern Roman Empire, decentralizing power. The highest official of an administrative district is called the consul, who oversees all administrative affairs. Under the consul are the tribunes of the plebs and regional judges. The tribunes are primarily responsible for census and public order, and in wartime, for the militia and city guard. The regional judges are responsible for judicial and oversight matters. These 3 officials are directly appointed by the central government of Soult and must possess documents jointly stamped by Isaac and the Minister of the Interior, issued, to assume office. The tax system is independent of each district, with officials recommended by the Minister of Finance, Riddle, sent to the localities to collect taxes and tributes. Other local officials are appointed by the 3 consuls, reported to the central government, and approved by Isaac. The laws of the duchy are currently based on the laws of the Eastern Roman Empire, with some local characteristics added. The central government of the duchy holds legislative power, and the city councils of each district can provide advice. Along the way, Consul Maurice briefed Isaac on the changes in Jaffa during this period, briefly praising his own achievements. This consul, Maurice, came from a troubled background. His ancestors were Turkic military nobles during the Comnenist period. During the civil war between the 2 Andronic kingdoms, his family moved from Thessaloniki to Theodoro. Before Maurice's birth, the Crippus family had fallen on hard times, and he was abducted by Tautar nomads and sold into slavery as a child. He was fortunate enough to find a good master, George Sfranchus. Within this Sfranchus family, Maurice, due to his intelligence and quick learning ability, was redeemed and became a free man, learning culture and martial arts from the younger members of the family. After reaching adulthood, Maurice led his family's merchant guild on numerous journeys, encountering all sorts of people, until he was recommended by George Sfranchus to become Isaac's subordinate. He was fluent in 3 languages and possessed strong interpersonal skills. Isaac chose him as consul of Jaffa because he valued his adaptability in complex environments. The tribune Paparo, from a local power base, had 1/4 Greek ancestry and was the result of a compromise between Isaac and the local power in Jaffa. The local judge, Christine, was Gutenberg's son and a graduate of the University of Florence, well versed in various laws. Isaac listened to Maurice's introduction in a half-hearted manner, focusing instead on observing the market and the composition of the citizens. Frankly, the situation did not satisfy Isaac. Compared to the vibrant city of Ugar, Jaffa, although having a larger population and a more expansive market, had significantly fewer free citizens. Numerous slave trading gangs openly hawked their wares in the streets. Here, the slave economy, controlled by various sheikh tribes, still held a dominant position. Isaac was not a saint and did not oppose the slave trade, but the prevalence of the slave economy around Jaffa could only mean one thing: the sheikh tribes here still wielded considerable power. The population was predominantly Berber, with a small number of Greeks and Italians serving as skilled artisans and government employees, and many military families residing in the military dependence quarters. This was unavoidable. Jaffa was not a city Isaac had conquered single-handedly. Accepting the surrender of the local powers implicitly acknowledged their special privileges in the region. However, with the political situation stabilizing, there are still many ways to diminish their power. After touring the city, Isaac showed little interest in visiting the mosque-turned-chapel and went straight to the military camp by the city walls. The second guard, on duty in Jaffa, welcomed Isaac into the camp with cheers. Currently, the guard has over 2,000 men, all Greek Orthodox. Count Mikhail, the Grand Commander of the Guard, leads the 1st Legion, while Nicephorus serves as the commander of the 2nd Legion. Nicephorus is also a member of Isaac's Old Guard, a staunch loyalist. This legion commander Nicephorus claims to be an illegitimate son of the Phocas family, a descendant of Nicephorus II, the pale death of the Saracens of the Macedonian dynasty, and is well versed in his family's military classics. Some of the 20 cavalrymen who rose with Isaac have died in battle, but those who survived have become high-ranking military and political figures, with Mikhail and Nicephorus as their leaders. Long time no see, dear Nicephorus, Isaac stepped forward and helped the legion commander, who was about to salute. Your Highness, it's been a long time. I am delighted to hear of your great achievements in the north. Nicephorus was a short, stocky, and robust middle-aged man with thick arms, capable of wielding a long-handled axe and warhammer. He was a wise and courageous general. Under Nicephorus's leadership, Isaac inspected the 2nd Legion, which had been formed nearly 2 years prior. With a successful graduation of the first batch of sergeant cadets from the Royal Knights Academy, the officer corps of the 2nd Legion of the Royal Guard was finally complete and was undergoing intensive training, gradually forming combat capability. The new recruits of the 2nd Legion had never met Isaac before, only hearing about this brilliant Roman prince from the veterans. Their army was too young to have experienced large-scale warfare. Whenever they exercised and trained with the 1st Legion, They could only enviously watch the veterans of the First Legion flaunt their Isaac swords. In the entire Second Legion, only the Legion commander Nicephorus and a few officers from the First Legion had received Isaac's rewards. Upon their first meeting, Isaac, as usual, distributed rewards, instructing the cook to make soup from the rabbits recently hunted outside the city, which he shared with his soldiers. After a period of adjustment, the camp's infrastructure was quite complete. Blacksmith shops, brothels, taverns, and even gambling tables were set up right next to the camp, providing services for the soldiers. Maintaining military discipline was difficult in those days, so allowing soldiers necessary leisure was crucial. These facilities not only improved the soldiers' sense of well-being and morale, but also allowed Isaac to recoup the soldiers' recently paid wages. Of course, during wartime, anyone who dared to disobey military discipline, drink alcohol, or frequent brothels would be executed without mercy. In the afternoon, Isaac watched the Second Guard Corps exercises. Under the blazing sun, the soldiers were drenched in sweat. They wore gray linen uniforms embroidered with the Second Corps insignia, a desert fox. They moved in formation, advancing and retreating with precision. The coordination between the musketeers and melee infantry was also quite good. It was clear that Nicephorus and several first-term graduates of the Royal Knights Academy had put in considerable effort in battle training, even surpassing the First Legion. However, Isaac was certain that on the battlefield, they wouldn't stand a chance against the First Legion. Question: how can a truly strong army be trained? Answer: more battles. From the initial Battle of the Wall of Corinth to the War of Surtur's founding, the Battle of St. Josephine, the War of the Milan Succession, and finally the Siege of Surtur, the First Guards Legion participated in almost every war commanded by Isaac. The quality of the army steadily improved with each battle. In the age of cold weapons, experience, courage, and morale, these invisible and intangible things, were sometimes more important than discipline and equipment. Nicephorus, what do you think is the biggest problem for the Second Legion right now? Isaac wanted to test this newly appointed Legion commander. Never killed anyone, Nicephorus replied without hesitation. Soldiers who have never seen blood, no matter how hard they train, are nothing more than a ceremonial guard. A truly strong army is never forged on the training ground, but matures step by step over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Isaac nodded, deeply agreeing. It seemed this commander from a prestigious family understood this very well and was not misled by appearances. A war is coming soon, do your best. On May 4, 1448, Isaac bid farewell to Jaffa and headed north to Narcisburg. Since most of the original tribes had followed Count Adnan south, Narcisburg and the surrounding oases were now completely Hellenized. Of the more than 10,000 people in the entire administrative district, the vast majority were Greeks and Slavs. This place was originally the garrison of the Black Legion, but with Baron Maruna going to Albania to participate in the war, the defense of Narcisburg was handled by a part of the Purple Guard and the City Guard. Looking at the distinctly Greek-style architecture and hearing the familiar Greek language, Isaac felt very comfortable, as if he had returned to the long-lost mistress. Back at the city lord's mansion, Isaac wrote to Surt, requesting that the Minister of the Interior, Isert, the executive president of the United Merchants Guild, Ulda, and Archbishop Elster of Surt come as soon as possible. 2 days later, Isaac met with the two. Your Highness, have you completed your inspection of the territory? What problems did you find? Isert asked directly. He now understood the Duke's character very well. This summoning of representatives from the political, commercial, and religious circles immediately after returning from the inspection must mean something important was to be announced. Isaac did not answer, but handed a report to the three to read. This is the report submitted by Morris, the governor of Jaffa. I have had Riddle check it, and it's completely fine. After reading it, the three had a general idea. Your Highness, are you going to take action against the slave trade? The three looked at Isaac together, Ulda's eyes clearly showing some worry. The slave trade is a highly profitable business, involving a lot of killing. This is something God does not want to see. Isaac looked at Elster, and the Archbishop nodded quickly. I've decided that the duchy's official government will enact a slave law to regulate the slave trade. Erda, seeing that Isaac wasn't going to completely eradicate the slave trade, already understood. He wanted to increase taxes. Regarding this law, I have the following requirements. First, to protect civilians, the tax rate on the slave trade must be increased to prevent anyone from taking the risk of selling civilians into slavery. Second, all slave traders must register with the Treasury. Anyone found selling slaves privately or evading taxes will be beheaded, and the property confiscated. Third, regarding tribal slaves, they are also God's lambs. They must be allowed to redeem their freedom through labor, and tribal nobles must not obstruct them, Erda pondered for a moment, deciding it was probably acceptable. Can the three of you, with your influence in the political, religious, and commercial spheres respectively, ensure the implementation of this law? The three exchanged glances and nodded. Isaac's move was perfectly timed, both cutting a large slice of the slave trade's profits and indirectly weakening the power of the southern Sheikh tribe. Most importantly, this level of taxation would be acceptable to the slave traders. These profit-driven slave traders were both brutal and compromising. As long as things weren't too extreme, they generally wouldn't cause trouble. If they used to earn 100 ducats, now they could only earn 80, they would silently swallow the bitter pill. But if it went too far, denying them even 50 ducats, then without a doubt, they would attempt armed rebellion. There's one more thing, the three who were about to leave stopped. To cope with war and disease, I plan to establish a medical school in Narcisburg. Traditional Christian medicine, and the more advanced Arabic medicine from the East, must both be added to the curriculum. Isaac turned his gaze to Erda. Erda, I know you still have many old connections in the Islamic world. Try to invite Islamic doctors to teach through them. I can allow them to retain their faith as an exception. I can allow them to purchase black slaves for dissection. The church must not interfere. From professors to students, there must be no prejudice, no discrimination. Understand? While reviewing the battle reports, Isaac was deeply saddened to discover that due to the extremely poor medical conditions on his side, the survival rate of the wounded was extremely low, and many veterans who should have continued to contribute had perished. Establishing medical institutions was of paramount importance. Throughout May, Isaac traveled extensively throughout his territory, strengthening his control over it and macro-managing any problems that arose. On May 22, after more than 10 days of negotiations, the slave decree was officially promulgated, formalizing the slave trade in the Grand Duchy of Sirte. It is worth mentioning that the decree stipulated that black slaves must be castrated before entering the duchy to perform heavy physical labor that white slaves could not endure. On May 24, the Narcissian Medical School was officially established in Narcisburg, with a Shia scholar serving as its director. The initial enrollment was planned for 200 students. On June 1, news arrived from the western border that Erdos had led the Slavic Legion in a large-scale raid near Misrata, plundering thousands before returning. After failing to obtain assistance from Tripoli, Misrata finally agreed to pay Isaac 20,000 ducats in war reparations, allowing the use of livestock and people as payment. On June 3, a scout from Bilanch reported that the Sheikh tribes released by Isaac had instigated internal strife, which Yusuf was powerless to intervene in, leaving the entire region in ruins. On June 5, reinforcements from Duke John of Parma and Grand Duke Constantine of Morea arrived in Sirte. Everything was ready except for the final push. I have a question for everyone. How many words would readers prefer per chapter? I usually write around 4,000 words per chapter, 1 or 2 chapters a day. I looked at other authors, and many of them write 2,000 words per chapter, 2 chapters a day. Others with 200,000 words have already reached over 110 chapters, while I only have over 50. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Ojdalbia. 1448, Isaac summoned all his troops at the port of Sirte and formally announced his attack on Cyrenaica to eliminate the Mamluk threat in one fell swoop. For this battle, Isaac assembled all his forces, the 1st Guard Legion of over 1,000 men, the 2nd Guard Legion of over 1,000 men, the Purple Guard of over 1,000 men, the Slavic Legion of over 3,000 men, the Dobrican Legion of over 1,500 men, over 4,000 conscripted tribal men, 500 men under Count Adnan of Yugu, over 1,500 men from the Duke of Parma's reinforcements, and 500 Yaroslav mercenaries sent by Grand Duke Constantine of Morea. In total, there were over 15,000 men, plus conscripted laborers, sailors, and other miscellaneous personnel, bringing the total to over 30,000, though some claim to be 100,000. The Orc Legion, which had suffered heavy losses in the siege of Sirte, remained in the duchy to replenish its ranks. To prevent tribal uprisings, Isaac took almost all of their able-bodied men with him, leaving behind a large number of the old, weak, and disabled. Having secured basic security in the west and south, Isaac prepared for a decisive battle with Yusuf in the east. Due to the extremely poor supply lines between Sirte and Brega, Isaac divided his army into two. He led a contingent of elite troops along the coastline through the desert corridor, while all commercial transport ships and requisitioned civilian vessels provided logistical support for the expedition. On June 10, 1448, Isaac led 4,000 vanguard troops from Brega northwestward, thus beginning the Great Battle. Ojdabia, a major town in southwestern Cyrenaica, is located southwest of Billinge, a day's journey by fast horse. It enjoys a Mediterranean climate, with relatively suitable conditions, numerous surrounding oases, and winter rainfall that often forms several seasonal dry rivers. The inhabitants lead a life of both herding and farming, primarily relying on livestock for meat, milk, and furs. In autumn and winter, many residents travel to the dry rivers to sow a crop of wheat, returning in spring for the harvest. As early as ancient Greece, colonists from Greek city-states set foot on this land, discovering this fertile region in the northern desert, naming it Cyrenaica, and taking root here. Later, the Cyrenaica kingdom, established by the Greeks, submitted to Egypt and Rome, but retained considerable autonomy. It wasn't until the rise of Islam that the entire North Africa was transformed into a green oasis. Today, traces of the Christian influence can still be faintly seen through the Roman roads and Greek ruins. Ojdabia has a population of about 7,000, with a low city wall and only 1,000 garrison soldiers, controlled by Yusuf's confidants. Ojdabia is the key to the core of Cyrenaica and must be kept under control. Your Highness, ahead is Farag, a town under Ojdabia, introduced Isaac's guide, Governor Anas of Brega. Jacob, whom we released, has now overthrown the new sheikh and re-established his ownership of the town. He's hesitant now, reluctant to fulfill his previous promise. Isaac recalled how Jacob, still imprisoned, had knelt and begged to be released, swearing eternal loyalty. Isaac spread out a map, searching for the location of his camp. Outside Ojdabia, the towns of Farag, Mulda Spring, and Babs lay in an arc, protecting the city. Many Berber tribes, leading a semi-nomadic, semi-settled life, were scattered among them, forming the main source of conscription. Now, however, Isaac's release of the former Sheikh tribes had caused widespread chaos. The three towns, sparsely populated and militarily weak, were not a significant threat. Ibrahim, lead 400 Purple Guard cavalry to capture the furthest town, Mord Spring. Mikhail, led 2 legions of the Royal Guard to besiege Babs. Mehmet, led the remaining troops with me into Farag. After capturing it, hold your position and await orders. Yes, sir. The army split into 2 parts, heading northwest and northeast respectively. Aeneas, go and give a message to Jacob Shich in Farag. Ask him properly, are you prepared to face my 100,000 strong army? If you don't surrender now, your entire family will be slaughtered when the city falls. Isaac coldly stared at Farag in the distance. Due to supply problems, he couldn't possibly bring all his troops. 4,000 was his limit. Isaac didn't want to use his existing forces in a war of attrition against these local tyrants. He hoped Jacob Shich would be sensible. That night, news of the fall of Babs and Mord Spring reached Farag. Jacob Shich announced his conversion to Orthodox Christianity and pledged allegiance to Isaac. The next day, Isaac entered the town of Farag, and the road to Ojdabia was unobstructed. In Billinge, Emir Yusuf sat on his throne, watching the arguing ministers below, his mind in turmoil. After narrowly escaping from the walls of Sirte, he had lost his army and authority. Without soldiers, the Merchants' Guild would not support him, and the tribes would not obey him. Without the merchants' support and the tribes' disobedience, he could not recruit soldiers. Yusuf found himself trapped in a vicious cycle. This predicament was not insurmountable, but it would take time. When the spies reported that the Duchy of Sirte was punishing its western neighbor, he and his advisors breathed a sigh of relief. If he could just have 2 years to heal his wounds, he could return to Sirte with a stronger army. However, just last night, news of Sirte's major offensive arrived. The once ambitious advisors panicked, blaming and attacking each other. Now, the ministers' opinions were mainly divided into 2 factions. One faction believed they should immediately request aid from Cairo, asking them to send a large army to annihilate the invading Kafir. These were mostly local landowners and gentry, fearing the Christians would seize their land. The other faction vehemently opposed inviting Cairo's reinforcements, arguing that it would allow Sultan Chakmak's power to penetrate Bilenge, thus weakening Yusuf's authority. These were mostly Yusuf's advisors and various levels of administrative officials, holding little local power and relying entirely on the authority granted by Yusuf for their comfortable lives. However, none of them could offer a solution to the immediate problem. Amir, I believe the most important task now is to ensure the fall of Ajdabiya and defend the southern gate of Bilenge. An aide stepped forward. How can we defend it? Ajdabiya only has 1,000 soldiers, and the commander is that sycophantic scoundrel Bazmu. Bazmu is the Emir's appointed governor. Are you questioning His Excellency's decision? Yusuf, unable to contain himself any longer, stood up abruptly. Ajdabiya must not fall. Gather your troops today, and tomorrow follow me south to rescue Ajdabiya. Governor Bazmu sent you here. Are you here to surrender? Isaac sat in the camp outside Fagri town, receiving the envoy from Ajdabiya. The envoy was somewhat embarrassed. Your Highness, Ajdabiya has no grudge against you. Governor Bazmu is willing to offer you 2,000 ducats in military pay. Could you please bypass Ajdabiya? As soon as he said this, everyone present burst into laughter, mocking Governor Bazmu's stupidity. 200,000 ducats, and I will withdraw my troops immediately. After laughing, Isaac looked down at the envoy and said sarcastically, Your Highness, tell Bazmu that surrendering now will save your life. Isaac didn't want to waste any more time with this envoy and directly ordered his guards to throw him out. The next day, Isaac gathered various armies and besieged Ajdabiya. Although the city lacked high walls, its defensive fortifications, such as castles, were quite comprehensive, with tunnels crisscrossing the entire city. A hasty attack would drag one's army into endless street fighting, a losing proposition. Isaac preemptively seized farms and wells outside the city to replenish his supplies, simultaneously isolating the city's defenders through resource isolation. That night, the unfortunate messenger once again entered Isaac's camp. This time, Bazmu was willing to surrender to Isaac, but demanded the title of Count of Ajdabiya. Isaac immediately drove the messenger away. Mikhail earned the title of Count after more than a dozen fierce battles. What right do you have? If I were to grant you Ajdabiya so easily, what would the other nobles think? Are you willing to follow Count Adnan and lead your people to the frontier? After the messenger reported the situation, Bazmu was furious and vowed to fight Isaac to the death. Isaac ignored Bazmu's anger, spreading his cavalry to hunt down Muslim tribes and search for possible reinforcements from Yusuf. The key to this war was the city of Bilenge. If he could force Yusuf to send reinforcements and defeat his main force in open battle, the pressure of besieging Bilenge would be much less. Isaac didn't believe that Yusuf, who couldn't command Bilenge at this point, could muster a field army of 4,000 men. The militia conscripted from the city were barely capable of defending it. Forcing them into open battle might backfire and cause the entire army to collapse. After waiting for a whole week, Isaac failed to capture Yusuf's main force, but instead captured the disheveled Governor Bazmu. It was said that when Governor Bazmu was captured by camel riders, he was only accompanied by a few attendants, fast asleep in a stable at a farm outside the city. Your Highness, I am willing to surrender the entire city of Ajdabiya to you. Bazmu knelt at Isaac's feet. Then how did you end up here? After some explanation, Isaac suddenly understood. Somehow, news had spread that Governor Bazmu was negotiating with Isaac and was preparing to surrender. The ulamas in the city were enraged, launched a rebellion, imprisoned the governor, and declared they would resist to the end. Bazmu's followers bribed the prison warden and escaped with Bazmu. This was hardly good news for Isaac. It seemed that the entire ulama class in North Africa viewed Isaac as a monster, and the conflict was irreconcilable. With these people holding them back during future attacks on cities, the defending troops who were considering surrendering would be hesitant and would resist even more resolutely. Your Highness, your illustrious name is known from Misrata to Bilenge. To follow such a hero is the greatest honor of my life. Bazmu began his performance, trying to win Isaac's favor, until he saw Isaac's impatient gaze. I don't want your praise, I want Ajdabiya, of course, Your Highness. Could you give it to me? Isaac leaned forward, staring at the huddled Bazmu. The rebels have almost taken control of the entire city. That means you're useless. Isaac shook his head regretfully, opening his mouth to call for the guards. Your Highness, Bazmu's cry was choked with sobs. I know a tunnel that leads directly to my mansion in the city, accessible to a small number of soldiers. Good heavens, So much gold? After sending out scouts to confirm that Bazmu's words were true, Isaac led 500 guards through a hidden door in a farm outside the city, down a winding passage, and arrived at the basement Bazmu had mentioned. The extravagance here immediately shocked everyone present. Boxes of gold coins minted by various countries were piled up in the corners, along with sculptures, ivory, spices, silk. The study, reception room, lounge, armory, everything was there. The soldiers even found 2 scantily clad dancers in the bedroom. No wonder he didn't want to say it even on his deathbed, "You've emptied the entire wealth of Hagia." Isaac turned to look at the grinning Bazmu. "Your Highness, all of this is yours." A look of pain flashed in his eyes. Isaac roughly estimated that this underground palace was worth about 5,000 ducat gold coins. "What else is hidden? Tell me, I grant you permission to take 500 ducat and your 2 women to your residence. Insert, thank you, Your Highness, but really, that's all. Then your 500 gold coins are gone too?" Isaac waved the blueprint in his hand. He had just pulled it from a golden cup. "Your Highness, this is my previous treasure trove. This is a cellar I excavated under the walls of Byzantium West when I was Yusuf's treasurer. Why didn't you use it later?" At this, Bazmu's face immediately fell. The earthquake collapsed the city walls, revealing the gold, which Yusuf attributed to Allah's blessing and happily pocketed. Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up. On the night of June 22, 1448, Isaac led 500 elite troops out of the governor mansion, then sneaked into the adjacent military camp. Taking advantage of the slumbering guards, he doused them with oil and carried out a massive burning and killing spree. The poor garrison, just awakened by their sentries, had their armor and weapons missing and ran out of their tents in a daze, only to find a sea of fire. The summer was dry, and the fire, fanned by the wind, turned the entire sky crimson. The garrison soldiers desperately fled the camp, only to encounter the serf soldiers who were already waiting outside. The fleeing soldiers were unarmed, some with their eyebrows and hair burned off by the flames. They were lambs to the slaughter. They couldn't understand why the enemy was pouring out of the governor mansion. Isaac then opened the south gate, and the remaining troops waiting outside quickly entered and occupied key positions within the city. In the mosque at the corner of the city, the Sunni ulama refused to surrender, relying on the surrounding castles and moats, and gathered a portion of his defeated soldiers to hold out. Count Mikhail led a strong attack, but failed. The next day, the messenger sent by Isaac was beheaded by ulama, and his head was thrown out of the castle. Isaac was enraged and ordered his men to load small catapults with oil and lime into the city, launching them at the mosque and surrounding castles. Amidst the raging flames, Hagia fell. You can join the discussion group. 665,385,410. Chapter 56 Blood and Shadow. Yusuf hesitated. When he finally began to mobilize his troops, he discovered he had virtually no manpower. After his defeat at Sirte, Yusuf gathered the remnants and used them as a foundation to rebuild the Byzantine Legion. He now commanded a Byzantine legion of over 2,000 men, a force of 500 camel riders, and a force of 150 Mamluk heavy cavalry. The Mamluk heavy cavalry was an inheritance from his father, which he rarely used, thus preserving its strength. The remaining 2,500 were mostly newly recruited soldiers from the city, having only served for a month. Their fighting ability was questionable. Generally, powerful empresses like Yusuf would purchase Circassian slaves from the Black Sea to serve as their private Mamluks, entrusting them with their trading companies, castles, and armies, rarely employing local Berbers. After his crushing defeat, Yusuf hadn't had time to rebuild his private army and could only conscript men from the city of Byzantium to make do. With the imam of the city's mosque and the sheiks from several tribes outside the city, Yusuf managed to persuade them through persistent persuasion, finally managing to gather 2,500 tribesmen in the name of jihad. In Anatolia or Cairo, the mere mention of jihad would have been enough to rouse fanatics to arms and lead them to battle, requiring little effort. However, in tribal North Africa, the population was concentrated in the hands of the sheiks, and free citizens were few. A call to arms would elicit few responses. While many citizens within the city were willing to fight, they lacked the skills for open warfare. After nearly a week of waiting, Yusuf finally set out with his assembled army of 4,000 to provide relief. Yusuf personally led the vanguard cavalry on a rapid march, encountering refugees fleeing from Hagia. The refugees described the Greeks as having an army of 10,000, each with menacing claws and spewing fireballs, as if blessed by the fire angel Malik. Yusuf lacked the courage to engage the Sirte army in a decisive battle. Billinch was a fortified city. Bringing these troops back to defend it was far more effective than attrition in open battle. On June 23, 1448, after stabilizing the situation in Hagia, Isaac marched north, capturing several coastal ports in succession. In fact, after the fall of Hagia, there were no more defensible positions around Billinch. Yusuf retreated to Billinch, intending to wear down Isaac's forces through the city walls. On June 25, well-prepared reinforcements arrived in 2 columns, one by land and one by sea, around Hagia, ready to besiege Billinch at any moment. Simultaneously, the Mediterranean fleet was fully mobilized to ensure the smooth flow of maritime transport routes and to intercept Mamluk merchant ships. Billinch is a formidable city with well-developed fortifications, numerous large granaries, a large population, abundant water resources, and a substantial amount of weaponry. Yusuf, in alliance with the city's Sunni imams, has called upon the citizens to resist us in the name of jihad. The city has a strong religious atmosphere. A forced attack would likely result in heavy casualties. At the military conference, Isaac briefed the commanders on the current situation. Currently, Billinch has 3,000 regular troops, 2,000 tribal militants, and an estimated 3,000, possibly more, jihadists. News of our invasion of Yusuf has undoubtedly reached Sultan Chakmark's desk. Even if that fool Yusuf stubbornly refuses to seek help, Cairo will not stand idly by. We must prepare as soon as possible. Isaac's expression was grave. Frankly, he had somewhat underestimated this land, which Muslims had cultivated for centuries, and had never anticipated that so many fanatical Muslims would be mobilized to oppose Isaac's invasion. In North Africa, where tribes are the majority, there are already so many jihadists. If this were Cairo or Tunisia, wouldn't the entire city be turning against us? What are your plans? Tell me. Isaac looked at the assembled generals. Your Highness, we should quickly arrange siege equipment and artillery, and draw laborers from nearby areas to attack the city and deplete the enemy's ammunition, Baron Ibrahim immediately said. Billinch's walls are strong, reinforced by successive emirs. We can't transport our large artillery over, and small siege equipment won't be effective in the short term. Billinch has a rich stockpile of weapons and a mature arms manufacturing industry and blacksmith district. We don't need to worry about weapons for the time being. This is not advisable. Isaac rejected Ibrahim's suggestion of a direct assault. Your Highness, Billinch is by the sea. Can we use the navy for an amphibious landing? Mikhail asked. Billinch's port defenses are intact. A hasty landing would be tantamount to suicide. Isaac directly rejected the suggestion. In these times, naval landings are extremely difficult, requiring highly skilled coordination between the army and navy, something our own troops clearly cannot do. Seeing that everyone was silent, Isaac sighed. These generals were too narrow-minded, fixated on a single point on the map, only thinking about how to capture Billinch. The real strategy shouldn't be concerned with the gains or losses of a single city or territory, but rather with the ebb and flow of manpower. The key to this war no longer lay with Yusuf, nor with Isaac, but with the Egyptian Sultan, Chakmark. Look here, everyone. Isaac spread out the map. Yusuf is like a caged beast, not worth worrying about. What we truly need to focus our efforts on is the reinforcements from Cairo. How many are coming? Are they elite? Who will lead them? These things will determine our success or failure. We cannot control Sultan Chakmark's mindset, nor can we control the quantity and quality of the reinforcements, but we can indirectly weaken the reinforcements through certain means. Isaac found Hagia on the map, bypassed the small dot representing Billinch, crossed the Green Mountains region, and stopped at a place named located on the coastline. Tobruk. Tobruk was first established by the ancient Greek colonists as an agricultural and pastoral base and an outer fortress of Billinch, guarding the eastern gateway to Cyrenaica. From Tobruk eastward to Alexandria, it's all endless desert, occasionally dotted with oases. If the Mamluks send a large reinforcement, they will inevitably make their final resupply here. Our goal is to take this place. Isaac finished speaking, looking at the generals who were deep in thought. Your Highness, the distance from Billinch to Tobruk is long, with many important cities along the way. Won't that take a lot of time? The area around Tobruk is also a smooth road. It will be difficult for us to truly withstand the Mamluk reinforcements, won't it? Melhamet stood up and said. Isaac smiled. We will not attack any of those coastal cities, Beta, Mirti, and Derna. When Yusuf fled back to Bilenge, he emptied the city's defenses. Now, the cities are garrisoned mainly by militia and fanatical jihadists. These men can hold their fortified cities, causing us considerable trouble, but they are completely incapable of open battle. We will simply send a small number of cavalry to monitor them. The generals were still quite confused, but Isaac was no longer inclined to explain. Some things, once experienced, they would immediately understand. Commander Nicephorus, Your Highness, you will lead the 2nd Guard Corps and the Grand Marquis's Guard of the Duke of Parma to monitor Bilenge, and also assign 2,500 tribal militia to your command. Rest assured, Your Highness, Yusuf's troops are barely able to defend the city. They dare not engage in open battle. Nicephorus patted his burly chest. Commander Erdos, you led over 3,000 men of the Slavic Legion, along with 500 tribesmen from nearby areas who were loyal to us, abandoning the major cities and penetrating deep into the countryside and towns in cavalry units of 100 men each, to strike at the local Muslim forces. The entire Green Mountains region is your hunting ground. Thank you, Your Highness. Erdos knelt in gratitude, turning back to look at the envious eyes of the other generals. It seemed that Prince Isaac still favored his Slavic Legion the most. The Green Mountains were not high, with an average elevation of only 600 meters in later times, and no treacherous passes. The climate here was Mediterranean, with annual rainfall exceeding 600 millimeters, suitable for agriculture, making it the essence of the entire Cyrenaical region. Grapes, wheat, barley, olives, citrus, everything that could be grown in Europe could be grown here. The inhabitants were wealthy and peaceful, unlike their neighbors who suffered from prolonged droughts. The accumulated wealth was now being used to fill Isaac's increasingly empty purse. The rest of the troops will be under my command. We'll take Tobruk directly, and supplies will be secured locally. Commander Yaroslav, Count Adnan. The two men stepped forward and saluted. You are both cavalrymen. As the vanguard of the army, you will advance first, scout the terrain, and avoid battle. Yes, sir. Having arranged all the battle plans, Isaac raised his wineglass, watching the crimson wine ripple in the candlelight. I hope that the next time we raise our glasses, it will be in the city of Bilenge. At my feet will kneel Yusuf, begging for life, and the ground will be covered with the tattered banners of the Mamluk Sultan. In your hands will be slaves and livestock, and in your pockets will be gold coins engraved with the image of Chakmark, victory. Count Adnan rode his desert horse along the dry, hard road, his mind uneasy. Yaroslav, on the other hand, was in high spirits, bustling about from front to back of the column, shouting loudly and whipping the slower-moving slaves. The vanguard, formed by the two, set out from Ajdabia, traveling light and lightly equipped. Over 15 days, they traversed the Green Mountains, carefully bypassing major cities, until they reached the border between the steppe and the desert. 2 days earlier, they had easily captured the poorly defended Matuba, handing it over to the arriving Slavic legions, and continued their eastward advance. Tobruk was in sight, but it wasn't their primary objective. The two, in alliance with the Shek tribe, who had previously secretly pledged allegiance to Isaac, plundered extensively outside the city, forcing the defenders of Tobruk to retreat and defend. Next, Count Gabi well is right in front of us. Should we split up and intercept it, like last time? Count Adnan snapped out of his reverie, looking at Yaroslav, who was approaching on horseback. This Ruthenia from Kiev was very excited, clearly eager for war and plunder. Adnan nodded, saying nothing. Over 1,000 cavalrymen split into two groups, surrounding the oasis in the basin. The women and children left behind, seeing the menacing invaders, panicked and scattered in all directions. The old men could only manage bitter smiles. In the past 2 years, their youthful vigor had been almost entirely drained by the successive wars. When Yusuf attacked Sirte, he took a group of young warriors, blinded by religious fanaticism, who never returned. After the Christians attacked, Yusuf continued to conscript, taking away middle-aged men and teenagers. A few days earlier, Tobruk had been attacked, and the governor had sent his last remaining forces to defend the city. The old, weak, sick, and disabled remained in this oasis, lambs to the slaughter before a 1,000-strong cavalry force, utterly powerless to resist. Yaroslav roared, galloping wildly, hacking and slashing indiscriminately, giving these poor souls no chance whatsoever. Adnan walked behind, his eyes downcast. An old man broke through the blockade and knelt before Adnan's horse. A nearby guard was about to draw his sword when Adnan stopped him. "General, we are willing to surrender." Please spare these women and children. We will all be your slaves, continuing to herd livestock for you and offering you our finest furs." Tears streamed down his pale hair as the old man clung to Adnan's horse's leg, pleading desperately. The victor takes all that the vanquished possess, enslaving their people without indiscriminate killing. This is the rule of the desert. Adnan sighed deeply, his expression complex. "Go and summon Chief Yaroslav. We need to discuss the fate of these tribesmen." A moment later, Yaroslav rode up, covered in blood. "What is it?" he asked in Greek. Yaroslav saw the trembling Berber elder beside him and spoke with hostility. "Yaroslav, they are His Highness's slaves. Please stop the killing." Yaroslav raised an eyebrow. "You surely know very well what His Highness instructed before leaving. His Highness did not say to kill them all." A stalemate ensued. Yaroslav sneered. "All right, send men to lead them to the Slavic Legion. I will report all this information. If anything goes wrong, His Highness will hold you responsible." Yaroslav reined in his horse and rode off. "General," the old man approached pitifully. "You can't stay here any longer. My men will take you to the west." Adnan gazed into the distance. Yaroslav hadn't lied. He stopped the killing, gathered the tribe's people together, and drove them this way. "This place is going to be destroyed." In July 1448, under Isaac's orders, Yaroslav and Adnan led the vanguard to the outskirts of Tobruk. After intimidating the city's defenders, the vanguard swept through all the large water sources, wells, and oases to the west and south of Tobruk, destroying them all. The desert's ecosystem is difficult to improve, but incredibly easy to destroy. The wells were blocked with stones and sand, the population of the settlements were all driven west, all the trees in the oases were cut down, and the large water sources that were difficult to block were all polluted. Large numbers of rotting corpses floated on the waterways, the foul stench and the potential for plague deterring any passers-by seeking quench their thirst. To maximize the effect, they even carried large quantities of rotting dead pigs, disemboweling them and dumping them in the most conspicuous spots on the water's surface. Besides this, lime, saline soil, poison, excrement, every conceivable underhanded tactic was employed. In an instant, the entire eastern part of Tobruk became a no-man's land. Chapter 57 The Crow's Feast. Cairo, Saladin Citadel. A heated debate was raging in the Mamluk court. News of Grand Prince Isaac of Sirt's attack on Birinj had spread throughout Cairo, causing an uproar among the people. In their eyes, the Mamluks were the protectors of the two holy lands, the guardians of the Abbasid caliphs, and the most powerful force in the entire Islamic world. They had defeated the advancing Mongols, driven out the long-standing Crusaders, repelled several Christian counterattacks, and punished Cyprus for destroying Alexandria. They monopolized trade between East and West, bringing Indian spices and silk to Europe in exchange for vast amounts of gold. How could such a powerful empire be invaded by a small infidel regime? Suddenly, under the deliberate guidance of the Sunni ulama, calls for a holy war against Sirt grew louder and louder, even alarming the reclusive puppet caliph. From the bottom up, everyone unanimously demanded that Sultan Chakmak send troops to wipe out the Kafir who held Sirt in one fell swoop. Forced into a corner, Chakmak, ignoring Yusuf's insistence on fighting the enemy alone, formally declared a holy war against the Grand Duchy of Sirt. However, when it came to the specifics of troop deployment, the central officials and powerful local empresses became entangled in a bitter dispute. The central faction, led by Sultan Chakmak, strongly advocated organizing a holy war, primarily using volunteers from the lower classes, supplemented by elite Mamluk troops dispatched from the central government, to be sent to Barjai. The powerful local empresses, mainly the prime minister and intelligence chief, insisted on directly allocating the central army while allowing local empresses to lead their own private armies to participate in the holy war. The Sultan himself was torn, unwilling to entrust his entire fortune to the prime minister who was about to lead the army, yet also wanting to seize the fertile land of Barjai for himself. Finally, a compromise was reached, deciding to split the forces into two groups based on supply conditions. The Sultan's son, Mansur, would lead 2,000 royal Mamluks, 4,000 jihadists, and 5,000 tribal people to assist Yusuf in defense. Vizier Ashraf would wait for local private armies to assemble before following up and decisively defeating Kafir. A little over 10,000 men, this was the maximum supply the northern coastal desert could support. On July 20, 1448, a triumphant Mansur set out from Cairo with an army of over 10,000. Roars, screams, and wails, mixed with a roar of cannons, echoed across the land. Charred, rotting, and foul-smelling smoke from burning oil filled the sky. This was Tobruk, the eastern gateway to Cyrenaica, the focal point of contention between Orthodox and Muslim forces. The governor of Tobruk, Archie, who had always been at odds with Yusuf, gloated upon hearing of his defeat. In his view, the entire Green Mountains separated Tobruk from Billinge, and no matter how powerful the Christians were, they couldn't threaten his rule in the short term. He planned to wait until the Christians exhausted their forces in Yusuf's territory, then reap the benefits. However, the raids by Yaroslav and Count Adnan shattered his illusions. These Orthodox raiders rallied local tribes, raiding and plundering, destroying all settlements outside the city. Governor Archie watched this scene in terror, not daring to leave the city. The situation at sea was equally dire. His ships sent to purchase grain and weapons were sunk one by the Christian fleet that lurked along the coast. He could only pray to Allah that these Orthodox Christians would plunder and then leave. Why did the Green Mountains, so rich, have to go against Tobruk? He didn't remain idle. He delivered a passionate speech in the city, calling on the citizens to take up arms against the invasion and vowing to fight the Christians to the death. On July 10, 1448, Isaac led his army across the Green Mountains and arrived at Tobruk. His attempts to persuade the city to surrender failed, so he besieged it. As before, he first forced the Muslim tribesmen he had captured from nearby areas to fill the moats, wearing down the enemy's initial momentum. Tobruk's city walls were high, but the quality and discipline of the defenders were mediocre. The best solution in this situation would have been to use heavy artillery, but Isaac, lightly armed, clearly couldn't do that. So, he had to fight a bloody battle. For several days, Isaac drove his tribesmen to storm the walls, and when the enemy was most exhausted, he sent his elite Purple Guard to launch a direct assault, successfully inflicting massive casualties. This siege was unremarkable. It was a drawn-out, arduous battle. Because of Isaac's brutality throughout North Africa, all Muslims viewed him as the embodiment of the devil and death, and were unwilling to surrender until their backbone was completely broken. Arrows and stones flew, swords clashed, and lucky tribesmen constantly broke through the barrage of arrows and musket fire, scaling the city walls on ladders, only to be slammed down by stones and rolling logs. On the battlefield, countless lives fell, and countless more rushed to fill their places. Conscripted tribesmen, forced by arrows from behind, desperately pushed their way onto the walls, hoping to grasp a glimmer of hope from despair. Behind them, elite Purple Guard soldiers, clad in blue-purple robes and iron armor, stared intently at the fierce battle raging on the walls, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands, a thin layer of sweat clinging to them. After days of siege, the enemy army was exhausted, their numbers dwindling. The most fanatical Islamists had fallen first to the enemy's onslaught. Now only a band of militia on the verge of collapse remained. Religious fervor could greatly boost morale in the short term, but it couldn't last. The fighting spirit fueled by religion would crumble in an instant under prolonged, hopeless combat. The battering ram was ready. Under the cover of the Purple Guard and the 1st Legion of the Imperial Guard, the Serb army launched their final assault. Chaos reigned on the city walls, unable to deliver the devastating blows to the battering rams as they had in the previous days. They could only watch despair as the rams drew ever closer to the city gate. Thump, 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 the battering ram swung high, crashing down on the weakest point of the wall. The wall trembled, stones flew, and a soldier accidentally knocked over a kerosene can, causing flames to erupt all around. Bang! The last layer of stones was breached by the battering ram, creating a large crack in the wall. All troops, charge! Isaac roared, deciding to end this carnage. The Orthodox army surged into the city like a tidal wave, instantly breaking through the hastily assembled defenses of the defenders. Along with the walls, the soldiers' hearts were broken. At the moment the walls shattered, something seemed to break within the hearts of every defender. Clang! A knife fell, slamming against a stone slab. Its owner knelt on the ground, weeping loudly. Then, more and more defenders threw down their weapons and accepted their fate. After a 10-day siege, this city, situated on a vital transportation route, finally fell into Isaac's hands. Governor Archie and some Sunni ulama's escaped in the chaos, and Isaac did not pursue them. Next, he repaired the city walls, stockpiled supplies, and swept through the surrounding area. He awaited a Mamluk attack. On the edge of the Green Mountains, 100-man cavalry unit slowly advanced along the boundary between the mountains and the desert. They wore various styles of slightly worn armor, Italian, Greek, and local Mamluk styles, a diverse mix. Clearly, they came from the enemies they had conquered. Over their armor were red cloaks, emblazoned with their emblem, an eagle carrying a blood-stained blade. They were high-spirited, incredibly excited, and full of confidence in a long-awaited victory. Behind them followed numerous camels and wagons, with hordes of captives walking dejectedly behind. Many auxiliary soldiers, carrying rudimentary weapons, trailed at the rear, whipped for the slightest disobedience. The auxiliary soldiers gazed at the laughing and talking cavalry ahead, their eyes filled with fear and envy. Throughout June and July, this cavalry, clad in red robes emblazoned with blood-stained eagles, rampaged across the Green Mountains, their iron hooves shoving through towns and villages. They called themselves slaves, bringing blood and death, plundering gold and slaves. They would offer their most precious treasures to their masters, sending slaves westward to labor on their own lands in exchange for new armor and swords to continue their slaughter and conquest. Inspired by them, many nomadic tribes from the southern deserts joined this feast, becoming plunderers. Isaac's policy towards opportunistic local tribes was consistent. Pledge allegiance to me, convert to orthodoxy, provide some elite warriors, and hand over a proportion of the spoils of plunder. Initially, the Sheikh tribe scoffed, completely disregarding this rule. Upon hearing this, the commander of the Urdus legion declared a halt to operations, focusing instead on guarding the rich villages and towns, cracking down on tribes that raided privately. After several battles, several large tribes were wiped out, the strong were incorporated into the Slavic legion, while the weak were sent to Tobruk to participate in the fierce siege. From then on, no one dared to challenge Isaac's authority. The remaining tribes either migrated south or submitted. Population cleansing was a crucial part of Isaac's long-term strategy. The Green Mountains region was fertile, an excellent agricultural area, allowing Muslims to occupy it would be a waste. A group was recruited, another group was attacked, and yet another group was killed. The captured prisoners were either sold, sent to the west to work, or sent to the east as cannon fodder. The vacated land was used to house the migrating Greeks and the converted natives. Missionary work still requires the sword. Afif, mounted on his horse, held a pamphlet in his hand, muttering to himself. A comrade snatched the pamphlet from him, then returned it to him listlessly. Afif, studying Greek again. He turned to look at the crowd, winking. Looks like we're going to have a scholar in our unit. Everyone laughed, but Afif remained unmoved. His Highness the Duke had assigned a chaplain to each centurion, responsible for matters of faith and ideology, and also running language classes, teaching Greek for free. The Slavic Legion had an unwritten rule: to become an officer, one must learn Greek. Many soldiers, with only a fleeting enthusiasm, toiled away trying to memorize it, eventually giving up with curses. Only Afif had persisted. He was no longer the naive recruit he had been when he first joined the army. He wouldn't let the laughter of others change his mind. In the past 6 months, he first accompanied his unit on a westward expedition, thoroughly plundering the area surrounding Misrata to avenge the loss of Linton. In one battle, Afif charged forward, slaying a fleeing centurion of Hafs, trampling him to pieces with his horse's hoofs. After this battle, Afif acquired his first piece of land, registered under the centurion's name. This small plot of land belonged to Duke Isaac, but Afif himself had the right to use it, grazing livestock, farming, or leaving it empty, as he pleased. In return, Afif was required to provide military service, mobilizing and attacking at any time and place. Therefore, most Slavs didn't have time to manage their land, usually entrusting it to family members and purchasing slaves for labor. Afif also brought his mother and younger brother to his land, bought 3 Bedouin slaves, built a simple house, and purchased lambs and camel calves. His centurion's headquarters were located in the Asta Oasis, a medium-sized oasis in western St. Josephine. A 1,000-man caravan built a town here, hired blacksmiths and leather workers, and even set up a school to teach Greek and theology to the children of Slavius. Mothers helped manage the pastures, younger brothers attended the town school, and they brought home vast sums of gold. Such a life seemed quite good, didn't it? If they became officers, wouldn't their land be even larger? Would they have even more slaves? Afif smiled and continued reading the booklet. What? Are you blind? This is the Sa'd Oasis. Heru, the 1,000-man commander serving as the Mamluk vanguard, stared at the oasis before him, angrily grabbing the guide's collar. Captain, I was here 2 months ago, and it wasn't like this at all. The guide was panicked, clearly bewildered. 2 months ago? This place was picturesque, with herds of camels and sheep roaming nearby, the tribespeople kind and devout, and their camps stretching as far as the eye could see. Now, however, it was littered with corpses and dead livestock, the wells reeked of stench, and rotting dead pigs floated on the oasis. The grasslands were completely burned, the trees all failed, leaving only desolation and barren wasteland. The soldiers Urima, faithful followers, quickly led their followers in prayer, guiding them away from this unclean place. "Captain, we found a living person." Haru dismounted and approached the dying man. The survivor was covered in excrement and reeked of filth, clearly having hidden in a foul place. Haru frowned. He was a devout Muslim and deeply repulsed by such filth. "What happened, devil?" "We were driven away. Fire, destruction." Haru was bewildered. This place was far from the battlefield, separated by several large cities. Would Christians abandon their own rich lands to attack an oasis in the desert? Haru shook his head, signaling his soldiers to carry him away. "This place is polluted. Do not drink the water here." Haru looked at the foul-smelling pool. Doctrine and intuition told him this water was untouchable. Let's move on to the next supply point. Chapter 58 The Venetians. Haru stood before yet another stagnant pool, trembling with rage. West of Matrao port, except for some coastal towns, all the major supply points marked on the map had been destroyed, turning them into no man's land. Now he was absolutely certain it was the work of the Christians. While the local tribes were fiercely warlike, prone to waging war over trivial matters, they certainly wouldn't destroy entire oases and settlements. That was the rule of the desert, a desert taboo. But the Christians didn't care about such things. Back in Jerusalem, many Christians had liked to block wells with dead pig carcasses, deliberately trying to disgust the Muslims. "Where are we now?" Haru licked his cracked lips and turned to ask his adjutant and guide. "Captain, we're still 2 days' journey to Tobruk," but the adjutant pointed behind him, and Haru turned to look. Elite Mamluks rode on horseback, their lips cracked, looking half dead. Their horses were also listless, their legs weak. Having completely disregarded the dire circumstances, the Mamluks carried little food or water. In the desert, 2 days without water would be unbearable, leaving them almost incapable of fighting. Continuing on would likely mean slaughtering their horses for blood, a futile act of self-destruction in the vast desert. "Let's go back and report to Prince Mansur," Haru sighed. "Haru? Why are you back?" In Matru Harbor, Mansur was discussing matters with his army commanders, asking the returning centurion with a puzzled look. "Is the reconnaissance complete?" Haru shook his head. "Your Highness, our army probably cannot cross this western desert now. The Kafirs have destroyed all the water sources and settlements. It's now a wasteland." The commanders all looked at Mansur, the Sultan's son's face grim. "Bring the map." A flurry of activity ensued, and a map of the area around Bilanch was unfurled. Haru had marked several large oases between Tobruk and Matru Harbor in black. "The area around Tobruk is completely desolate." Mansur stared incredulously at the large water sources marked on the map. "Yes, Your Highness, all the wells are blocked, the water is contaminated, and drinking it could cause a plague. I strongly suspect that Tobruk has already fallen. I suggest deploying the navy to transport supplies by sea." Mansur remained silent. As the Sultan's son, he knew the Mamluk navy very well. Most merchant ships and escort fleets were in the Red Sea and Indian Ocean, unable to reach them in a short time. If their navy were strong, they wouldn't have allowed the Venetians to monopolize business in the eastern Mediterranean. Even if they gathered numerous transport ships, it would be impossible to supply more than 10,000 people simultaneously. This didn't even take Sirt's navy into account. "Prince, what do we do?" Mansur panicked, looking at the questioning eyes around him. This time, he had finally secured this opportunity to defeat Kafal, establish his reputation, and increase his prestige, thereby changing his image of incompetence in the public eye and preparing for his succession. What should he do now? He stammered, cold sweat beading on his face. I will relay the information to Cairo and await Malik's judgment." Everyone looked disappointed, and the jihadist commanders left without a word. In Tobruk, Isaac was inspecting the city's defenses. Tobruk's walls were high, its defenses excellent, and its terrain was unique. Surrounded by the sea, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Lacking large siege weapons, the only option was to wage a war of attrition with superior forces. The docks were located on a small peninsula, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, ensuring unimpeded transport. To forcefully conquer the city, Isaac paid the price of 2,000 lives. After the conquest, Isaac immediately drove the city's inhabitants westward to prevent them from colluding with the attacking forces. Tobruk was now a complete military fortress. Captives and slaves from nearby tribes carried heavy stones, repairing the breaches created during the siege under the whips of the overseers. Grain from the Green Mountains region was continuously transported to Tobruk, piled up in granaries, while munitions from the port of Sirte arrived at the port of Tobruk by sea and were distributed to every unit participating in the defense of the city. Isaac took stock of his current forces. 1,000 men in the First Guard, 1,000 in the Purple Guard, 1,500 in the Dobroga Legion, 500 in the Yaroslav Mercenary Regiment, and 500 in Count Adnan's army. Over 3,000 conscripted tribesmen from various regions were also present. The city had a total garrison of over 7,500 men. This force was more than enough to give the Mamluk reinforcements a hard time. Isaac looked up and saw several guard sergeants directing engineers to install crossbows and small catapults on several bunkers on the city walls. Outside the walls, slaves were laboriously digging trenches. If given enough time, Isaac even considered diverting Mediterranean waters to completely surround Tobruk, turning it into an island. However, this plan was not feasible for the time being. The scale of the project was too enormous. So far, the dispatched scouts have not detected any Mamluk reinforcements, and the warships patrolling the area dare not approach the port too closely for reconnaissance. Given the Mamluk's pride, they would never remain inactive and allow Isaac to occupy this fertile land. The current tranquility may only be the prelude to a storm. Hurry up, Isaac ordered. In northeastern Italy, on the Adriatic coast, lies Venice. Located at the confluence of the Po and Piave rivers in the Venetian lagoon, nestled on the Adriatic coast of northeastern Italy, Venice is a jewel of islands and interconnected waterways. It is the center of the Venetian Republic, a hub of trade between northern Italy and the Mediterranean, and one of the most prosperous cities in the world. The Venetian Republic rose to prominence through commerce, initially gaining the title of Doge by pledging allegiance to the Eastern Roman Emperor, and gradually acquiring commercial privileges from the Eastern Empire, beginning its monopoly on trade. The nascent Venice was like a longhorn beetle, clinging to the trunk of the Eastern Roman Empire, sucking its sweet sap. The newly formed republic also actively participated in the Crusades in the Levant, acquiring numerous commercial ports and privileges in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Gradually, Venice grew stronger, while the Eastern Roman Empire declined. The Crusades were not without their risks. The one launched by Pope Innocent III in 1202 failed to achieve its intended results, instead inflicting heavy losses on Venice. At this time, an Eastern Roman prince named Alexius pleaded with Venice for its restoration, promising a large sum of money. A bold idea emerged in the mind of the then Doge, Enrique Dandolo, and was ultimately put into practice. Afterward, the Venetians rose rapidly, defeating their arch-rival Genoa at the Battle of Chioggia, monopolizing the most lucrative spice trade in the eastern Mediterranean, and leaving former commercial republics like Pisa and Lucca far behind. To this day, no nation dares challenge Venice's absolute authority in the eastern Mediterranean. The reins of the sea passed to the current Doge, Francesco Foscari. At this time, the Doge's palace welcomed a rare guest. Emissary from Cairo, what brings you here from afar? Please state your purpose, and I will relay it truthfully to the Great Council for their decision. Foscari looked at the Mamluk envoy below and spoke curtly. Foscari's career as Doge had been very unsuccessful. The current Doge of Venice held little real power. Almost all authority was monopolized by the Venetian Great Council and its elected Group of 40 and Group of 10. These organizations were entirely controlled by high-ranking nobles and wealthy merchants, forming several oligarchic families who occupied various important positions. Doge? Merely an agent. Foscari's career as Doge had been a series of failures. First, he lost Thessalonians, which he had painstakingly acquired, then he was defeated on land by Duke Visconti of Milan, and then came the defeat in Albania. Most disheartening of all was that his only son, Jacob Foscari, was branded a traitor by the Great Council and imprisoned. He thought that was the end of it, but the Great Council had no intention of letting him go and announced a trial. As the nominal supreme leader of Venice, what's the point if he can't even protect his own only son? Your Excellency, you must have heard that a devil has been born among us. You mean the Ottomans? That's good, Foscari said with interest. No, then those Karaman bandits? They certainly deserve to die. Foscari had already guessed the envoy's purpose, deliberately beating around the bush to force him to make a request. Prince Isaac Palaiologos of Constantinople is wreaking havoc and destroying water sources in North Africa. He is the embodiment of the devil. Please provide your help to eliminate him." The envoy, helpless, had no choice but to speak directly. "You mean you want us to deal with our own Christian brothers? That's impossible," Foscari refused outright. "I don't want to be excommunicated by Nicholas V." A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. He didn't care about religious relations at all. If the Mamluks were willing to offer enough benefits, he wouldn't refuse. He wanted to see what kind of bargaining chips this envoy could offer. The envoy glanced to the side. Christian, a member of the 40-man group, stepped forward. "Governor, I believe we should attack Sirte." "Oh? What are your reasons?" Fosca looked at Christian. Christian's family had long traded with Cairo and had many interests there. It was perfectly normal for him to speak on behalf of the envoy. A small duchy like Sirte could already involve such significant interests. Fosca became interested. "Governor, this Isaac Palaiologos has always been at odds with us. Years ago, he impersonated a defeated Ottoman soldier, plundering our caravans in the Athens region and driving people south. The Venetians were slow to realize this. They had intended to spread the news to damage Isaac's reputation in the Eastern Roman Empire. But it backfired. The common people didn't believe the messages spread by these Latin merchants, believing they were deliberately trying to tarnish Prince Isaac's name. The more the enemy opposed me, the more it proved I was right. Isaac's reputation among the common people who hated Latin merchants only grew stronger. He also has deep ties with Genoa, not only possessing a trading fleet registered there, but also reportedly having signed agreements with them. This Grand Prince Isaac was involved in both the Milanese Succession War and the Albanian War, causing us considerable trouble. Most importantly, they always impersonate our fleet, robbing Ottoman and Mamluk fleets, disregarding our trade agreements, and deliberately sabotaging our relations." "Oh? Is that all true?" Foscari looked at the other council members. Immediately, council members who were at odds with Christian jumped out to object to his statements. These people weren't sympathetic to Isaac, they simply had a bad relationship with Christian and were doing things that harmed others without benefiting themselves. Thus, the group began to argue. They argued all day without reaching a conclusion. Ultimately, the decision would have to be made in the council. The envoy sighed. This time, it seemed they would have to spend a lot of money. On August 2, 1448, the Venetian Grand Council agreed to lease a transport fleet to the Mamluk Sultanate, allowing them to use the ports of the Principality of Candia on Crete for transporting supplies and water. In return, the Sultan had to pay 50,000 ducats and grant preferential policies in the spice and clove trade. On August 6, 1448, news of the negotiations reached Matrao, and Mansur was overjoyed, immediately assembling his troops. Crete was close to the North African coast, and the transport fleet from Alexandria, along with the Venetian-aid ships, could barely support the supplies of 10,000 men. The biggest obstacle to the Holy War was thus largely resolved. Mansur mounted his steed, head held high, and marched before each phalanx, surveying his army. The elite Mamluk cavalry were imposing, their bearing as firm as mountains, their every move exuding composure and confidence. The holy warriors were also in high spirits and full of confidence. The auxiliary troops led by the tribal sheikh were much weaker, their eyes fixed on Mansur, their expressions indifferent. Mansur frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Although he was the Sultan's son, he had no merit, no political achievements, and no prestige, so naturally he couldn't subdue these unruly sheikh tribes. Mansur silently vowed to make a name for himself through this war and shut up all those who had mocked him before. Mansur strode forward, reaching the royal Mamluk phalanx. He felt it necessary to say something. "The devils from Constantinople are wreaking havoc on our land and plundering our slaves. This is forbidden by God. We are Mamluks, freed slaves, masters of our own destiny." Mansur raised his scimitar, mimicking his father in his youth. "Mamluks." The royal Mamluks hesitated for a moment, then sparsely echoed. "At your side, Mamluks, at your side, Mamluks, at your side, move out." Mansur was finally satisfied and swung his scimitar westward. On August 10, 1448, under the threat of the Venetian fleet, the Mediterranean fleet of the Grand Duchy of Soult was forced to abandon its interception of the Mamluk transport ships. Subsequently, supported by numerous transport ships, Prince Mansur led an army of over 10,000 men across the no-man's land and arrived at the gates of Tobruk. The Battle of Tobruk had officially begun. Chapter 59 The Battle of Tobruk. 1448, Mansur, son of the Mamluk Sultan Chakmak, led his army to the walls of Tobruk. Isaac, fully armored, stood atop the city walls. Mansur, riding a tall horse and escorted by his personal guard, arrogantly approached the walls. Isaac ordered his men to fire arrows, halting his advance. "Enemy commander, come out and speak." Mansur, his face grim, commanded a loud-voiced guard beside him to shout in Greek. Isaac was bewildered. What, did he think he was Saladin? The surrounding soldiers all stared at Isaac. Well, there was no way to back down now. Surrounded by several guards wielding large shields, Isaac raised his head from the battlements. "I am Isaac Palaiologos, Prince of Rome, Grand Duke of Soult, Lord of Cyrenaica. I don't care who you are, the price of angering the Mamluks is too high for you to bear," Mansur roared arrogantly. "Even the Mongols were defeated by the fierce Mamluks, so what are you?" Isaac waved his hand, summoning the sharpshooter Hakan. "Shoot him dead." Hakan drew his bow and fired an arrow, which flew like a meteor through the air and landed before Mansur's horse, kicking up dust. Mansur was about to speak again when his startled horse reared up, and he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. His personal guards quickly helped him up, mounted a spare horse, and rode back to camp, cursing all the way. Isaac watched him and thought it was a pity. This fool had probably never commanded a war of this magnitude on his own before, treating war like a game. No wonder he was overthrown by Vizier Ashraf after only a few months as Sultan. And the Mongols? Did he even consider whether he had the wisdom and prowess of Baburs? After this farce ended, the enemy began their attack. The opposing side was clearly still influenced by Isaac's scorched earth strategy and had not been able to bring large cannons and catapults. With only small ballistae and catapults, Mansur would never be able to capture Tobruk. The Mamluk army found no civilian laborers to draw upon in the surrounding area and could only attempt to charge themselves. Amidst cries for Allah, countless fanatical jihadists charged towards the city walls from several directions, some carrying ladders, others sacks of earth, oblivious to the arrows and boulders flying overhead. Like enraged beasts, even with half their faces sliced off by stones, they carried their sacks and ladders forward to their brothers. This was the Muslim spirit, tenacious and resilient, foolish yet devout. Mansur, clearly unsure of the city's defenders, held his elite Mamluk troops firmly in his grasp, sending jihadists and tribal civilians as the first wave of attack to probe the enemy's strength. The battle raged from morning till dawn, the Mamluk jihadists suffering heavy casualties, yet failing to even reach the walls. Mansur bit his lip hard and ordered a retreat. Even if he were foolish, he would have realized that the Christians were numerous and well-trained, and although they also lacked large defensive weapons, their high walls made them difficult to attack. He wasn't worried about the casualties of the jihadists, there were plenty of those in Cairo and Alexandria. He was worried about whether his current forces could capture Tobruk before the Vizier Ashraf arrived. If he waited until then, his already limited prestige would likely be further diminished. Mansur returned to his camp and sat alone, unsure of what to do. In the following days, the Mamluks did not continue their suicidal siege of the first day. Instead, they would occasionally advance in small groups, making a ruckus, only to retreat in disarray when met with arrows and slingshots, hoping to wear down the city's defenders. Isaac divided the city's forces into 3 groups, rotating them every 8 hours, while the other units rested, preventing Mansur's plan from achieving its intended effect. In reality, Tobruk required at least 20,000 troops to breach its defenses. As time passed, the defenders did not run out of food and water, nor were they exhausted from their campaigns, nor did they run out of arrows and stones. Whenever the enemy troops below the city ate, Isaac would have his soldiers carry large pots of simmering mutton up the city walls, and have several loud-voiced soldiers deliberately laugh and talk loudly, sprinkling in large amounts of spices, all for the Mamluks below. Seeing their rations and dried meat, the soldiers below immediately protested, demanding Mansur withdraw his troops. Mansur, having no other choice, showered his soldiers with gold to appease them. This naive prince had hoped that the elite warriors of the royal Mamluks would help quell the riots, but they turned out to be the most vocal in their rebellion. On August 20, 1448, Mansur had besieged the city for 10 days without taking a single tile. The Chakmak Sultan, far away in Cairo, could no longer remain idle. It should be noted that the 50,000 ducats only bought the right to use the Venetian fleet. The daily wages and maintenance costs still had to be borne by the Mamluks themselves. These Venetian captains, taking advantage of the Mamluk Sultan's predicament, deliberately raised wages, threatening strikes at the slightest dissatisfaction. Every day of delay emptied his treasury. Faced with this situation, Chakmar could no longer suppress the opposition and agreed to send a second army. On August 25, 1448, Vizier Ashriver officially marched into Tobruk with 10,000 elite local troops and some artillery. As expected, upon arriving at the siege camp, Ashriver immediately seized command of Mansur, opened the treasury, and won over the troops. The siege commanders, already deeply dissatisfied with Mansur, changed their minds without hesitation after the vizier's arrival. Mansur was helpless against his disloyal generals. On August 30, 1448, the long-absent sound of cannons echoed through Tobruk, marking the beginning of the second phase of the siege. Vizier Ashriver, a seasoned veteran, was far more capable than the incompetent Mansur. Ashriver divided his soldiers into several assault teams, first bombarding a point on the city wall with the cannons he had brought, then sending out assault teams in rotation. The Mamluk assault team briefly reached the top of the walls, but unfortunately, they were overwhelmed and annihilated by Isaac's reserves. After several days of fighting, both sides had a basic understanding of each other's fighting methods, and the war began to turn into a bloody attrition war. Late at night, Ashriver sat in his tent, sketching and writing on a map. His son, Aslan, pushed open the tent flap and handed him the day's casualty report. "Any news from the Slavic legion of the Palaiologos family?" Ashriver asked. Aslan shook his head. "Since the siege of Tobruk began, there has been no news from this Red Reaper. There have been sporadic raids in the area. But they are probably just tribes taking advantage of the chaos." "Have you made contact with the resistance forces in the Yusuf and Barja'i regions?" Aslan shook his head again. "Yusuf refused to come out of the city to meet the enemy and drove away our messengers. As for the other regions," anger flashed in Aslan's eyes. "The entire Green Mountain region has been almost completely looted, with a large population driven westward. There is virtually no resistance." Ashriver remained silent. "Ada, how many times have I told you, soldiers must be addressed by rank?" "Yes, General." Aslan's eyes were lowered. "Tell them to prepare for the general offensive tomorrow, disperse the scouts and report any movement from the Slavic Legion immediately." "Yes, sir." Aslan saluted and left. Ashriver had no intention of launching a general offensive now. Since the siege began, he had figured out the enemy's battle formation, but the Slavic Legion, known as the Red Reaper, remained a mystery. Because the Slavic Legion always raided in groups of 100, even they themselves didn't know their exact numbers. Some said 1,000, some said 2,000, some said 5,000. Last time, when they captured a Slavic soldier, he demanded 100,000, which angered Ashriver so much that he had him beaten to death. This mysterious legion was the biggest variable in this battle. Ashriver's heart pounded as he read the urgent letter from Cairo. The money spent on this war had far exceeded the budget. The Venetians' greed was insatiable, and they had repeatedly staged strikes demanding higher wages. If things dragged on, food and water supplies would be at risk. His own siege forces had also suffered heavy losses. Several waves of jihadists had arrived by ship from Matrao, only to be buried in the wilderness. The ulamas were deeply unhappy about this, and he had to consider these factors. On September 10, 1448, the horns sounded, signaling the start of the siege. For the defenders, it was just another ordinary day. The enemy's artillery fire was more intense, their arrows and catapults more dense. They were undoubtedly anxious. But this was nothing new, it had happened before. On the western section of the city walls, the defending soldiers lay obediently behind the ramparts, awaiting the end of the first volley of artillery fire. They were already used to this type of attack and even had the leisure to joke around. Some of them came from Count Adnan's vassal army, and some from the Purple Guard, together forming the defensive line of the western section of the city wall. In recent days, the enemy's firepower had intensified, while their assaults on the walls had become increasingly weak. Veteran soldiers pointed out that the enemy was nearing their breaking point. Sure enough, everything was the same as before. After the cannon fire subsided, hordes of enemy troops, under the cover of shields and siege engines, attacked the city walls. "Cheer up! Prepare rolling stones and hot oil," the squad leaders roared. These weapons were effective against individual soldiers climbing ladders with shields, but much less effective against the siege engines covered in specially made cowhide. Due to the defenders' lack of large defensive weapons, it was difficult to damage the Mamluks' siege engines. The enemy's attack today was exceptionally fierce, surging towards the city walls from all directions, wave after wave. Count Mikhail, leading the 1st Guard Legion, rushed along the walls, putting out fires everywhere. Generally speaking, the situation was not bad. This made Isaac somewhat puzzled. This intensity of siege inflicted heavy casualties on both sides, but the attackers' losses were certainly far greater than the defenders. Was this a decisive battle to decide the outcome? What were the enemy's advantages? It's time, let them begin. Ashriver gazed at the fiercely contested city walls, searching for a weak point. From the west, on the western wall, the battle was a stalemate, but still under control. The soldiers skillfully countered each enemy attack, using different weapons against different enemies. When the enemy raised shields, they used stones. When the enemy climbed ladders, they used crossbows. The enemy's siege engines are coming. Switch to fire arrows, the archers responded, stepping forward and firing arrows lit on braziers at the enemy siege engines. The arrows landed on the siege engines, the flames flickered a few times, then dwindled until they went out. These are specially treated siege engines. Switch to warhammers and halberds. Prepare for battle. These siege engines were coated with a special material that made them difficult to burn. The siege engines drew ever closer, the enemy's ferocious faces visibly contorted, their beards twitching. Kill. The two armies clashed. Upon contact, the defenders immediately sensed something amiss. Though dressed in tribal clothing, the enemy was clad in iron armor, wielding sharp blades, and were highly trained. It's the Mamluks. Ashriver, watching the Mamluks' relentless advance, smiled. This was his plan. First, use tribal soldiers and local private armies for a full-scale attack, confusing the enemy and diverting their reserves. Then, have the elite Mamluks don tribal clothing to further lull the enemy into a false sense of security. Thus, at the moment of engagement, the attackers could gain an immediate advantage and gradually expand it, snowballing their victory. Isaac, seeing the western section of the city wall under siege, knew he was in trouble. He had few reserves left. Turning to look around, he saw the attacking enemy, having discovered the victory on the western wall, desperately trying to hold off the defenders and prevent them from returning to reinforce. Royal Guard, follow me. Isaac drew his sword and led his 300-strong guard up the western city wall. This guard was newly formed, inexperienced in major battles, and its combat effectiveness was questionable. Other commanders preferred to select the best from the rest of their units for their personal guards, but Isaac was different. He always assigned his personal guards to various units as mid-level officers to strengthen his control over the troops. In Isaac's view, he wouldn't be fighting on the front lines, so there was no need for his personal guard to be too elite. Now, it seemed like a major mistake. No choice, he gritted his teeth and charged. Isaac looked towards the southern sky. South of Tobruk, in a remote valley, the Legion commander Verdosh and the Legion of Slavis were stationed here. When Yaroslav and Count Adnan implemented their scorched earth policy, they deliberately left this water source, surrounded by no man's land, as a backup plan. Enemy scouts, seeing only ruins all around, wouldn't continue to probe downwards. Those tribespeople who occasionally wandered in were all captured to prevent leaks. A scout reported, "Commander, this morning, the besieging enemy launched a full-scale attack. Almost all those left behind are wounded. Reconnaissance shows their cavalry are all located towards Green Mountain. There are very few to the south, so they're not a threat." Thinking about it, who would care about a devastated no-man's land? "Commander, please give the order, join the book club." 665,385,410. Chapter 60. The royal flag flies high. On August 25, the siege officially began. Due to the lack of large-scale defensive weapons, the city's defenders were at a significant disadvantage. The Mamluk Vizier Ashraf's well-paced attack inflicted considerable casualties on the city's defenders. On September 10, a decisive battle erupted. Ashraf played all his cards, disguising his elite royal Mamluks as ordinary tribal people. The defenders, caught off guard, had their defenses breached. The Mamluks stormed the city walls, while the defenders had few reserves left. Grand Duke Isaac, leading his personal guard, raised his banner and personally boosted morale, barely managing to stabilize the situation. At the critical moment, the long-vanished Slavic legion appeared like a ghost south of the siege camp, not to the west as Ashraf had anticipated. This fresh force stormed into the camp, indiscriminately slaughtering and setting fires everywhere. The morale of the city's defenders soared, While the Mamluks began to crumble, in the heat of the moment, Ashraf ordered the retreating jihadists to take over. While he himself led his elite private army and the Mamluks to flee east, Zagan Pasha closed the report, picked up a glass of water, and drank it down in one gulp. Sitting beside him in a chair, Muhammad was still immersed in the Battle of Tobruk, lost in thought. "Your Highness, Zagan, I was thinking, if it were me, I might have been tempted to intervene when that fool Mansur was leading the army, but that wouldn't have been enough to inflict serious damage on the Mamluks." Muhammad sighed, his expression a mixture of regret and admiration. "Isaac is truly a daring man," Zagan nodded. "In this battle, although the Mamluks didn't lose their elite troops, they suffered heavy losses in terms of finances and reputation. They spent a fortune to bring in the Venetian fleet, only to get this result. Now, the whole of Cairo is probably in chaos. Ashraf's reputation is severely damaged, the ulamas see him as an enemy, and Sultan Chakmak must be feeling conflicted." Muhammad wholeheartedly agreed. "I don't know what Chakmak is thinking, but what's certain is that the Mamluks won't be able to organize such a large army for a long time. This time, they've invested nearly 40,000 troops, all of which have been wasted. Isaac's battle has truly brought about a long period of peace." After a while, Muhammad seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, Zagan, why is today's intelligence so detailed? Has His Majesty finally seen the light?" Zagan Pasha remained silent and shook his head. Muhammad was taken aback. "Did you pay for it yourself? All I have is in your hands. Your wishes are my desires." Zagan Pasha bowed deeply. Muhammad stood up, his expression solemn, and patted his good comrade. "Zagan, I remember you're from the Navy, right?" "Yes, Your Highness. His Majesty doesn't value the Navy much, and I can't do anything about it. Here's what we'll do. I'll fund it myself, and you can build a fleet, with yourself as its captain." Muhammad paused. "If I ever ascend to that position, you will be the Grand Vizier, and also command the Navy." Zagan, deeply moved, knelt in gratitude. Muhammad helped him up. All right, now let's return from the harrowing experience of Bayerjai to reality and face our current enemy, the White Knight, Janus Hunyadi." "Ah, what a magnificent sight." The door opened. "Your Highness. The envoys of the Grand Duke of Serbia and the Grand Duke of Wallachia have arrived." Simultaneously with the Tobruk War, turmoil erupted again in the Balkans. In September 1448, Janus Hunyadi, the Hungarian regent known as the White Knight, having stabilized the domestic situation, joined forces with the Albanian Union and Wallachia to launch a new offensive against the Ottomans, attempting a final stand. Upon hearing of the war, Ottoman Sultan Murad I withdrew the siege of the Albanian Union's fortress of Svantograd and rushed to the northwestern border. For reasons unknown, Grand Duke Milankovic of Serbia refused entry to Albanian troops to participate in the war, leaving Skanderbeg helpless. On October 17, 1448, the Battle of Kosovo broke out. Hunyadi, having waited in vain for Skanderbeg's arrival, had no choice but to lead 24,000 Wallachian troops against a 50,000-strong army of Ottoman Sultan Murad I in a decisive battle in Kosovo. In this battle, Hunyadi, outnumbered, initially fought the Ottomans to a standstill, the battle repeatedly escalating. At a crucial moment, the Wallachians betrayed them, joining the Ottomans and turning their swords against their Christian brethren. The Hungarian army suffered a crushing defeat, and Hunyadi fled alone, only to be captured by Serbian Grand Sultan Milankovic en route. Thus, the final offensive by the Hungarian Shieldovgad against the Ottomans ended in complete failure, and the offensive became defensive. After this battle, the Ottoman Sultan enjoyed unparalleled power, his fame resounding throughout the Balkans. Cyrenaica, Bilanch. Seeing the tattered Mamluk banners held by the soldiers below the city and the hordes of prisoners, Yusuf knew his end was near. Riots erupted in the city, countless people wept, kneeling in prayer as if the end of the world had come. The soldiers on the city walls were dazed and confused, their eyes blank as they stared at the cavalrymen galloping back and forth below. Their supposedly invincible Mamluk Sultan Chakmak, the ruler of Egypt and Syria on whom they had placed so much hope, had been defeated. The jihadists from Cairo had not only failed to drive out the invaders but had also suffered a crushing defeat. Bilanch was now completely isolated, surrounded by ruthless cavalry and threatened by a lone fleet at sea. Their refusal to surrender was solely out of fear of a possible massacre by the Christians. Besides Bilanch, several other major coastal cities were also in a state of panic, clinging to their last vestiges of faith. Faced with a desperate struggle of the Muslims in the coastal cities, Isaac had no good solutions. Although he had won the Battle of Tobruk, he had suffered heavy losses and needed time to recover. He was unwilling to waste his manpower on a siege. On October 2, 1448, after discussions with representatives from the political, religious, and commercial sectors, Isaac signed the Green Mountain Law. The law stipulated a policy of appeasement towards the remaining Muslim forces in the 4 major coastal cities. Muslims willing to convert would be considered legitimate citizens of the principality, while those unwilling could leave Cyrenaica by ship for Cairo or Tunisia, with a Mediterranean fleet no longer providing obstruction. Emir Yusuf, as a war criminal, was not included in the amnesty. The law was valid until November 2. Isaac ordered arrows bearing the Green Mountain Law to be shot into the cities, and withdrew the patrolling fleet to demonstrate his sincerity. Initially, no one believed Isaac's guarantee. In the minds of modern Muslims, the name Isaac Palaiologos was practically synonymous with the devil. As time passed and they discovered that no warships were blocking their way, some bolder Muslims began attempting to escape the cities by sea. They discovered that the law was indeed true. The cities were immediately in an uproar. From dawn till dusk, countless panicked residents flocked to the ports, carrying whatever valuables they could, leaving their homes for unknown destinations. This great migration lasted nearly a month. During this month, almost 10,000 Muslims embarked on their journey, drifting on the Mediterranean Sea. Some successfully reached Tunisia and Cairo, while others were attacked by pirates and perished at sea. Isaac did promise not to attack them, but he did not guarantee their safety. Genoese slave traders and Hospitaller pirates, however, were drawn by the scent of their presence. In the last week of October, the cities of Mardi and Beta surrendered. These 2 cities had small ports, were far apart, and had inconvenient sea transport, leaving many Muslims stranded. After several rounds of negotiations, Isaac reached an agreement with the local powers in the 2 cities, allowing them to return to the Mamluk Sultanate by land, with Isaac providing necessary food and water along the way. Of course, this was not free. All the property in the cities belonged to Isaac, and the Muslims were not allowed to take it. Want to retain the property and land? No problem, just convert to Christianity. Under Isaac's diplomatic manipulation, several large merchant families announced their collective conversion to Christianity, abandoning their faith in Allah. On October 28, the merchants in Derna rebelled, surrendered the city, and the governor and the ulamas fled by boat. Thus, only the isolated city of Byzantium remained in the entire Cyrenaica region. Clang, an empty wine bottle was thrown to the ground and shattered. Yusuf lay on his bed, the room filled with wine bottles, shards scattered everywhere. He stared blankly at the dim walls. It was all over. If the Mamluk reinforcements had won, a large chunk of his territory would have been taken, but he should have been able to retain Byzantium and the surrounding area. But now, not only was his territory gone, but his life was also in danger. The Christians had offered a high reward for his head, and all the major powers in the city were watching the palace closely, not allowing Yusuf to leave even a step. If it weren't for their still loyal and skilled personal guard, they might have already made their move. The city was in ruins. Wealthy merchants and ulamas, ignoring his desperate pleas, boarded ships bound for Cairo early, leaving themselves to rot in the city. The army had scattered, and tribal people began looting. Some militiamen fled, while others joined the looting. The Mamluk elites, whom he had treasured, disobeyed his orders, failing not only to quell the unrest but also occupying several blocks and collecting protection money. Why, despite all his efforts, did he always fail? Yusuf couldn't understand. He had been dethroned from the Sultanate, driven from Cairo to Alexandria, and from Alexandria to Byzantium. Each attempt to rise had been shattered. Now, where could he escape to? Yusuf smiled bitterly. A commotion erupted outside. A figure burst in, covered in blood, holding a knife in one hand and a freshly severed head in the other. Malziah, you killed your brother-in-law. Yusuf pointed to the severed head. The head belonged to the captain of Yusuf's personal guard, a loyal old man. The old man is stubborn and deserves to die, Marja said coldly. We've discussed it with several officers, and are preparing to enthrone your brother, Urugul Bey, son of Barsb, as ruler to continue the resistance. What do you plan to do? Yusuf smiled bitterly. Continue the resistance? How could a 10-year-old child continue the resistance? Are you planning to abandon Allah? That's none of your business, Marja said curtly. Marja, I've been good to you, haven't I? A hint of guilt flashed in the vice-captain's eyes, and he pursed his lips tightly. That's why they send me here. This place is about to change masters. Please leave." Clearly, Marja didn't want to kill Yusuf. "Marja, do me a favor." Yusuf scrambled to his feet, then fell heavily off the bed. He hadn't eaten for a long time, surviving entirely on fermented grape juice left by his father. Yusuf, his arms trembling, propped himself up and crawled toward the armor rack. He slowly stroked the armor once worn by Sultan Barsb, feeling each crack with his fingers. With great effort, he donned the plates, lining, greaves, breastplate, and finally the helmet. Afterward, panting, Yusuf sat upright on the edge of the bed. He pulled his father's sword from the shards of glass and gazed at it with deep affection. He drew the sword and struggled to his feet. A flicker of fear crossed Marja's eyes, as if she saw the once renowned Sultan Barsb. Yusuf charged forward with the sword in a strange manner, and Marja instinctively raised his sword to parry. Swoosh! The sword easily pierced the already damaged armor and pierced Yusuf's chest. A look of relief crossed Yusuf's face. He cradled Barsb's sword in his hands. "Give it to Yurgu Bey." Clang! Marja's face was filled with terror as he threw down his sword, staring at the hand that had killed his monarch. On October 30th, 1448, the Emir of Balinchis, Yusuf, was killed by Marja, the deputy commander of the rebellious royal guard. The forces in the city elected Yurgu Bey, the 10-year-old son of Barsb and Yusuf's brother, as the new emir. That night, Yurgu Bey relinquished his title of emir and announced his surrender to Isaac. The next day, Isaac led his army into Balinchis and accepted Yurgu Bey's allegiance. Thus, the Cyrenaic War came to an end. The two sides committed more than 60,000 troops to this war, fighting repeatedly around the city of Tobruk. Due to the lack of large defensive weapons, the casualty ratio was not good. The Sirtian army suffered more than 6,000 casualties, and the Mamluk army suffered more than 15,000 casualties. Through this war, Isaac successfully eliminated the threat of the Mamluks to the east, reversed the absolute strategic disadvantage, and gained Tobruk, a strategically important and fortified city. Unfortunately, Mamluk commander Ashriver acted decisively, abandoning the cannon fodder on the battlefield and fleeing eastward with the remaining elite Mamluks and local private armies. They were met by the fleet and successfully returned to Matrao, denying Isaac a chance to annihilate the Mamluk elite. Through the plundering of the Green Mountains region's vast wealth, Isaac's depleted purse gradually filled. Enough to support his next move. The only drawback was that after this battle, he would likely be remembered by the Venetians. Naval expansion was imminent. On October 31st, 1448, Isaac declared the establishment of the Cyrenaica kingdom, with Birinci as its capital. On the same day, Emperor Jonius Vidii died at the age of 58. Chapter 61 Constantine. Mistras, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Morea. 44-year-old Constantine Palaiologos sat alone in his room, his gaze fixed blankly on several opened letters on the table. One letter was from George Sphranxis, Constantine's mentor, close friend, and staunch supporter, then foreign minister. The letter mentioned that Emperor Jonius Vidii was seriously ill and unlikely to recover. For years, Jonius Vidii's health had been poor. Because Grand Duke Lucas Notaras, who served as prime minister, opposed the unification of the church and had consistently neglected his duties, the affairs of state fell to Constantine as regent and Sphranxis as foreign minister. One was at home, the other abroad, together guarding the aging empire. In recent years, bad news had come one after another. The Ottoman Empire was powerful and invincible, suppressing all those who dared to challenge it. Sphranxis had traveled from country to country in Western Europe, only to receive sympathy in return. All Christian nations, including Venice and Genoa, did not want to see Constantinople fall, but they also did not want to make any real sacrifices. The situation abroad was dire, and domestically, contradictions abounded, with hardliners constantly stirring up public anger and opposing church unity. The only good news came from the south, his son Isaac, who was expanding his territory in North Africa. Thinking of his proud son, Constantine grinned, but then seemed to remember something, and his expression darkened. Constantine picked up the second letter. Your Excellency the Despot of Morea, Lord of Mistras, my dearest father Constantine, by God's grace, I have successfully conquered all of Cyrenaica, repelled the Mamluk counterattack, and formally established a kingdom of Cyrenaica. Constantine tossed the letter aside and sighed. Over the years, his son Isaac had prospered, and many in the country were extremely envious. These parasites of Constantinople insisted that the new North African territories belonged to the Senate and the people, demanding that Isaac, the despot of Soult, hand over a portion of the government revenue and the spoils of his West African expeditions. They even criticized Isaac's good relationship with the Pope, almost calling him a traitor. The matter escalated significantly, even reaching the ears of the ailing King Jonius VI. Constantine suppressed these discordant voices as much as possible, trying to prevent such gossip from interfering with his son's affairs. In reality, these nobles from Constantinople had no real influence over Isaac. They could only vent their discontent in this way. Now it seemed that Isaac not only had a clear understanding of the situation in Constantinople, but also deeply resented these parasites, and had already developed a rebellious spirit. Conquering Syrinx and establishing his own kingdom. Was he trying to establish a separate power base, unwilling to accept Constantinople's rule? Did he still want to inherit the Roman Empire? Constantine was somewhat frustrated. In his eyes, Constantinople was the best city in the world, surpassing all other cities combined. Not only him, but almost all Roman nobles shared this view. However, it was clear that Isaac wasn't so enthusiastic about Constantinople and the supreme authority it represented. Every time he mentioned the capital, a strange regret? Why? Constantine didn't want to think about it. He stood up and went into the courtyard. Whenever Constantine was in a bad mood, he would come to this small courtyard, take a walk, and read. He picked up a famous Kievan Rus work, The Life of Yaroslav, and casually flipped through a few pages, reading softly, trying to soothe his somewhat restless heart. On July 27, 1053, in the midst of a snowstorm, the wise Yaroslav Vladimirovich Rurik died at the age of 75. A gust of wind blew, and a maple leaf fell onto the book, obscuring the remaining text. Constantine, somewhat displeased, closed his book, and, as if lost in thought, looked up at the Greek maple tree in the courtyard. "Brother Theodosius, what are you doing, planting a tree? Why are you planting a tree?" "Never mind." Little Thomas burst into tears and ran to his eldest brother, Jonas. Constantine remembered that this maple tree belonged to his second brother, the former Grand Prince of Morea, Theodosius. At that time, the four brothers had gathered in Morea, preparing to reclaim the remaining lost territories on the peninsula. Theodosius loved maples, finding their color beautiful. "Thomas, the maple is a tree unique to our Morea region, symbolizing love and kinship." Jonas was extremely patient. All the brothers, including the proud Theodosius and the capricious Demetrius, respected this eldest brother greatly. With Jonas's comforting words, Thomas wiped away his tears and chuckled. At that time, Constantine pretended to be mature, reading a book nearby, but he couldn't help but listen to his eldest brother's voice. That was also the last time the brothers reunited. Later, disputes, civil war, and the empire's predicament destroyed their original kinship. His most beloved elder brother, Jonas, spent years traveling between courts in Western Europe, humbly pleading for non-existent reinforcements. Domestic skepticism and foreign ridicule gradually eroded the once cheerful young man's original optimism, turning him into a somber and taciturn figure. Constantine saw all this, but could do nothing. Like the fate of this 1,000-year-old empire, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't change its inevitable decline. At the beginning of the year, a torrential rain fell, scattering red maple leaves across the ground. The next day, news arrived that Theodosius, the despot of Mesembrio, had died of illness. And now, the wind grew stronger, obscuring footsteps and the sound of doors opening. "Your Highness. A letter from Constantinople. His Majesty Jonas's soul has gone to the kingdom of God. Please accept our condolences." The messenger entered the courtyard, his eyes stinging from the strong wind. There was no reply. "Your Highness." The messenger looked up and saw Constantine standing under a bare tree, his back to him. "I know." Constantine's face was tense as he strode out of the courtyard, leaving a trail of fallen leaves. "I heard you are now called the King's Lair." In the palace of Byzantium, Isaac sat in the seat that had once belonged to Yusuf, looking at Marja standing below. Marja nodded, saying nothing. 10-year-old Yurgubay looked at Marja, his face showing no sadness. "Yurgubay, it's good that you have seen the error of your ways and turned to Jesus." "Thank you, Your Highness." Isaac nodded. Before being officially crowned king of Cyrenaica, Isaac had his ministers continue to address him as Your Highness. "I heard there are still quite a few people in the city who support you." Yurgubay panicked immediately. "Your Highness. They are all my father's former supporters. If they cause trouble, Your Highness can deal with them as you see fit." It has nothing to do with me. Isaac waved his hand, signaling him to relax. Was he really that terrifying? Isaac pondered for a moment, then ordered a map to be brought to him. I plan to arrange for you to be placed in this area. Isaac took out a pen and drew a circle on the map. East of Tobruk, west of Matruh, north of the Karanshu gravel desert. This place used to be quite good, but after being destroyed by Isaac, it became a forbidden zone for life. Several months have passed, and some of the polluted oases have recovered their ecology, with some refugees returning to live here again. It is close to the coast and green mountains, with abundant groundwater resources, and wells can be drilled in many places to support many herders. Although it is not as good as before, it is still generally not bad. Before Yurgubay could respond, Isaac drew his sword with a whoosh. Yurgubay, I await your command, I obey your orders. Yurgubay knelt on one knee. To oppose Rome is a heinous crime, but considering your repentance and surrender with your people, your crimes are pardoned, and you are rewarded as well. You are hereby granted the title of Count of Baldi, with the lands east of Tobruk and north of Kalanshu as your fiefdom. You are specially permitted to recruit people willing to follow you in the city of Bilinchi and the surrounding tribes, to serve as your subjects. May you guard the frontier and treat your people well. I will obey your command. Yurgubay was somewhat excited. He had lived in the shadow of his older brother Yusuf since childhood. His suspicious brother had never given him any official position, and he had never truly experienced a taste of power. Now, was he finally going to become a lord, holding the power of life and death over people? Malja, receive your title. Isaac then turned to the bewildered Malja. You are hereby granted the title of Baron of Cambit, temporarily in charge of the military and political affairs of the Count of Baldi, until Yurgubay comes of age. Cambit, a small town located west of Baldi. The regicide was taken aback, then knelt to receive his title. Yurgubay looked at the kneeling Marja, his small face unable to hide his disappointment. Yurgubay, don't worry. You will stay by my side, learning military and political science. When you come of age, you can return to your fiefdom. I will also send people to supervise Baron Cambit, ensuring he delivers your annual pension. Yurgubay was somewhat pleased. Isaac unsheathed his sword and handed it to the kneeling Yurgubay. The sword of Balsbeth still belongs to the son of Balsbeth. After the war, this sword had been given to Isaac, and now it was returned to Yurgubay. Yurgubay was deeply moved and quickly accepted it. The entire Green Mountain region had been ruled by the Balsbeth family for nearly 20 years, and he still had feelings for the family. Upon hearing of Yusuf's death, many people who had previously surrendered and converted to Christianity stirred up trouble again, causing Isaac a great deal of trouble. What Isaac wanted was not a superficial alliance with Cyrenaica. Ultimately, Isaac simply pushed Yurgubay to the forefront, giving him a territory so that the remnants of his former master would follow him, thus easing public opposition. The Count of Baldi's domain was located on the border between the two countries, and given Yurgubay and Marja's current reputations, it was clear they couldn't coexist peacefully with the Mamluks. They could serve as a buffer zone around his core territory. The former personal guard of the traitor Yusuf and some Mamluks willing to surrender are all yours. After the change of hands in Bilinchi, some Mamluks escaped by boat, while others surrendered to Isaac. Isaac didn't want these pampered soldiers, spoiled for years by Yusuf, and simply handed them over to Yurgubay. This would allow them to retain some strength so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage when dealing with the Mamluk border tribes. After seeing the two off, Isaac welcomed the smiling Minister of the Interior, Isert. Your Highness, as per your request, the general framework of the administrative divisions is basically complete. Currently, the entire Cyrenaica region is divided into 4 major districts, 1 military district, and several fiefdoms. The Ojdabia district includes the Ojdabia, Yalu, and Brega districts. The Bilinchi district includes the Bilinchi, Zoi, and Murdi districts. The Beta district includes the Tangadal district. The Derna district includes the Howland district. Establish the Tobruk military district, build a fortress in Tobruk, and send Martinez to the city to forge cannons as part of the eastern defense line. Isaac listened and nodded. Good, the officials for each district must be assembled as soon as possible and their work commenced. I don't concern myself with the specific details, but there are a few key points you must remember. Isolth quickly took out paper and pen. Please speak. First, the most important task at present is to maintain stability, to keep the local people who are willing to accept our rule as long as possible, and to get them into production as soon as possible. Second, the agricultural conditions in the Green Mountains region are extremely good. We can arrange for the Greek people from the Sirte region to migrate to the Beta and Derna regions, and grant or lease land according to plan. Third, change the Sirte United Merchants Association to the Cyrenaica United Merchants Association, invite local big merchants to join, and quickly spread the trade network throughout the entire Green Mountains. This is crucial. You should coordinate well with Erda. Fourth, after arranging the local administrative structure, we can restart a migration of displaced people. While the Ottoman army is still in the northwest, we can move the last batch of Dobroga Seljuks to the Green Mountains region, separating them from Guz and his people. Remember, what we have been doing all along is actually population replacement, driving away most of the locals and bringing in Greek Orthodox Christians and Pan-Hellenic peoples who are loyal to us. I have already done the first step for you, and I have borne countless infamy for it. Isaac glared at Isaac's gloating smile. I hope you can get a general idea of things before I return. Where are you going? Isaac asked with some concern. From the perspective of a minister of the interior, he genuinely didn't want Isaac to wander around aimlessly, especially to West Africa. Isaac tossed the letter to Isaac. Take a look, Emperor Jonas has passed away. Isaac quickly read it, his expression grave. How many troops are you taking? 800 men in the 1st Guard Corps, and 1,200 men in the Slavic Legion. Isaac nodded. That was enough. May you return safely, my dear prince. On November 8, 1448, after initially stabilizing the situation in Cyrenaica, Isaac sailed to Mistras aboard the Grand Duke of Morea, a warship, to meet Constantine. Accompanying him were 2,000 elite warriors. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 The Emperor. Father, it's been so long, my Isaac. In Mistras Castle, Isaac finally saw his father, Constantine Palaiologos, after a long separation. Constantine's expression remained resolute and determined, but Isaac could still read a faint sorrow in his eyes. Having lost 2 brothers in just 1 year, the sudden weight of family and country had immediately fallen on Constantine's shoulders, making him feel somewhat unaccustomed. Constantine didn't say much, instructing his attendants to arrange the troop deployment, then took Isaac to his study and closed the door. Tell me honestly, what's the purpose of bringing so many troops? Constantine asked sternly. This is your guarantee for your journey to Constantinople, Isaac replied bluntly. Historically, Constantine's ascension to the throne was fraught with difficulties. After the death of Jonius VI, Constantinople was in constant turmoil. Constantine's brother, Demetrius Palaiologos, arrived in Constantinople first, gaining support from many ignorant people under the pretext of opposing religious unification. Meanwhile, Constantine, far away in Morea, didn't even have a ship to reach Constantinople and was eventually forced to request a Latin merchant ship to take him to the capital. To avoid further fueling the volatile religious atmosphere in Constantinople, Constantine, who did not oppose ecclesiastical unity, was crowned emperor in Mistras. Only after receiving the support of the Ottoman Sultan Murad I did he silently return to the capital. In fact, he was the only Roman emperor to be crowned in Mistras. Not being crowned in the capital meant an inherent loss of legitimacy. This time, Isaac was determined to take Constantine to Constantinople, so that he could be crowned in the cathedral by the Patriarch in a truly dignified manner. Constantinople is politically unstable. Demetrius has rebelled, and the common people are ignorant. You need a powerful army to silence them. Constantine was silent for a moment. He knew Isaac was right. I have a few suggestions. Would you like to hear them? Speak. First, meet with Uncle Thomas of Achaia and gain his support. If he also has different ideas, then take action directly and conquer Achaia. Constantine glared at Isaac. Thomas will support me. Second, go to the Ottomans and find Murad I and Khalil the Great Vizier to obtain their consent. I know you have maintained contact with Khalil the Great Vizier. We can make good use of that. I've already gone. Constantine nodded. Third, I've brought a fleet and many transport ships. Let's muster our troops and head to Constantinople immediately. Outside Patras, an army of 300 men stood in formation facing south. The leader rode a tall horse, wearing a pale purple robe over iron armor, with a sword at his waist. He possessed the typical features of an Eastern Roman nobleman, with piercing black eyes and thick, bushy eyebrows that swept across his forehead. He was Thomas Palaiologos, son of Manuel II, brother of Jonas Viii, and ruler of Achaia. He held the reins, calming his restless warhorse, his gaze fixed intently on the southern road. They're here, they were here. The earth began to tremble, the sound of hooves grew closer, and from the dust, a cavalry force clad in blood-red robes emerged. Their equipment was varied yet sophisticated: Arab-style half-face helmets, Italian-style pointed helmets, Balkan-style hooded helmets, a diverse array. Their weapons were equally varied: short spears, sabers, maces, flails, everything imaginable. They seemed undisciplined, their ranks disorganized, like a group of unruly playboys. But as they charged towards Thomas's army, everyone could feel the unmistakable stench of blood emanating from them. A flippant yet sharp gaze, tinged with disregard for life, and a slight upturn of the lips, seemed to mock the ignorance of the world. These bloodthirsty beasts surrounded a young man in purple robes like stars around the moon. The young man smiled, but his eyes held a sharp edge. With a flick of his right hand, the cavalry came to an abrupt halt, stopping firmly in front of Thomas, kicking up a cloud of dust. Only then did Thomas see the insignia on the cavalryman, an eagle carrying a blood-stained blade. "Greetings, Your Excellency Thomas, the ruler of Achaia." Isaac dismounted, casually tossing the reins aside, which a nearby soldier caught easily. "Isaac, you've grown up." Thomas hesitated, finally uttering only these words. "Uncle Thomas, Demetrius is causing a rebellion in Constantinople, attempting to seize the throne that rightfully belongs to Grand Duke Constantine of Morea." "What do you think?" Isaac asked bluntly. In fact, the Eastern Roman Empire never stipulated a system of primogeniture, or even a hereditary system. Jonas Viii did not appoint Constantine as co-emperor, nor did he designate an heir before his death. Among his brothers, Constantine only had a slight advantage in age. "You came here just for this?" "Yes, if I also wanted to contend for the throne, what would you do?" Thomas smiled. Isaac did not smile. "Then we'd have to fight." Swish swish, the Slavic legions behind him drew their weapons. Frankly, Isaac didn't want to see such a scene unfold. Thomas wasn't like Demetrius, who had a good relationship with Constantine, an ally he could win over and a trusted relative. Thomas looked at the elite warriors behind Isaac and sighed inwardly. It was impossible for him to be without ambition. But judging from the current situation, his nephew wasn't joking. If he insisted on vying for the throne of Constantinople, Isaac would likely really go to war. The likely outcome was that he would be completely defeated, barely escaping with his life, and spending the rest of his days in a monastery. So be it. The throne should have been Constantine's, and it will be yours in the future. Demetrius rebelled, committing treasonous acts, and deserves to be punished. I will be your forever and most loyal vassal." Thomas bowed slowly. On November 20th, 1448, Constantine gathered Isaac and Thomas, leading a force of over 3,000 men pooled together from the three factions, and sailed to Constantinople. On November 24th, the fleet arrived in Messengeria. In the light rain, Isaac jumped off the deck and landed on this land he had been away from for so long. Messengeria, located west of Constantinople, was the only remaining territory of the Eastern Roman Empire around the capital. The inhabitants of Messengeria were very indifferent to the arrival of the fleet. In fact, these residents, who had lived under the watchful eyes of the Ottomans for years, had completely lost any sense of loyalty to the imperial center. Theophilus Palaiologos awaited him at the docks with a group of nobles. "Your Highness Constantine, Your Highness Thomas, Your Highness Isaac, welcome back." Theophilus, from a collateral branch of the Palaiologos family, was well versed in Greek literature and a master of geometry. "It's a pleasure to see you, dear Theophilus." Constantine, clearly on very good terms with him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the army encamped outside the city. "Theophilus, how is the situation in Constantinople?" Constantine began to get to the point. Theophilus's expression immediately turned serious. "That restless little rascal Demetrius failed. Your wise mother, Empress Dowager Helena, firmly grasped the power of the regency, refusing to yield despite Demetrius's antics. Now, the boy is confined by the Empress Dowager, but his cronies are still active. This scoundrel has caused considerable trouble. The previously settled religious figures, incited by him, have begun to riot again." Theophilus glanced at Constantine. "They even want to declare your right of succession null and void, simply because you once issued a statement supporting Emperor Janus's decision at the Council of Florence?" Constantine stroked his chin. "What about the nobles and clergy? Were they involved?" You know that some nobles were firmly opposed to the union of churches. Many clergy also wanted to use His Majesty Yanis's death to renege on the agreement with the Roman Catholic Church. What did the Prime Minister and the Patriarch say? Prime Minister Lucas has always disliked Latins. That's no secret. He has repeatedly declared that he would rather see Turkish turbans in Constantinople than the triple crown of a Latin pope. Isaac scoffed. However, Grand Duke Lucas refused to associate with Matthias and banished him from his home. Grand Duke Lucas Notaras, an eccentric old man, the last prime minister of the Eastern Roman Empire, naval admiral, opposed the union of churches, but was utterly loyal. Isaac remembered that after the fall of Constantinople, Grand Duke Lucas rejected Memdi's proposal and was executed along with his entire family. Patriarch Gregory III is a pragmatic man. He understands the current situation and won't cause you any trouble. However, some clergy, led by George Scalarius, are still participating in the opposition. George Scalarius, the infamous traitor, was the first Orthodox Patriarch of Memdi. Isaac listened, understanding the situation. The overall situation was far from optimistic. No wonder Constantine wasn't crowned in Constantinople in history. He was genuinely afraid of inciting a popular uprising. Uncle Theophilus, who is currently in charge of the defenses of Constantinople, it is I. Theophilus stood up and bowed. Empress Dowager Helena has ordered me to temporarily guard the Theodosian and sea walls to welcome your arrival. Theophilus produced the Empress Dowager's order and handed it to Constantine. When shall we enter the city? Thomas asked, standing nearby. The Empress Dowager's original intention was for His Highness Constantine to be crowned and mistress before arriving in Constantinople and residing directly in the Grand Palace, thus avoiding inciting a popular uprising. Now that you are here, why not enter through the Eugenius Gate, without disturbing the city's residents? The Eugenius Gate is located on the eastern side of the Golden Horn, very close to the Grand Palace and Hagia Sophia, without needing to go through the main street. Presumably, the Empress Dowager wanted to establish Constantine as emperor, allowing time to quell the people's discontent. All right, Constantine was about to agree when Isaac interrupted him. No, emperors throughout history have entered the city through the gates beneath Theodosius, either the Gate of St. Romanus or the Golden Gate. I've never heard of a Eugenius Gate. That's a narrow path for merchants and slaves, not the main road for emperors. Isaac stood up, his face turning pale. Theophrastus was startled by Isaac's sudden outburst. Your Highness, if you say that. Isaac ignored his hesitation. Father, you are the Emperor of Rome and the Romans, a nobleman in purple robes. How can you enter the city like a stray dog through a side gate? Isaac, Constantine looked at his son's resolute eyes, hesitating to speak. Have you heard? His Highness Constantine is going into the city. I heard he has obtained permission from the Turks. He is the eldest living son of Manuel II, and should rightfully succeed to the throne. A person who colludes with heretics is not my emperor. SHH. Keep your voice down. On November 26, 1448, all the residents of the city gathered at the city gate in the central street, standing on tiptoe, craning their necks, looking at the city gate. Constantine Palaiologos, son of Manuel II, brother of Jonas VI, and the despot of Morea, was going into the city. Don't push. Make room in the queue. The city's garrison commander, Theophilus, roared at his guards, ordering them to maintain basic order. The crowd was noisy and boisterous, with cheers and curses. How many years has it been since the Golden Gate witnessed such a grand spectacle? On a high building, Grand Duke Lucas, the Prime Minister, gazed at the bustling crowd in the distance. No matter how many years have passed, the citizens still love a lively atmosphere. Lucas smiled, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Uncle, I thought you didn't like His Highness Constantine. His nephew, Avalon, poured wine for Lucas. In fact, of all Emperor Manuel's sons, he is my favorite, passionate, resolute, spirited, and indomitable. That is Constantine. The empire needs an emperor like this, and only an emperor like this can save the land beneath your feet. Then you? Avalon was somewhat puzzled. Son, let's stick to the facts. National affairs come first. I don't like the Vatican, but I love my country. I love Constantinople. Lucas said nothing more, intently watching the entry ceremony. Chapter 63 Glory. Boom, boom, several deafening cannon shots shook the entire city, drawing the crowd's attention to the source of the fire. On the Golden Horn Bay to the north, a massive fleet sailed against the wind, its cannons firing in unison, spewing fire and lead. The double-headed eagle flag and the banner of the Palaiologos family fluttered proudly on the fleet, proclaiming the return of the city's masters. Boom, boom, another burst of cannon fire followed, this time even more intense and deafening. Before the people could even marvel at the fleet's grandeur, their gazes were drawn to the city gates. Outside the gates, wisps of smoke rose from several cannons. Keen-eyed observers shouted, "They're entering the city, they're entering the city." A column of heavy infantry marched towards the city gates. They wore grey robes over iron armor, carried halberds, had curved swords at their waists, and wore iron helmets, slowly making their way towards the gates. Their armor was clearly specially treated, the exposed sections reflected a dazzling light. The robes bore the legion's insignia, a crowned lion. The leader rode a war horse, its cloak also adorned with a crowned lion. He was expressionless, staring into the distance. "That's Count Mikhail and the First Guard. My brother serves there." Many well-informed members of the crowd recognized the army. "This is Prince Isaac's most elite force." Having fought in countless battles, the First Guard filed in, stretching from the Golden Gate to the central avenue, slowly dividing into two columns as they approached the crowd. The crowd retreated in fear until a path was clear enough for 8 horses to ride abreast. The guardsmen halted, their halberds slamming heavily into the ground. Boom, the cannons roared again, accompanied by the dull thud of hoofs. Clatter, the noisy crowd fell silent, all craning their necks to watch the city gate. Closer, closer, the knights were approaching. Dozens of family knights, clad in full armor and carrying banners, crossed the city gate. They carried the banners of the Palaiologos family, the gold and red 4-beat cross fluttering conspicuously in the wind. People knew the purple-clad nobles were coming. Clatter clatter, hoofs struck the stone slabs, slow and resolute. On November 26, 1448, 44-year-old Constantine Palaiologos emerged from the darkness cast by the towers, meeting the morning sun over Constantinople. He rode a white horse, wore a purple robe, and the crown of the despot, his head held high, a smile playing on his handsome face. "Victory!" the guards shouted, slamming their halberds into the ground. "Victory!" the crowd cheered. Constantine surveyed his surroundings and waved to the crowd. Isaac followed closely behind his father, half a horse's length behind. Also dressed in purple robes, noble and imposing. Isaac, holding the captured Mamluk banner, waved it at the crowd and threw it below the tower. Then, one after another, red-clad cavalrymen entered through the city gate, tossing banner after banner before the tower. Ottoman naval flags, pheasants' flags, Hafs flags, African tribal scribbles, all were thrown before the city gate. People opened their mouths, their pupils widening in shock. They understood. This was the Golden Gate. In the height of the Eastern Roman Empire, everyone knew that at the western end of the city, near the Sea of Marmara, stood a gate adorned with gold plates, marble, and bronze statues, gleaming in the sunlight. This was the Golden Gate. A massive and ornate archway, flanked by 2 magnificent towers crafted from polished marble. In the heyday of the Eastern Roman Empire, victorious emperors would pass through here in their finest attire, carrying symbols of their triumph. The enemy's tattered banners, a foreign king in shackles, reclaimed sacred relics, barbarian slaves in bizarre attire, wagons piled high with spoils. After the catastrophe of 1204, the golden ornaments of the Golden Gate had vanished, and the emperor had no victories worth recounting. This place had been abandoned for too long, so long that almost everyone had forgotten its meaning, forgotten the glory of their ancestors. And today, more and more red knights rode through the city gates, followed by Muslim prisoners with bowed heads, their hands carrying various gold and silver trinkets. The prisoners were kicked to the ground, their hands and feet bound in shackles, kneeling and groaning in pain. Gold and silver were thrown into the crowd, who cheered, chanting the name of Constantine. The red knights came in an endless stream. Behind them, black men in cages rode in wagons, exposed to the crowd, huddled in fear. Behind them, carts laden with the gold and silver gleamed in the sunlight. Constantine strode forward, the crowd jostling and pushing his way. They passed the Palace of Brechness, where guards saluted the nobles in purple robes. They passed the Church of Kala, its bells welcoming Constantine's return. They passed the Church of St. Theodosius, the Church of the Apostles, and the High Valens Aqueduct. They walked onto the main street, onto the Place des Theodosius and the Place des Constantinople, where the banners of St. Mark and the northern expatriate quarter paled in comparison. They saw the Hippodrome, the Grand Palace, the statue of Justinian, and the majestic Hagia Sophia. The church bells rang, and Patriarch Gregory III of Constantinople, accompanied by Cardinal Isidore and other high priests, greeted Constantine's arrival. Patriarch Gregory III smiled and extended his hand to Constantine. The Patriarch led Constantine slowly into the church, where Queen Helena and Constantine's supporters were already waiting. Isaac followed them in, took his place, and stood at attention. Constantine, following the Patriarch, passed through the welcoming crowd to the second door, where he lit a specially made candle. Still accompanied by the Patriarch, Constantine went to the porphyry slab before the altar screen, prayed facing the image of Christ, and then entered the altar. The choir began to sing hymns, and incense was lit throughout the church. The melodious singing and fragrant aroma created an atmosphere as if entering heaven. Constantine sat on his throne, and the Patriarch blessed the crown. After the blessing, Gregory II presented the crown, symbolizing the highest authority of the Eastern Roman Empire, and placed it securely on Constantine's head. The Patriarch stepped aside, giving Constantine space. "Long live the Emperor!" The courtiers knelt and cheered. Constantine walked out of the church, allowing all the citizens who had followed him to see his crown. He drew his sword, pointed it into the distance, and accepted this responsibility, shouldering this burden. "Long live the king!" the Praetorian Guard and the Slavic Legion shouted. "Long live the king!" the citizens supporting Constantine shouted. "Long live the king!" Gradually, the cheers grew louder, resounding throughout the city and across the sky, drowning out all other noises. On November 26, 1448, witnessed by the entire city, Constantine the Lagarces Valleo was crowned emperor in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. He became Constantine's I. Chapter 64 Leonor. Portugal and the Algarve Kingdom, Lisbon, Sintra Palace. In the garden, King Alfonso V of Portugal is enjoying afternoon tea with his family. His wife, Isabella of Coimbra, sits beside him, her brow furrowed, a hint of sadness in her expression. Alfonso V sips his wine, occasionally stealing glances at his beloved wife. This year, many things have happened in the Kingdom of Portugal, some exhilarating, others troubling. Exhilarating is the increasing profits from West African trade and colonial output, with abundant gold flowing into the royal coffers. Troubling is the escalating conflict between King Alfonso V and his former regent, Prince Pedro. Ultimately, this is a power struggle between the traditional landed nobility and the emerging merchants and commercial aristocracy. On a grand scale, the scales of victory are gradually tipping in Alfonso V's favor, representing the landed nobility. Prince Pedro, unwilling to accept defeat, is preparing for civil war, encouraged by his advisors. In this struggle, the one most deeply wounded was none other than Alfonso's newlywed wife, Isabel of Coimbra. The war between her husband and father, regardless of who won or lost, was torture for Isabel. "Isabel, have some sugar-cane biscuits, they're a specialty from Madeira." Alfonso took a small biscuit from a silver dish, thickly coated with icing sugar. It was no secret that European royalty loved sugar. Sugar-cane had been introduced to Europe by the Arabs long ago, but it didn't adapt well to the European climate and wasn't cultivated on a large scale. Before the widespread use of sugar beets, Europe relied mainly on sugar imports from Arabia, with a few areas producing honey that could be made into syrup. In 1418, a fleet funded by Prince Henry the Navigator discovered the Madeira Islands, whose pleasant climate was ideal for sugarcane cultivation. Prince Henry introduced enslaved Africans, established plantations, and developed a sugar processing industry, bringing enormous profits to Portugal. The sugar biscuit in Alfonso V's hand came from Madeira. "No, thank you," Isabel shook her head and waved her hands in refusal. Alfonso V looked at her thin face and sighed inwardly. As king, Alfonso had to stand on his side, he had no other choice. "Brother," a petite figure ran in and threw herself into Alfonso's arms. Joanna Aves, the posthumous daughter of the late King Duarte I of Portugal, was Alfonso's most beloved sister. Joanna nestled on Alfonso's shoulder, her large eyes gazing intently at the sugar cake in his hand. Alfonso smiled, patted her head, and handed her the sugar cake. Joanna cheered and ran off. Only then did Alfonso notice the girl following behind Joanna. The girl had snow-white skin, round eyes that sparkled with intelligence, and a delicate nose and mouth that revealed a tranquil temperament. Her long hair was silky smooth, naturally curly, exuding a unique charm. This tranquility wasn't the quietude of a country girl, but a noble and elegant poise, a composure born from experience of chaos and turmoil. Leonor Aves, the eldest daughter of the late King Duarte, And Alfonso's sister. Leonor, you've come, Alfonso grinned. Compared to his pure affection for Joanna, Alfonso always felt a different kind of emotion towards Leonor. Respect? Fear? Alfonso couldn't quite put his finger on it. This eldest sister was like Minerva, the goddess of wisdom in mythology. Always able to see through the essence of things and grasp the root of the problem. Sometimes, his little tricks could fool the well-informed Regent Pedro, but Leonor would always see right through them. She wouldn't expose him directly, but rather gently warn him in an unexpected way, "Alfonso, don't do that again." Whenever this happened, Alfonso always felt utterly defeated. But whenever he felt disheartened in his political struggle against Prince Pedro, his sister was always there for him when he needed her most, wiping away his tears, boosting his morale, and offering him advice. Thank goodness she wasn't a man. Alfonso always comforted himself with this thought. "I've come to see Isabella," Leonor said. Her voice was soft and delicate, like a gentle breeze. Leonor went to Isabella's side and invited her to read the bard's latest poem. At first, Isabella was reluctant to speak, so Leonor read while she listened. Gradually, Isabella was drawn into the story and couldn't help but sing along. Alfonso watched his wife's mood brighten and breathed a sigh of relief. The two women began to recite the poem, and beautiful music filled the garden. He was a prince from the east, a warrior wielding a long sword. He was the nightmare of the Saracens, the enemy of the slave sultan. Under the blood-red setting sun, he cried out his own name. The death announcer, Isaac, the master of Cyrenaica, the last conscience of the empire. After the long poem was finished, the two women covered their heaving breasts, marveling at the knight's loyalty and the ruthlessness of war. Alfonso pursed his lips, shaking his head as he listened. "Leonor, is this Isaac, the recently famous prince of Cyrenaica, the death announcer?" "What a strange nickname," Isabella asked. Leonor nodded. "That's the nickname the Saracens gave him. They say he's like the mythical bird that announces death, bringing weeping wherever he goes. Now he's not just a prince, he's been crowned co-emperor of Constantinople," Alfonso said, his eyes somewhat complicated. "A 16-year-old emperor, this?" Isabella was clearly surprised. "His imperial position is nothing to envy, Isabella. What he inherited at the same time was a city that couldn't offer any help and an enemy that was impossible to defeat," Leonor analyzed calmly. "Doesn't the poem say this prince is very powerful? He must be able to defeat the enemy, right?" Joanna muttered, stuffing sugar cakes into his mouth. "Just a common propaganda tactic. These paid poets can use incredibly ornate language to greatly embellish a person, even turning Nero into Caesar," Isabel chuckled. Although Joanna didn't know who Nero or Caesar were, seeing everyone happy, he grinned and laughed heartily, revealing his missing front tooth. Alfonso also laughed. This must be the Pope's doing. Recently, many Italians have been talking about Cyrenaica. Not long ago, the White Knight Uniti was defeated in Kosovo, fled alone, and was captured by Serbian Grand Chancellor Rankovic, and then? Where is the White Knight now? Leonor was clearly very interested in these matters. With the papacy's mediation, Durd Blankovic released the White Knight, but demanded a hefty ransom. What a short-sighted man, a hint of contempt flashed in Leonor's eyes. Alfonso V nodded, deeply agreeing. So, the Pope desperately needs a great victory to salvage the Christian world's decline and boost morale. Coincidentally, Isaac defeated the Egyptian Sultan and acquired Cyrenaica, providing His Majesty Nicholas with a lifeline. Footsteps approached. "Your Majesty, there's a letter for you." Alfonso took the letter from the attendant, who bowed and left. Alfonso opened the letter, glanced at it, and smiled. "Take a look." Leonor took the letter. The Latin handwriting that met his eyes was crooked and uneven, not at all like the handwriting of a nobleman. But the strokes were powerful, full of an arrogant confidence and strength. "Your Majesty the King of Portugal and the Algarve, my dear friend Alfonso, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. In my last letter, I requested that you send naval instructors, and they have arrived in my territory. I am very grateful for your help. By the grace of the Lord, I am about to be crowned Prince of Cyrenaica. The ceremony will be held in Billinge, and I hope you can spare some time to attend. Your eternal friend, Isaac Palaiologos. I hope you will send an envoy to the ceremony. Speaking of which, have you been paying attention to your hygiene lately? This is no small matter. Your loyal friend, Isaac Palaiologos." Isaac put down his pen and paper, rubbing his eyes wearily. "Send this letter to Kruya Castle," Isaac instructed his servant. This was the last invitation letter written by Isaac himself, sent to Skanderbeg in Albania. The rest of the letters were written by clerks. Isaac wrote to Skanderbeg from time to time, each time reminding him to pay attention to hygiene, fearing that he might contract some kind of disease caused by hygiene problems, like in the original timeline. Please, it's shameful for a valiant warrior to die from malaria. The servant took the letter and hurried out. During this time, the entire city of Birinj was bustling. Everyone was busy preparing for the coronation of the Prince of Cyrenaica. Upon ascending the throne, Constantine immediately appointed Isaac as co-emperor, but ordered him to change his title from King of Cyrenaica to Prince. Despite Isaac's strong opposition, Constantine did not grant the region of Morea to his rebellious brother Demetrius, but instead imprisoned him in a monastery on the island of Lemnos, forbidding him to leave. Thomas, the despot of Achaia, received a small territory near Corinth as a reward for his loyalty. Father and son then divided the administrative boundaries based on this. Isaac received the titles of Despot of Sult and Prince of Cyrenaica, responsible for all overseas territories. Constantine oversaw the administration of the capital Constantinople, Mesembria, the Morea Peninsula, and the small island of Lemnos. In the Hagia Sophia, Isaac swore an oath to protect the Roman people and was crowned co-emperor. Meanwhile, Nicholas V praised Isaac's holy war, declared him king of Cyrenaica, and sent a bishop to crown him. Isaac immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Should he accept the papacy's coronation? The advantages were numerous. Recognition and acceptance by Western European countries greatly enhanced the legitimacy of his rule over Cyrenaica. The disadvantages were also significant. His reputation among the citizens of Constantinople would be as tarnished as his father, Constantine's. After much deliberation and negotiation, Isaac ultimately decided on a compromise. Cardinal Isidore of Morea would crown him. Cardinal Isidore was both a high-ranking clergyman of the Greek Orthodox Church in Morea and a cardinal recognized by the Roman Catholic Church, a product of ecclesial unity. Most importantly, Cardinal Isidore was a true Greek with a good reputation among the people. To preserve the glorious image he had painstakingly built within the Eastern Roman Empire, Isaac went to great lengths. If you're still not satisfied, then so be it, let it be rotten. This is Birinj, the capital of the Cyrenaica kingdom. It looks pretty good, but why is there so little people? On a sailboat bearing the Portuguese coat of arms, Joanna ran around, making a racket. Joanna, we're almost there, stop running around, Leonor said sternly from the side. Joanna immediately hid behind Prince Henry, looking pitiful. Prince Henry chuckled and patted her head. Leonor, don't be too harsh on Joanna, she's still a child. Currently, the power struggle in Lisbon is at its peak, and King Alfonso is unable to leave. Prince Henry, thoroughly fed up with political infighting, volunteered to bring his two nieces to the coronation ceremony. I never thought that after so many years, another crown would appear, Prince Henry remarked, looking at the approaching dock. Not a prince, Leonor asked. A prince recognized by Constantinople, a king recognized by Rome. You're too young, you probably don't understand these things. I hope you never get involved in such political struggles. Enrique also wanted to pat Leonor's head, but she lightly dodged it. Uncle, I'm 14 years old, not a child. Besides, born into a noble family, how could I not be interested in politics? Enrique smiled awkwardly. The sailboat docked at the pier, and the group composed themselves, walking onto the ground with solemnity and elegance. Your Highness Enrique, Princess Leonor, Princess Joanna, welcome. Your accommodations have been cleaned and decorated in the Portuguese style. We hope you feel at home. I am Anderson, the Foreign Minister of the Principality of Cyrenaica. If you have any questions, you can come directly to me. Anderson wore a standard diplomatic smile, his manners impeccable. Do you have any sugar candies from Madeira? Joanna couldn't help but ask, her chipped front teeth completely ruining her originally quiet and cute demeanor. Joanna, Leonor glared at her disobedient sister. Joanna stuck out her tongue. Your Highness, we have prepared desserts, but they're from the Governorate of St. William. I'm sure the sugarcane there is just as sweet. Thank you for your generosity. Leonor pulled Joanna back, bowing in gratitude. The official female lead has appeared. Did you guess it? Chapter 65 The Banquet. A gentle breeze and light rain brought the spring of 1449 to the world unnoticed. The torrential rains of the previous year had washed away the city, cleansing it of a year's violence and bloodshed. After repeated rebellions, suppressions, exiles, and relocations, the city was now largely under Isaac's control. Even under Yusuf's rough-and-ready rule, this large city once had over 30,000 inhabitants, the vast majority of whom were Muslims, with a small number of Christians living in Christian communities. During Isaac's siege, approximately 8,000 people escaped from the harbor. After Yurgubay surrendered, the entire city's population voluntarily baptized and became Orthodox Christians. At the urging of Count Yurgubay of Baldi and Baron Marja the Kingslayer of Kambit, about 8,000 residents agreed to follow the Balzb family to live in the Baldi region. These troublemakers aren't necessarily loyal to the Balzb family, they simply don't want to live under Christian rule, said Isolt, who had just been promoted to Chief Minister of Cyrenaica. Currently, Bililinch has just lifted military control, and the newly appointed administrators are registering the remaining residents. A large-scale exodus of local residents, coupled with the en route of Orthodox settlers, has left the city largely empty. Outside Bililinch, in Castle Black, Isaac is receiving envoys from Genoa. This castle was originally built during the ancient Greek colonial period as one of the city's fortresses. After the rise of Islam, it became the administrative center of Bililinch, residing there and repeatedly fortifying the castle. Yusuf was an exception. He disliked its gloomy atmosphere and dark color scheme, moving to the luxurious city and abandoning the castle. After the establishment of the Cyrenaica Principality, Isaac renovated the castle, making it his family's castle, and established estates and hunting grounds nearby, naming it Castle Black. Your Highness, the governor was overjoyed to hear of your great victory in Cyrenaica and immediately sent me to congratulate you. The envoy sent by the governor of Genoa, Adorno, was Niccolo, a merchant from the Scopia family and an old acquaintance of Isaac. It's a pleasure to see you again, dear Niccolo. I thought you didn't want to do business with me anymore, Isaac said casually. Niccolo was somewhat embarrassed. On the eve of the War of the Milan Succession, Isaac had sent the fleet captain Fidel to Corsica to negotiate with Niccolo about continuing to purchase large warships, but he refused to see him. I was wrong last time, I shouldn't have refused your offer. Well, we've brought a new agreement. Niccolo handed Isaac a document bearing the Genoese griffin emblem and the cross of St. George. This document represents the Genoese governor's office and all the people of Genoa. Please review it carefully. Niccolo's expression became serious. Isaac picked up the document and began to read it carefully. The document was written in both Latin and Greek, and it was not difficult to read. Halfway through, Isaac understood. This was a commercial treaty with military significance. Simply put, the Republic of Genoa was envious of Isaac's existing trade share in North Africa, and also wary of the quietly rising Monferrato nearby, wanting to regulate the three-way relationship through this agreement. From the document, Isaac could also discern some concerns about Venice and the Ottomans. At the end of the document, Isaac saw the coat of arms of Monferrato, the Duke of Parma, John IV, clearly indicating he had reviewed and signed the document. Niccolo timely handed over John IV's letter. The Duke of Parma wrote you a letter and asked me to bring it. Isaac opened the letter, glanced at it, and made up his mind. Genoa is in a bad situation lately. Isaac put down the letter, poured wine for Niccolo, and gestured for him to sit down. Many people in later generations incorrectly confuse Genoa with Venice. Venice was a typical oligarchy, with power concentrated in a grand council composed of nobles, from whom the Doge was also chosen. Yet, this very nation managed to unite its citizens closely when facing external threats. Every Venetian was proud of their identity, and nationalism was rampant. I am a Venetian first, then a Christian, a quote from Enrico Dandolo, was considered a guiding principle by many Venetians. Genoa, on the other hand, was quite the opposite. While the domineering governor was nominally elected by the people, the populace showed little sense of national cohesion. Genoese people revered individual heroism, were passionate about adventure and war, and preferred to make their names known far and wide, like St. George, rather than fight for their country. Many later renowned adventurers came from Genoa. The Black Death, the defeat of Chioggia, the rise of the Ottomans, deflation, precious metal shortages, one misfortune after another befell Genoa, the Western Griffin, crippling it. Now, Genoa's days as a Mediterranean power were numbered. It had only outlived the Byzantine Empire by 5 years. In the original timeline, after 1458, Genoa oscillated between the control of the Kingdom of France and the Holy Roman Empire, never regaining its former glory. Your Highness, I won't hide it from you, the situation domestically is dire. The people are rioting, the governor is overwhelmed, and the nobles are standing idly by. This is no secret, you can easily find out. Does this have anything to do with our agreement? Isaac asked slowly, sipping his wine. North Africa is a crucial link in our trade, and we hope you can grant us trade preferences, just as you did with Yusuf and Abdullah. Niccolo pointed to a clause in the trade agreement. Isaac nodded. This was negotiable. Besides, we hope to use your fleet and trading ports to bypass the Venetian blockade and jointly deal with the Venetian threat. That doesn't seem to be on the agreement. I believe you've already seen that these Venetians don't take you seriously at all. They are our common enemy. Even if we all joined forces, we are no match for the Venetians. Making them hesitant to act will be enough. What benefit would I get? Seeing Isaac soften his stance, Niccolo finally relaxed his furrowed brow. That requires some serious discussion. On February 4, 1449, envoys from Copenhagen and Berlin arrived in Billington. At the request of Pope Nicholas V, almost all European Christian countries sent envoys to witness the birth of a new crown. Venice and Milan didn't send anyone, and Isaac didn't care. Isaac's several diplomatic officials and nobles busied themselves serving the envoys who had traveled from afar. Anderson and Iserth, having not rested properly for several days, looked at Isaac with resentful eyes, their faces dark with dark circles. There was no other way. With no mistress of the house, they had to do it on their behalf. The envoys brought gifts of various sizes, mostly small trinkets, nothing particularly valuable. The Portuguese royal family, with whom Isaac had the best relations, sent a jewel-encrusted sword, estimated to be worth 500 ducats. Skanderbeg sent a fine bearskin, which could be made into a soft carpet. Isolt had also prepared corresponding gifts, mostly handicrafts from West Africa and local specialties from Cyrenaica. The nobles gathered, engaging in lively discussions, feasting and drinking, and even fighting with swords over a female guest, turning the entire territory into chaos. Overall, they were quite satisfied with Isaac's hospitality. On February 5, Isaac hosted a banquet for the envoys, and all the nobles gathered in the banquet hall of Black Castle. The nobles, dressed in magnificent robes, adorned with precious jewels, and with decorative rapiers at their waists, entered the banquet hall with their heads held high. Isaac and several of his vassals stood in the banquet hall, greeting the guests. The son of Count Sels, the brother of Count Hesse, the nephew of the Elector of the Palatinate Palace. Isaac repeated the welcomes and praises over and over, his smiling face stiff. Even though he didn't know any of them, he had to pretend to be an old acquaintance. The Portuguese envoy, Duke Henry of Veso from the House of Avices, Isaac finally saw a familiar face, a natural smile spreading across his lips. Henry, long time no see. Isaac hugged Henry, looking at his gloating face. Just bear with it, I was in the same boat back then. Compared to the social obligations of nobles, Henry preferred to be with sailors, listening to their stories of the sea, and drinking fine wine with them. Isaac smiled wryly. Henry turned behind him and pulled out his little niece, who had been hiding very well. This is Joanna, His Majesty Alfonso's sister. He's looking at his sister, Joanna exclaimed angrily. Greetings, Your Excellency, Despot of Sirte, King of Cyrenaica, Prince of Constantinople. Isaac the Prophet, a beautiful young woman in an elegant dress bowed gracefully to Isaac. She wore a Portuguese-style falcon girdle, the whalebone crinoline accentuating her youthful yet elegant figure. The dress was embroidered with lavender, Portugal's national flower, its simplicity adding to its elegance. Her hair was styled in a rose-like updo, topped with a white veil. A pair of deep, bright eyes were half hidden by the veil, long, curved eyelashes fluttering, and beneath her straight nose, her rosy lips were pressed together, the corners curving beautifully. Below her long neck, a glimpse of white skin was faintly visible. Isaac was momentarily stunned. My name is Leonor Avish, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Seeing Isaac's lack of response, Leonor continued. Welcome, distinguished guest. I hope you feel at home here. Isaac snapped out of his reverie, somewhat embarrassed by his rudeness. Leonor Avignon, a Portuguese princess, was renowned for her beauty from a young age and of noble birth. As an adult, she became famous far and wide, the dream girl of European nobles. The King of Portugal was her brother, the King of Aragon her uncle, and nobles from England and Burgundy fought over her. The Dauphin of France and the Holy Roman Emperor vied for her affections. Ultimately, this one married the higher-ranking Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, a decision she would regret for the rest of her life. Historically, she had a very famous son, Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I, Duke of Burgundy, the originator of the Habsburgs' strategy of conquering the world through their lower bodies. Of course, that's all hindsight. At that time, she was still a 14-year-old princess. Legend has it that when the honest and unassuming Frederick II first saw his wife, he stood frozen, speechless for several minutes. Now, it seems this was no exaggeration. The more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is, Isaac reminded himself. As the guests gradually arrived, Isaac took the head seat amidst the attention and announced the start of the banquet. The food was incredibly lavish, and the wines were plentiful, making the eyes of several nobles from smaller towns gleam. Burgundy red wine, St. William's sugar, Wallachian roses, Swiss black truffles, Iberian beef, everything was available. Watching these nobles feast, Isaac's heart bled. He had intended for everything to be simple, but Isult insisted, claiming it was to leave a good impression on the European countries. At first, they were respectful, not using Isaac's territory as a stage to display their masculine power. However, as the wine flowed freely, the plates and glasses were left in disarray, and under the influence of alcohol, many began to behave recklessly. These nobles, drinking and eating, shed their usual pretense and began to reveal their rude nature. The men, having finished discussing state affairs, began to let their unrestrained gazes linger on the women's exposed breasts and arms. They boasted, flirted, winked at their favorites, and exchanged glances with married women. Isaac witnessed a bishop, while changing candles, pull the countess beside him into his arms. She giggled, feigning resistance. Her husband was telling jokes, making the duchess's daughter chuckle. If this wasn't stopped, something the masses would likely find amusing. Isaac sighed and stood up. "Gentlemen," he said, "there's a fine hunting ground behind Black Castle. How about we have Count Mikhail lead us on a hunt later?" Hunting after dinner was one of the most beloved activities of European nobility. The bishop pulled the countess along, the count carried the duchess's daughter. They mounted their hunting horses, and, with their hounds and falcons, entered the forest to search for tracks of prey. Isaac was certain that many would seek a clearing in the woods for a passionate encounter. "Go on, just don't bother me." The last thud of hooves, accompanied by giggles, faded into the distance. Isaac finally breathed a sigh of relief, went to his garden, and slowly sipped a glass of milk wine. At typical noble banquets, women sit together, chatting about everyday matters and clothing, about their children and love affairs. Isaac turned around. Leonore strode towards him, her voice clear and melodious like silver bells. Men gather to drink, talking about war and politics, boasting about their achievements. In your castle, they've all fallen into chaos. As a nobleman, you're inadequate. So, Isaac said irritably. Your castle lacks a mistress. What, you want to volunteer? Isaac was calculating how many soldiers this meal would feed and didn't bother with her. A blush crossed Leonore's face, then immediately turned cold. I had imagined the renowned holy warrior, Isaac the Deathbringer, to be an elegant and courteous nobleman. Isaac scoffed. Most conflicts in this world arise and end because of nobles, he continued. Don't underestimate the power of social interaction among nobles. Sometimes it can rival the might of 1,000,000 soldiers. That's why in a country, the Minister of Foreign Affairs always holds a higher position than the Minister of War. Isaac knew she was right, but he was still somewhat annoyed. How about this? I'll lend you a horse, and you can go hunting, okay? Chapter 66 Coronation. Why don't you go? Afraid of hunting accidents, Isaac made up a story. Leonore was silent, somewhat puzzled. She sat down beside Isaac, bringing with her a pleasant fragrance. I thought you, like me, enjoyed wandering alone in the castle. Leonore brushed her windblown hair aside, her large eyes blinking as she tilted her head slightly to look at Isaac. Isaac felt his heart skip a beat. The one who brings death to the North African Muslims. Countless people have died because of you. You are afraid too. Leonore seemed somewhat interested. A faint scent of lavender wafted in the air, mixed with a unique fragrance of a young girl, making Isaac feel refreshed. How lovely! Isaac became alert and immediately jumped away. Everyone has fears, and I'm no exception. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that after I die, Constantinople will be reduced to ashes, the emperor will die fighting, and the citizens will be in an uproar. I'm afraid to see the Hagia Sophia converted into a mosque, afraid that the double-headed eagle flag will be replaced by the crescent flag. But, aren't the walls of Theodora impregnable? The Ottomans couldn't break them, could they? Isaac smiled. This was the prevailing view throughout Western Europe. Everyone felt the Eastern Roman Empire was doomed, yet everyone harbored this wishful thinking. There are no impregnable walls, and no city that never falls. The sudden mention of such a heavy topic caused a silence between them. You're really bad at conversation, Your Highness, Leonor concluded slowly. And you, Your Highness, Isaac countered. You enjoy conversation, I enjoy observation. She pointed to her beautiful eyes. By observing a person's eyes, one can often see into their heart. Isaac laughed. He didn't believe in such things. Is it only my heart that you can't see through? Leonor shook her head. I see fear, a long-held fear. Isaac's contemptuous smile vanished abruptly. So I was curious and wanted to talk to you about it. Isaac was silent for a moment. Would you like to know what I see in your eyes? Isaac suddenly leaned closer, staring into Leonor's large amber eyes. Oh, Leonor became interested. Isaac slowly lowered his head, approaching Leonor's delicate face. Bright, deep eyes, slightly flushed skin, rosy lips, and a fair neck were close at hand. Isaac leaned close to her ear, and the fine hairs on the back of Leonor's neck stood on end. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and her body trembled slightly. Clearly, she was still somewhat afraid of Isaac's approach. Isaac brought his lips to her ear. A thirst for power and the manipulation of people's hearts. Isaac hummed a little tune as he returned to his study. The psychological battle between the two ended with Leonor's hasty escape. A 14-year-old girl, spending her days pondering how to read people's hearts? That's the art of rulership. Thinking of historical evaluations of this princess, Isaac slowly suppressed his smile. Then, a flicker of schadenfreude crossed his mind. She abandoned the flourishing Paris for vanity, marrying into the half-dead Vienna. If she had married into the French royal family, with her political acumen, she might have truly achieved great things. After all, many had precedents to follow. But Austria, at this moment, it was nothing more than a conservative, rural village. But she was undeniably beautiful. Frederick that fool. His first impression of her was that she was too slender and wouldn't bear children. Isaac sighed regretfully and returned to his study. Your Highness, they have arrived, Foreign Minister Anderson whispered in his ear. Isaac nodded. Pushing open the door, three middle-aged men dressed as priests stood and bowed. No need for formalities, please sit. The three first gave brief self-introductions. The eldest was named Nunorta, the head of the Coptic Orthodox Church in Cyrenaica. The Coptic Orthodox Church, another branch of Christianity besides Roman Catholicism and Greek Orthodoxy, developed from the original Church of Alexandria. Originally, Coptic was a general term used by Arabs to refer to the inhabitants of Egypt, later evolving into the term for Egyptian Orthodox Christians, which remains to this day. Egypt originally had a significant Coptic Orthodox population, whom the Arabs were never able to completely assimilate. These Orthodox Christians managed to find refuge amidst Muslim encirclement by paying exorbitant blood taxes. In the early 14th century, the Mamluks carried out a horrific massacre of Coptic Orthodox Christians in Egypt, drastically reducing the number of Christians in the surrounding areas. In the entire Cyrenaica region, only the city of Birinj had a Coptic community of about 4,000 people. They adopted a wait-and-see attitude towards Isaac's occupation, not placing much hope in their fellow Coptic Christians. These Coptic people harbored considerable hatred for Catholicism, and while slightly more sympathetic towards Orthodoxy, they were still quite resistant. Your Highness, I would like to know, what kind of status will you grant us? Nunorta asked anxiously. Isaac sighed softly. Clearly, these Coptic people didn't consider him a brother at all. Thinking of this, Isaac cursed Peter I of Cyprus in his heart. This old man, with his silver tongue, had somehow managed to recruit an army of over 10,000 men, and in 1365, he suddenly landed in Alexandria, practically razing it to the ground. They burned, killed, and looted, Christians, Muslims, anyone who stood in their way, they were all slaughtered. The Coptic Orthodox Church suffered heavy losses in this catastrophe. Many believers died at the hands of their fellow believers. If you acknowledge my rule, are willing to submit to me, and accept me as your king, Isaac looked into the eyes of Nunorta, then you will be legitimate citizens of the empire, just as you were thousands of years ago. You will not have to pay heavy blood taxes, nor endure discrimination from anyone, simply fulfill the responsibilities of a citizen. Isaac decided to grant the Coptic Orthodox Church some religious autonomy. The Coptic Orthodox Church is not Roman Catholic, it lacks a secular religious authority like the Pope or the papacy, posing no threat to Isaac's rule. During the Eastern Roman Empire, They were relatively well behaved, with no major transgressions. Most importantly, they were numerous. Even in 21st century Egypt, Coptic Christians comprised nearly 10% of the population. Furthermore, they maintained close ties with the Armenian Apostolic Church, the Eastern Assyrian Church, the Syrian Church, and the Aksumite Church in Ethiopia. With the Orthodox Church in decline, gaining their support would be highly beneficial for Isaac. Thank you for your generosity, but words are insufficient. Please enshrine these promises in law. These are the preconditions for our subsequent negotiations. Nunorta's eyes were resolute. Good heavens! Isaac decided to teach them a lesson. These matters require lengthy negotiations between the political and religious circles of both sides. I cannot be so hasty. Then, so, you still intend to defy me, is that it? Isaac sat upright, coldly staring at the three members of Nunorta who were becoming increasingly audacious. I have shown you the utmost goodwill. If you can't even wait this long, then don't wait at all. Difficult? Then don't bother. The three exchanged glances. Your Highness, Nunorta wanted to explain, but was stopped by the priest in the center. The priest shook his head at Nunorta and bowed apologetically to Isaac. Your Highness, to be honest, I come from Cairo. Oh? Interesting. Isaac gestured for him to continue. My name is Anathopidius, a senior priest of the Eastern Orthodox Church in Cairo, representing the Patriarch of Alexandria. Greetings, esteemed messenger. What do you wish to obtain from me? Isaac bowed slightly, expressing respect for the Coptic Orthodox Church. To be honest, the church's situation in Egypt is very bad. You defeated Sultan Chakmak, leaving his treasury empty. Some of this emptiness needs to be filled by you. Isaac smiled, the wine in his glass gleaming. Anathopidius nodded. What can I do? Do you have any plans to retake the Egyptian province? Upon hearing this, Isaac spat out his drink. If I had that kind of strength, why would I be playing house with you guys in Africa? Wouldn't it be better to just go and confront Memdi head-on? Isaac knew very well that his victory in the Cyrenaica War was a fluke, and the Mamluks hadn't lost any elite troops. This battle merely inflicted pain on the Sultan himself and Vizier Ashraf, allowing them to occupy the Mamluk periphery and gain a fortress sufficient to withstand the Mamluk onslaught. In retrospect, the Mamluks' decline had many causes: the Black Death, a flawed succession law, the decline of the Black Sea slave trade, constant internal strife. These were all factors. But the reason for their demise was singular. Portugal opened a new sea route to the Indian Ocean, fundamentally uprooting the Mamluks' greatest source of trade profits. I don't have that idea for now. Isaac wiped his mouth. If he could open up the trade route first, perhaps he could try. For now, just holding on would be a blessing. Anathashu remained silent. However, I am very happy to accept Coptic refugees. They will have the same status as the local Coptic church in my land. Thank you for your kindness. Anathopidius nodded. Everyone knew that Coptic Christians living in Egypt, under Muslim control, found it difficult to leave, let alone cross the ocean to Cyrenaica. It was still a hope, wasn't it? Isaac turned his gaze to the last person. Your Highness, perhaps Captain Fidel has mentioned me to you, Piran from Adana. Isaac Palaiologos, are you willing to protect this power, this honor and this responsibility, given to you by God, with your life? I am willing. Are you willing to treat your people well, to treat your kinsmen well? I am willing. Are you willing to wield the sword given to you by God and sweep away the blasphemy of the heretics? I am willing. In the cathedral converted from a mosque in Birinci, Cardinal Isidore presided over the coronation ceremony for Isaac. Isaac, clad in a purple robe and a typical Byzantine-style cloak, held a jewel-encrusted sword. The young man's robust frame, enveloped in the purple cloak, appeared both tall and elegant. After the oath was recited, Cardinal Isidore took the blessed crown. I received this crown from God, and now entrust it to you for safekeeping. It is the symbol of the kingdom of Cyrenaica and its kings. A crown of thorns, inlaid with gold, was firmly placed on Isaac's head. The young man raised his head, held the sword, and smiled slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Count Michael, the head of the vassals, knelt on one knee, allowing Isaac to place the sword on his shoulder. This was a ceremony of allegiance. Next, all of Isaac's vassals swore allegiance to him in turn, and Isaac, as was customary, acknowledged their and his family's ownership of the lands. After the vassals, the foreign dignitaries stepped forward to congratulate Isaac on his coronation. This was an affirmation of the legitimacy of the kingship, an affirmation of the divine right of kings. In the presence of the Pope and nobles, the crown of Cyrenaica henceforth belonged to the house of Palaiologos, descendants of Isaac. On the Mediterranean Sea, a large galley was cutting through the waves. Behind it were several transport ships. The warship flew the flag of the Republic of Genoa's St. George's Cross, and its bow bore a griffin statue representing Genoa. First mate, Byzantium is just ahead, the capital of the newly established Kingdom of Cyrenaica. Bosun, keep an eye on the prisoners, don't let them fail at a crucial moment. Yes, sir. The first mate strolled back to the ship's cabin, and seeing no one around, pulled out a bottle of wine and took a swig. I don't know what's gotten into them, even wanting prisoners, the first mate complained. They were ordered by the governor of Genoa to escort a group of captured pirates to the city of Byzantium. These old sailors would be rehired in Cyrenaica, the older ones becoming instructors, and the younger ones becoming pirates again, responsible for plundering the infidel fleet. There are quite a few skilled men among them, and some are even proficient in amphibious warfare. The captain suddenly spoke up, startling the first mate. The first mate awkwardly handed the wine bottle to the captain. By the way, I remember one prisoner volunteered, is that right? The captain nodded. He was so excited when he heard about the holy war against the infidels that he persuaded quite a few prisoners to follow him. This man himself is a good sailor, skilled in naval and land command, and has a very charismatic personality. There are such people. The first mate was somewhat surprised. What's his name? It's quite difficult to pronounce. The captain frowned, took out the roster, and looked at one of the names. Giovanni Giustiniani. There is no definitive account of Giovanni Giustiniani's life before he volunteered to go to Constantinople to fight the Ottomans. There are many different versions. Here, we adopt one. Chapter 67 Armenians. If European history is a grand drama, then France is undoubtedly the leading man. The entire French region is hexagonal, with 3 sides bordering the sea and 3 sides controlling the land. The English Channel, the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, the lowlands, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees. These place names alone demonstrate France's advantageous geographical location. Currently, France's population far exceeds that of other European countries, with a staggering 20 million people. In contrast, the Holy Roman Empire had a combined population of 15 million, and the powerful Ottoman Empire had only a little over 6 million. The 100 Years' War inflicted immeasurable damage on northern France, but it also ignited patriotic fervor among the common people, sparking a nationalist movement throughout the region. The British may not have realized that they had unleashed a terrible monster. Baron Conde, accompanied by a few attendants, traveled by carriage through the French countryside. Returning to France after so long, Conde felt not the expected excitement, but rather a sense of alienation. His hometown was destroyed by the British, and his leader died under the judgment of the French bishop. For him, there were few precious memories left. The carriage rumbled, and a small wooden fortress came into view. Located deep in the mountains at the border of Toulouse and Provence in southern France, it was usually a remote and rarely visited place. Baron Conti and his entourage dismounted from the carriage and approached the fortress. Whoosh, whoosh, several arrows shot down from the fortress, landing in front of Conti and kicking up a cloud of dust. Conti stopped. Philippe, it's me, Conti? We thought you were dead. Philippe on the fortress turned and shouted down. Open the gate. One of us. The gate creaked open, and Conti and his entourage entered the fortress. Conti, what are you doing now? Philippe jumped down from the ramparts, grinning at Conti. Still working as a mercenary, or perhaps a male concubine for some noble lady? Philip sized up Conti's face, which had become more mature and handsome with the passage of time, and curled his lip. Standing before you is Baron Conti, lord of the Shwe Oasis and Valka village, a nobleman from the Dubois family of the Cyrenaica kingdom. Before Conti could speak, his attendant was the first to speak up for his master. The Cyrenaica kingdom, Philip thought hard, then turned to look at the gathered crowd. Has anyone heard of it, boss? Last time I went to town to buy medicine, an Italian merchant mentioned it, a newly established kingdom, located in North Africa. Someone in the crowd reminded him. Philip chuckled. Conti, a minor nobleman from a small North African country, bought your martial arts skills. Who would recognize your title? The Pope and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Conti said seriously. With a wave of his hand, a servant pulled out a noble's document. Philip's smile froze on his face. So, Your Excellency, your presence here isn't just to show off to your down on his luck friend, is it? Conti looked at Philip and gestured around. Get back to what you were doing. Go away." Philip immediately understood and waved his subordinates away. Philip led Conti into his tent, pulled a dirty wine bottle from under the bed, and poured himself a glass. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a small cup, poured wine for Conti, and looked pained. "I'm wanted. I have no other way to entertain you, Your Excellency," Philip added exaggeratedly. "How has the South been these past few years?" Conti didn't refuse, downed his wine in one gulp, and then expertly snatched the bottle to refill his own. "Not good," Philip said bluntly. "The Imperial Knights are pressing harder and harder, and the local governors see us as a scourge, wishing they could wipe us out." Conti nodded. This was similar to the information he had gathered. During the 100 Years' War between England and France, a large number of mercenary organizations emerged, mainly composed of knights who had lost their lands and the second sons of minor nobles without inheritance rights. They made great contributions to the French kingdom's victory in the war. These men did not have a fixed income, relying on commissions and war profits for survival, and often harassed local areas and robbed merchants. In 1445, the Anglo-French War temporarily ceased, and King Charles VI of France, eager for centralized power, decided to eliminate these local disturbances. Based on the armored cavalry regiment he had created when he was the Dauphin, he established a cavalry company specifically responsible for arresting illegal mercenary groups. These were the Knights of the Order, also known as Gendarmerie Knights or Gendarmerie Cavalry. For the next 200 years, this well-equipped and loyal armored knight force appeared on various battlefields, establishing a formidable reputation and being known as the Flower of Knights. "I heard that the Dauphin and the King have many conflicts and are almost at war. Do they still have the energy to deal with your messy affairs?" Conti asked. The Dauphin of France, later King Louis XI, was a model of filial piety. This Dauphin Louis had been at odds with his father, Charles VI, since childhood, leading the Great Feudal Rebellion of 1440, the Argentine Revolt of 1446, and the recent separatist movement. Under Louis's rule, the Dauphin's territory had practically become an independent kingdom. He dismissed officials sent by his father, installed his cronies, established institutions, and implemented a foreign policy drastically different from his father's. Currently, the conflict between the two sides had reached a critical point, and Charles VI, still clinging to a sliver of familial affection, was reluctant to take action against Louis. "Don't even mention it," Philip slurred, shaking his head. "That Louis is even more ruthless than his father. He executes any disobedient mercenary groups he catches without a trial. The brothers in the north are even more distressed than we are." The mercenary leader downed the last drop of wine, held the bottle to his eyes, and strained to see inside. Conti glanced behind him, and his attendant pulled out a bottle of fine wine, handing it to Philip with disdain. Philip's eyes lit up. He picked up the bottle, bit off the cork, and gulped it down. "Where did this come from? It has an indescribable feel to it. It doesn't seem like local wine." "St. Josephine, my own vineyard." After finishing his wine, Philip sighed contentedly, wiped his mouth, and looked at Conti with a meaningful gaze. "Conti, just say what you mean. There's no point in hiding it." Conti smiled. "You still have contact with others, don't you?" "Your Majesty, you wanted to see me." Captain Fidel appeared travel-worn in black castle, in Isaac's study. "Sit." Isaac gestured. Fidel sat down, picked up his water glass, and drank it all in one gulp. "Mr. Fidel, do you remember me?" Priest Perny, who had been hiding to the side, suddenly spoke up, startling Fidel. "You?" "Perny of Adana." Fidel frowned, and it took him a while to recall. Yes, thank you for remembering me." Perny nodded repeatedly. "Your Highness, this Perny is the Cilician priest I mentioned to you before." Isaac nodded. In 1448, Isaac sent the captain of Fidel's fleet, who was raiding at sea, to monitor the Orthodox situation in the kingdoms of Karamanli and Ramazanbi, attempting to make contact with him. Perny was one of Fidel's achievements on this mission. However, Isaac's power was too weak at the time, and Perny didn't take him seriously. It wasn't until the Cyrenaic War ended and the kingdom was formally established that Perny began to remember Isaac. After consulting with a local church, Perny decided to accompany New Norda and Anathopendius to meet the new rulers of Cyrenaica. "Priest Perny, please explain your plan in detail. It will also allow Fidel's fleet to consider its feasibility." "Your Highness, how much do you know about us?" "How much? I know your past, I understand your present situation, and I can foresee your future." Isaac smiled. Cilician Armenia, a nation built by refugees. The Armenian mountain peoples originally inhabited the Armenian highlands of the Caucasus region. During the height of the Byzantine Empire, Armenia was its most loyal vassal, providing soldiers and guarding its eastern borders. The empire did not neglect them. Many generals at the time were from Armenia. Following the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Manzikert, the Armenian highlands fell, severely weakening the Byzantine Empire, which retreated to the Anatolian peninsula. Unable to endure the exploitation by the Turks, the Armenians fled south and established a new kingdom in Cilicia. This kingdom was once very prosperous, widely absorbing advanced systems and cultures from Western Europe and the Byzantine Empire, and profiting immensely from the Crusades by leveraging its geographical advantages. Later, internal strife among several powerful families in Cilicia led to its gradual erosion by the powerful Mamluks. In 1375, the last Armenian stronghold fell to the Mamluks, marking the end of the Armenian kingdom. Although the nation had perished, a large Armenian population still existed, living under Muslim rule. This was an old tradition, deliberately keeping infidels around to facilitate the collection of high jizya taxes. This policy was very effective when the nation was strong, able to quickly unify the country and maximize its potential. However, as the nation began to decline, the ruling class discovered that these infidels had become too powerful to control, becoming a source of internal conflict. What to do? Kill. The horrific Armenian genocide of the 20th century is a case in point. As you expect, we now live under the rule of infidels, and life is getting harder and harder, Perny said, spreading his hands. Oh? I remember you were known for your docility decades ago. Mamluks, Karamans, Ramazans, whoever ruled, you always paid your taxes obediently, Your Highness. We could tolerate lower taxes before, but things are very different now, Priest Perny said, his expression somewhat somber. It's all the Karamans' fault. Generations of Karamanbi have been obsessed with wars, provoking the Ottomans to the west and plundering Ramazan and even the Mamluks to the east, turning the peaceful Cilicia into chaos. The Karamans win far more than they lose. When they lose a war, they tax the Christians, conscripting men from our communities, and then use the taxed money to continue the war, endlessly. Our followers are currently mainly concentrated in the kingdoms of Karamanbi and Ramazanbi. The two sides have been at war for years, and our blood has been spilled. We've heard that you defeated the Mamluk Sultan. Could you perhaps rescue us from this misery? Priest Perny, waving his hands in righteous indignation, spoke with great emotion. Isaac gestured for him to calm down, inwardly thinking, what's this? Looking south towards the royal army, they've discovered it has expanded from a company to a regiment, so they're starting to have ideas. Why don't you go and beg the Lusignan family of Cyprus? I remember the current king of Cyprus is also the king of Cilicia and Armenia. After the fall of the Armenian kingdom, the last king fled to Europe and abdicated the throne to his nephew, who then became king of Cyprus. Since then, the Lusignan family has simultaneously worn 3 crowns, dominating the European continent. Perny clearly showed disdain at the mention of Cyprus. The Lusignan family was terrified by the Mamluks. Since Peter I, they have clung to their isolated island, completely indifferent to our fate. He paused. Furthermore, we would rather live under Muslim oppression than be associated with Roman Catholics. These people don't consider us brothers at all. Isaac pondered for a moment. Have you never considered overthrowing Muslim rule and regaining your freedom? Isaac's initial intention in contacting the Armenians was to incite them to rebel, thereby diverting the Mamluks' attention. Perny stammered. All right then, Isaac said, no longer pressuring this poor soul who is unwilling to endure exploitation or rebel. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to me and worship me as your Lord, I can allow you to settle on my land, pay the same taxes as the Orthodox Christians, and perform the same corvée labor as them. Regarding religious matters, I can grant the Armenian Apostolic Church some autonomy, as can be seen in the agreement I reached with the Coptic Church in Egypt. You can migrate to Cyrenaica, register there, and live among the Orthodox Christians. Isaac decided to accept these Armenian refugees, just as the former Byzantine emperors had allowed them to leave the Caucasus and settle in Cilicia. Captain Fidel will be responsible for coordinating with you. Perny wanted to say something more, but Isaac interrupted him directly. This is my last act of mercy. Whether you accept it or not is entirely up to you. Priest Perny thanked Isaac, bowed, and left. However, we have an agreement. I am about to launch a joint operation with the Republic of Genoa to sweep across the Anatolian coast. If you and the Armenians fail to give me a definite answer, Pirni turned to Isaac in astonishment, then I will naturally assume that you are colluding with the infidels. Isaac shrugged. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 68 The Post-Station System. Dean Marcel, what is this? In the Narcissian Medical School, Isaac curiously picked up a sticky mass. A mixture of liver and heart, oh, and maybe some intestines. Marcel, a Shia medical scholar from Baghdad, fiddled with a blood-stained manuscript without looking up. Thud. Isaac quickly threw the unidentified object away. This is your people's fault, Your Majesty. They are all ignorant and foolish believers, not students with a thirst for knowledge. These people don't understand the importance of anatomy at all, nor do they want to properly distinguish between organs. Dean Marcel showed no consideration for Isaac's feelings, directly expressing his dissatisfaction with the students Isaac had recommended. Isaac could only smile helplessly. Talented people were rare. Currently, there wasn't a single truly trained doctor in the entire Christian world. The Renaissance was just beginning to take hold, the Church's authority hadn't been completely lost, and there weren't even professional doctors. Most doctors were part-time, and people in various places were still at the stage of healing through prayer. The Muslim world is in a much better position. They have a long-standing medical tradition, and the renowned Persian physician Avicenna left them a rich legacy. A few decades later, Isaac might be able to bring Vesalius under his wing, but he couldn't wait that long. He needed to start training now, and in 5 or 10 years, he might be able to reap the benefits of a medical breakthrough. Dean Marcel, anatomy can wait. How are they doing with the most important subject, surgery? Most of the students Isaac recommended were staunch Greek Orthodox Christians, many even sons of the Praetorian Guard. These individuals might indeed be heavily influenced by the Church, but their loyalty was still guaranteed. Surgery is so-so. These students are all focused on learning basic battlefield bandaging as quickly as possible. Not a single one of them has seriously grasped the theory. Marcel was clearly very angry, slamming his manuscript shut. Isaac could only force a smile. Did you carefully read the documents I gave you last time? Yes, I extracted it according to your method, and the effect was good. Marcel's expression softened slightly. He took a small glass bottle from the cabinet and shook it at Isaac. The bottle contained a pale yellow, viscous liquid. Allicin, one of the few transmigrator benefits Isaac could enjoy. This stuff was very easy to produce. Before transmigrating, Isaac had made it himself at home using alcohol. Although the purity was low, it was better than nothing. Allicin had good antibacterial and disinfectant properties and could be used on the battlefield and in warhorse feed. After saying goodbye to Dean Marcel, Isaac went to a secluded corner of the Narcissus Medical School. The guard at the door recognized Isaac and saluted him. Is Menadin? He's inside, Your Majesty. Isaac nodded and entered the dark room. This was the pharmaceutical manufacturing bureau that Isaac had established, a place of absolute secrecy, where workers and managers were all forbidden from leaving without permission. Currently, the bureau produced only one drug. Mended. How much navigator's medicine can you produce each day? Navigator's medicine, specially manufactured by Isaac for long-distance voyages, was a golden goose. The formula was chaotic and complicated, adding a little of everything. With only one effective ingredient, citrus juice. In those days, many problems plagued ocean-going sailors. Scurvy wasn't the most harmful, but it was certainly the most frustrating. This disease had been known since the ancient Greek colonial period, but there had never been a proper treatment. For a long time, superstitious sailors considered this disease, which flared up after being away from land for too long, a curse from the sea god, and could only pray for divine protection. If this miracle drug could be promoted, it could indirectly boost long-distance navigation and also bring in a large sum of money for Isaac. As for the complex and chaotic formula, it was just a cover-up for secrecy. Your Majesty, this stuff doesn't involve any complicated processes. We can produce about 50 bottles a day. Mendit, leaning on his cane, limped towards Isaac. He was a member of Isaac's old guard, who had lost half his foot in the Battle of the Wall of Corinth, but survived and was hired by Isaac as the supervisor of the drug manufacturing bureau. Isaac nodded. In the short term, this production scale was most suitable. First, provide these medicines to our Mediterranean fleet. After the sailors use them, they will naturally advertise this miracle drug. First, establish a reputation, and then we can expand production. After Isaac finished speaking, he handed the documents and the glass bottle containing allicin to Mendit. The manufacturing process of this new drug is not complicated. Contact Dean Marcel and try to produce the finished product as soon as possible. Lord Fidel, this is our sincerity." On the dock of Pillinge Harbor, a large galley-sailed warship stood proudly. After more than a month of negotiations, Cyrenaica, Monferrato, and Genoa reached a preliminary joint trade agreement. The agreement stipulated that the Republic of Genoa would invest 20,000 ducats in the Monferrato Trading Company, taking a 10% stake. Meanwhile, Genoa would grant Isaac the right to purchase new warships and allow the Cyrenaica Mediterranean fleet to dock and resupply in Genoese ports. In return, Cyrenaica would open the cities of Oran and Beta as trading posts for Genoa, granting them trading privileges for certain goods in these cities. Furthermore, Isaac demanded that the Genoese governor hand over some of the captured pirates to him, rehiring them as instructors at the Naval Academy and as sailors on privateers. "What a beautiful ship! What's her name?" Captain Fidel, standing nearby, gazed at the new warship's high hull, his eyes gleaming. "The Grand Consul, this warship was born for coastal warfare. Its hull is agile and elegant, perfectly suited to the complex sea conditions of the Anatolian and Tunisian coasts. At His Majesty's request, we specifically designed the warship's hull to be very high, effectively deterring the Muslims' favorite boarding maneuver." Fidel nodded, walked onto the deck, and looked around, like a young man who had been single for 20 years seeing his dream girl. "My lord, we've brought some old pirates. Their loyalty can't be guaranteed, but when it comes to robbery and murder, no one is better than them." "Very well. We'll formally sign the agreement once His Majesty returns from his western journey. Now, let's go see those pirates you call utterly wicked." On March 26, 1449, Isaac concluded his westward journey and returned to Billinge. The situation in the entire Sirte region was relatively stable. The proportion of immigrants was increasing, and the local natives were either waiting to be assimilated or sold off. The kingdom's prime minister, Isolt, was already planning the relocation of the government, moving the administrative offices from the increasingly overburdened city of Sirte to the empty Billinge. Under Isaac's plan, Sirte would become the territory's livestock center and trading port, similar to its later role. The local environment couldn't support a large capital. After the promulgation of the slave edict, the tribal power in the Sirte and Jaffa regions further declined. While enjoying the benefits brought by the United Merchants Association, these Sheikh tribes gradually lost their ability to survive independently. The herders used to raise horses, sheep, and camels, and in areas with more water, they would grow dates. This self-sufficient lifestyle allowed them to sustain themselves. Now, things are very different. The United Merchants Association has a firm grip on the tribesmen's wallets. Wool is expensive? Then I'll just raise sheep. Camel calves are expensive? Then I'll raise more female camels. You say no one raises horses, no one trains male camels. What if there's war? What does that have to do with me? In my spare time, I still have to work at the wool mill in the city. The tribesmen have been liberated from their individual tribal systems and become cogs in the social machine. If Isaac's repeated bloodletting severely weakened the tribes, then the specialization and standardization of animal husbandry was the final straw that broke the camel's back for the small tribes. Some small tribes attempted to resist, but were uprooted by the local sheriff and city guards, and sold off to several Muslim countries to the west. Granada was still locked in a fierce battle with Castile, and the Marin and Hafs dynasties were fighting amongst themselves. These Muslim slaves had no shortage of buyers. In this context, the originally self-sufficient tribal economy of North Africa gradually collapsed under the impact of the foreign commodity economy. The remaining large tribes either considered transformation or disappeared into the dustbin of history. The winds of reform blew stronger and stronger, and naturally some were able to rise to prominence. Count Adnan, who was diligently governing Ur, was one of the best among them. Seeing that Isaac was slow to start road construction, this remarkable man took prisoners he had seized from King Abdullah and began building the road to Jaffa himself. The changes to the tribes had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that society as a whole became more stable, local unrest was swept away, and the remaining large tribes tightly surrounded the various cities, so no one could challenge Isaac's absolute authority in the Sirte region. The disadvantage was that the fighting power of these tribesmen under the new system was certainly much weaker than before, and it would be difficult to recruit skilled and valiant servants again. Upon returning to Billinge, Isaac immediately summoned the vizier Isolt and the treasurer Riddle. "You two, it's been a long time. You've both lost a lot of weight," Isaac said with a hint of schadenfreude. The newly established kingdom was gradually withdrawing military control from the provinces, handing over political affairs to the newly formed local governments. This alone kept the two of them busy. Not to mention the immigration matters involving Egyptian Coptics and Armenians. After the coronation ceremony, Isaac had dispatched Albert, the chief spy, and Anderson, the foreign minister, to carry out missions abroad, leaving these tasks to them. The two rolled their eyes, completely ignoring Isaac. After a long period of interaction, they discovered that their monarch wasn't aloof and domineering, but rather quite approachable most of the time. Trusting his subordinates, generous, making wise decisions, and living a simple life, where could they find such a superior? Isolth shook his head and sighed. Your Majesty, please give your orders. I still need to negotiate with Priest Piern in a little while. I also need to discuss the tax issues of the trading posts with the executive chairman of Olda. Riddle immediately chimed in. Factionalism is emerging in Isaac's court, led by the Chancellor Ishard and the Minister of Commerce, Andrei, with Riddle being one of the Chancellor's supporters. Isaac has turned a blind eye to this factional struggle. As long as they don't extend their reach into military power, he has nothing to worry about. Two things, and once I've said them, you can send people to do them. Isaac's smile faded, and he became serious. First, send surveyors to map out key trade routes and establish relay stations at crucial water sources to relay royal orders and strengthen control over the regions. These relay station personnel should be selected primarily from loyal veterans, allowing them to continue contributing. If used properly, the relay station system can quickly transmit the kingdom's central policies and orders to the regions, greatly strengthening centralized power. Ancient Rome, the Persian Empire, the Mongol Empire, the Timurid Kingdom, these vast empires with numerous ethnic groups almost all had well-established relay station systems, like a vast net tightly connecting all parts of the empire. Isaac's current territory is a veritable ethnic melting pot, with the Greeks holding a dominant position only in certain areas. Local power is weak, and control is largely suppressed by force. Religion can resolve some differences, but it cannot guarantee long-term stability. Isaac doesn't want his homeland in North Africa to be engulfed in flames while he leads his army to battle Memdi in the Balkans. Establishing a nationwide relay system is imperative. It should have been done long ago, Isaac nodded, taking notes. Secondly, based on the established relay systems, build roads. During my Western tour, I consider the situation in various places. Isaac handed a document to Isert. We will divide the roads into 3 classes, each for different sections. Isert read aloud softly. First class, capable of accommodating 2 carriages side by side, primarily for major commercial routes and military outposts in the north. Second class, passable by carriages, used in important but severely desertified areas like the Jaffa region. Third class, that's it. Isolth looked bewildered. Third class, no requirements, the central government won't fund it, local organizations will build it, just enough for people to walk on, sprinkle coarse salt, or seawater if unavailable, then cover with gravel to prevent weeds from growing. The necessary funds for the post stations and roads will be paid by the finance department. If it's still insufficient, ask me for more. Riddle nodded. We acquired a great deal of wealth during the Cyrenaica War, enough for the short term. Having just seen off the 2 administrative officials, Isaac was greeted by Fleet Commander Fidel. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy knocking was very distinctive. Come in. Isaac slumped over the table, seething with anger. The country's administration was just getting on track, and talent was scarce. Many local officials were excellent at carrying out tasks, but without Isaac's orders, they were completely lost. The constant travel and exhaustion had truly worn Isaac out. Just as he was about to rest, that annoying Fidel came to disturb his peace again. Fidel, if Your Highness, I've come to introduce you to someone. Fidel's face was filled with excitement. I won't see him, Your Highness. This man has extensive maritime knowledge and outstanding command abilities. He's a promising candidate for the Marine Corps. Haven't you always wanted to establish such a force? I won't see him. He's already here. You should at least meet him, call him over. Isaac had no choice but to get up, dress, and adopt a humble demeanor. A moment later, Fidel led a man dressed in prison clothes with a full beard into the room. The man walked with a limp, a habit typical of someone who spent years at sea. A faint smile played on his lips, his skin a bronze hue, and his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He was clearly sizing Isaac up. The man pulled a crucifix from his chest and kissed it. Thanks be to Almighty Lord, I have regained my freedom, passionate, resolute, and devout. This was Isaac's first impression of him. Sensing something, Isaac's heart pounded. What is your name? You may call me Giovanni, your majesty, the great jihadist. The man bowed deeply. Giovanni Giustiniani, your deeds have reached the prison where I was imprisoned. Your piety is admirable, so I volunteered to come and contribute to your jihadist cause. Giovanni looked at Isaac with a confident smile. You must join my team. Isaac quickly stepped forward and grasped Giovanni's hands. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Pirate Law. Piracy, an ancient and long-standing profession. Some say that piracy has existed since the invention of ships. Ancient Greece was undoubtedly a maritime civilization. The Balkan Peninsula, with its crisscrossing mountains, was unsuitable for agriculture and could not support a large population. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he often opens a window. Greece is surrounded by the sea on three sides, with a long coastline and many excellent harbors. This allowed the people of ancient Greece to explore the sea very early on, colonize various habitable places, establish city-states, open up sea routes, and conduct trade. Trade stems from profit, and thus, profit-seeking pirates were born. We are pirates, fierce pirates, left hand holding a wine bottle, right hand holding treasure, woo-woo. On the vast Mediterranean Sea, a tattered galley sailed, its patched sails billowing, wobbling along. We are not afraid of the Venetian fleet, la, not to mention the fools of the Knights Hospitaller, ha. A drunken old sailor steered with one hand on the rudder and held a dirty wine bottle in the other. Billy. Shut your pig mouth, a head popped out of the captain's cabin, roaring angrily. You idiot Jetner, either fire me or leave me alone. Drunk Billy turned around and yelled back at Captain Jetner, not to be outdone. After a while, the voices stopped. Jetner breathed a sigh of relief and focused on his work. Hiccup, we are the kings of the Aegean Sea, horse, the horse. Mocking voice began to drift again. What a damn bad luck. In the cramped captain's cabin, Jetner slammed his fist on the nautical table, almost knocking it over. A letter fluttered to the floor. Jetner carefully picked it up, mustered his courage, and opened it again. The letter was covered in a kind of scribbled rune, like a child's trick. Jetner pulled out his codebook, took a deep breath, calmed himself, and read it again. Dear Jetner, my eternal friend, I'm sure you'll be quite surprised to see another letter written in secret. The Genoese prison was dark and gloomy, but I met quite a few ruthless characters there. Almighty Lord, didn't you bestow your grace upon me so that I might spread your gospel? Under the Lord's guidance, I came to Byzantium, a newly born kingdom founded by the jihadist Isaac. King Isaac treated me very well, didn't look down on my pirate identity, and didn't discriminate against my Genoese blood, which is different from our stereotypes. Of course, this might be related to King Isaac's half-Genoese blood. The letter writer rambled on for a long time, making Jetner extremely irritated. Dear brother, I'm sure you'll be angry and furious when you read this, cursing me for being so long-winded, but that's not a good habit. God won't. Jetner forcibly restrained the urge to tear the letter to shreds, swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He skipped to the next few lines. God, he skipped again. Almighty Lord, Let's start reading from the last paragraph. In short, I have been entrusted with an important mission, captain of the Grand Consul and concurrently captain of a Marine Corps. But I'm not afraid to tell you, the entire Marine Corps currently only has 30 men, all of whom are my friends from prison. Speaking of the Genoese prison, we are about to wage a holy war at sea, wielding our swords in the name of the Lord, and punishing the heretics in the name of the Lord. King Isaac is a man of great talent and is willing to lead us in this holy war. What are we waiting for? See you in Billinge, your eternal friend, Giovanni Giustiniani. How are you? Finally, under the dual torment of the drunkard Billy and the fanatical Giovanni, Jetner finished reading the letter, let out a long sigh, and began to think. Although Giovanni liked to write long letters and ramble on about religion, he was very reliable and never lied. His own dilapidated ship had 13 sailors who usually could only follow behind large pirate ships and eat their fill, and even that depended on the mood of others. Without money, there are no big ships and sailors. Without big ships and sailors, there is no money. Jetner's eyes darted around. He had no interest in the so-called Holy War, but he was quite impressed by King Isaac and his renowned Mediterranean fleet. A fleet that dared to rob Mamluk sultans' transport ships. If they were determined, they should be able to pull off a big heist, right? Jednar pulled out a crumpled nautical chart, and from under his bed, he found a compass and a worn-out pen, calculating his position. "Billy, you old fool," Jednar poked his head out. "We're pirates, proud pirates." "Oh, fool, hard to port." Thud, a bottle smashed on the deck in front of him, startling Jednar. "We are sons of the sea, raising the banner of freedom, yo-ho." With creaking and groaning, the pirate ship Clever Billy sailed southwest. In April 1449, thanks to the efforts of some, a message began to spread in the eastern Mediterranean. Isaac, the Deathbringer of the Cyrenaica kingdom, is preparing a naval holy war, planning a massive sweep of the Islamic coast in alliance with the Republic of Genoa and numerous Christian pirates. Immediately, many small and medium-sized pirate groups are eager to join the fray and profit from this holy war. However, the Venetians, the dominant power in the eastern Mediterranean, are dismissive of this news. These merchants don't care about the Pope's opinion. They are not only willing to trade with Islamic countries but also sell large quantities of weapons and armor, which the Vatican strictly forbids from export, to Muslims. They practically monopolize the most valuable spice trade in the eastern Mediterranean and wield considerable trading power in Islamic countries like the Mamluks. Anyone who dares to challenge their trading authority in the eastern Mediterranean will be crushed. Even the once powerful Republic of Genoa was defeated by Venice. What is tiny Cyrenaica compared to that? Even so, many small and medium-sized pirate groups still flock to Birinj, hoping to participate in this grand feast. They weren't worried about failure. In recent years, Captain Fidel and his Grand Duke Moria had repeatedly succeeded in hijacking Mamluk sultans' transport ships, establishing considerable prestige. The Venetians didn't want to break ties with their trading partners, and the Hospitallers didn't want to play along. These money-grubbing, reckless sea madmen, like wolves smelling blood, had gathered at Pillinge Harbor. Ouch, Jednar punched the drunkard Billy on the shoulder, making him stagger. "Captain, I resign, the Clever Billy will have no first mate from now on." Jednar ignored the old sailor who occasionally went mad, watching the crowds coming and going at Pillinge Harbor. In recent days, the harbor had been filled with pirates and all sorts of people who had come after hearing the news, and the increased flow of people had indirectly boosted commerce. St. Josephine wine. A sailor's favorite, Jednar grabbed the drunkard Billy, who was drooling over the crystal-clear bottle, and then walked into the crowd. "A sea talisman. Blessed by the sea god Nidup, only 10 ducats, a shifty-eyed Italian vendor shouted. "Heretic, arrest him!" The crowd roared with laughter, the vendor cursed, and fled like the wind. Dates from Sirte, sir. Would you like a bath, girl? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Navigational medicine. It can break sea curses. I'm a sailor on the St. Nicholas, and it's proven effective." Jednar smiled, not believing in such things at all. He grabbed Billy, pushed aside the vendor, declined the offer of a scantily clad bath girl, and continued towards his destination. Walking through the bustling dock area, under the watchful eyes of the guards, Jednar entered a small tavern. The tavern was clean, elegantly decorated, the bar quaint yet refined, the waitresses poised, and most of the patrons wore military uniforms and carried swords, vulgar, but not rude. Jednar understood that this was not pirate territory. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice called out to him. "Jednar." "Billy." Over here, in a small corner, Giovanni, surrounded by a group of people, smiled and invited his two old friends to sit down. Jednar then realized that those surrounding Giovanni were all old comrades from his pirate ship days, comrades who had risked their lives for each other. Giovanni warmly pulled Jednar to his side, then expertly tossed Billy a bottle of good wine. "Brother, we have to keep our voices down. This used to be the Royal Guard's territory. I finally managed to carve out a piece of land. The desert meat here is superb. You should try it. God bless you." "How have you been these past few years?" Giovanni poured Jednar a glass of golden liquid. "What else can I be doing? Every silver coin I've earned has been swallowed up by that old drunkard Billy." A low chuckle rippled through the room as they began to reminisce about the past. Surrounded by his old comrades, Jednar lowered his guard and drank with them, reminiscing about the past and the future. As the wine flowed freely, they began to remember their purpose. "By the grace of God," hiccup, the others gestured, and Jednar nodded. He lowered his head and whispered in Giovanni's ear. "First mate, the captain is dead, you're the boss now. You're rich, don't forget your old brothers, of course. It's all the lords. You called us here, is there some new information? What exactly does King Isaac want? Tell us, will you?" Giovanni composed himself, his expression turning serious as he looked at them. "You are all my trusted men, I won't hide anything from you. This time, I've brought you here to make a fortune." Giovanni pulled a beautifully crafted document from his pocket. A letter of privateering. Isaac looked at the document Isaac had handed him. "Yes, what is its function? Those who possess a license can stop at any of our ports for supplies, recruit sailors at the ports, purchase slaves and nautical medicine at low prices, and use the naval repair yard in Orne at low prices. Most importantly, after registering with us and obtaining a privateering license, their pirate status will be whitewashed, and the plundering will be considered part of the Holy War. These are the approvals from Pope Nicholas V and Patriarch Gregory III." Isaac presented the permission documents from the two religious leaders. Isaac's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "Your Majesty, I must remind you, you are a king, a nobleman and purple under the apple tree, co-emperor of the Romans, not a pirate. Tolerating pirates or even supporting them is something even the Venetians wouldn't do openly." Isaac sighed softly. This high-achieving graduate of the University of Florence was somewhat aloof and unwilling to do what he considered extremely dirty. When Isaac had previously developed the slave trade on a large scale, Isaac had been somewhat displeased, believing that this was not something a despotic ruler should do. "My dear Isaac, don't worry too much about reputation, it's useless. By supporting piracy, we can constantly weaken our enemies. We can harass the Ottoman coast while Constantinople is under siege, and in the process, we can recruit enough sailors and even ships. These pirates are not recognized by any country, living in hiding. If we can gather them together, we can make a fortune just from service fees. We can build a dedicated pirate port for privateers, using their power to enrich our own treasury and weaken our enemies. Where there are sea routes, there will be pirates. It's a very powerful force, whether you acknowledge it or not." Decades later in the original timeline, the Ottoman Empire, relying on pirates whom everyone underestimated at the time, built its navy from scratch, dominating the Mediterranean and even venturing into the Atlantic. Kemal Reis, Piri Reis, Barbarossa Hayreddin, weren't these legendary figures, now renowned in later generations, all small-time pirates in their early years? Isaac's expression remained complex. "Your Highness, have you considered that most of these pirates wouldn't care whether they robbed Christians or Muslims? Allowing them to plunder will cause you immense trouble. Leaving aside how the monarchs of various countries will view you, the hurdle of Venice alone will be difficult for you to overcome." This was indeed true. Isaac might disregard the opinions of various monarchs, but he couldn't ignore the opinion of the maritime superpower, Venice. "We will divert our main targets from Venetian trading colonies, and bring the Pope along to negotiate with them, striving for their neutrality. The Venetians aren't monolithic either. Many in the Council of 40 are dissatisfied with Christians' monopoly on the Mamluk trade. We can also exploit this. In short, surely we can't abandon the substantial profits that are about to be gained just because of the potential anger of the Venetians." Throwing the baby out with the bathwater is not Isaac's style. Chapter 70 Stubbornness and Self-Will. "My dear son, Isaac, Prince of Cyrenaica, frankly, your plans disappoint me. Leaving aside the impact of supporting piracy on the empire's reputation, how do you intend to deal with the Venetians and Ottomans? Sultan Murad has been spending his twilight years peacefully in his palace at Adrianople. I don't think you should provoke a sleeping lion." This was a letter from his father, the Roman Emperor Constantine I, tinged with reproach. "My dear Isaac, I regret to inform you that this time, your actions have truly gone too far. Almost all the councillors are furious about your support of piracy. I must remind you that the Republic's trade interests in the Mamluks and the Eastern Mediterranean are inviolable. If you persist in your course, we will." This letter came from the Consul Milith of Constantinople. Clearly, this Venetian, who had a good relationship with Isaac, was also quite dissatisfied with his actions. "Your Majesty King of Cyrenaica, Isaac the Holy War, I regret to inform you that we are currently unable to join your naval holy war for the following reasons." The letter came from the Knights Hospitaller of Rhodes, who had nearly been wiped out by Sultan Chakmak in 1444 and were now somewhat cautious, unwilling to provoke trouble. Isaac sighed and tossed aside the letters of varying degrees of importance. He picked up a small, Exquisite letter, its envelope adorned with the coat of arms of the Avish royal family and carrying the scent of lavender. My dearest Isaac, this is my second letter to you. Last time you mentioned that the best way to understand the style of a royal family is to observe the territories they govern. Uncle Henry and Uncle Pedro said something similar. These past few months, I traveled north from Billy to Naples to visit my uncle, King Afonso of Aragon, who treated me very well. Following your method, I left my mark in many places: pious Rome, wealthy Venice, artistic Milan, and the emerging Parma. Your brother, Duke John of the Palaiologos, received me. He is a good man. I found that beyond the Alps, it was difficult to feel the vibrant spirit of northern Italy. The people were ignorant and uneducated, the nobles pedantic and barbaric, and this became increasingly apparent the further inland I went. The noble ladies here were very surprised by my arrival. They might never be allowed to leave their father's or husband's territory in their entire lives. Every time I think of this, I am grateful to have been born in Portugal, such an open country. Alice, I never imagined that southern Germany was so primitive. Perhaps I should have gone to France and Burgundy before. I'm writing this letter on my way to Vienna, and then to Prague. I hope these two cities will give me some surprises. Isaac pursed her lips. Prague might indeed surprise her, but Vienna? Forget it. Ever since Henry VI of Luxembourg made Prague the capital of the Holy Roman Empire, Vienna, which had been doing quite well, had fallen into decline and suffered many upheavals, never managing to develop again. By the way, I heard some unpleasant rumors during my travels about your naval adventures. I don't know you well, but I can sense that you are a wise and resourceful monarch, and you will surely make the right choice. Yours forever, Leonor. Upon reading the last part, a slight smile finally appeared on Isaac's tense face. Someone still believed in him. Your Majesty. The door was pushed open, and the kingdom's chancellor, Isaac, rushed in, waving two documents in his hands. What has made you so urgent, dear Isaac? Your Majesty, you must immediately cease all support for the naval holy war. These are letters from the Doge's Palace of Venice and the Vatican. Isaac looked at the complex Latin symbols, his head throbbing. Read them, Isaac. Your Majesty, I've already read them twice. Isaac was clearly anxious. The Venetians have issued a stern warning against us infringing upon their trade interests in the eastern Mediterranean, or they will attack us. The Mamluks are certainly behind this. Isaac glanced at it. It was roughly the same warning as Milo's. What did His Holiness the Pope say? His Holiness Nicholas is now beginning to realize the seriousness of the matter and has subtly reminded you to be mindful of the occasion and the targets of the holy war. He does not want to see us break with the Venetians. I understand. Isaac nodded, gesturing for Isaac to sit down. This is the privateering decree I devised with Captain Fidel and Captain Giovanni. Take a look. Isaac handed the prepared draft decree to Isaac. Your Majesty. Isaac slammed his fist on the table. Have you taken my words to heart? You must, immediately, cease all operations concerning the eastern Mediterranean, or it will be too late. Our current naval strength is no match for the Venetians. Those pirates have no loyalty whatsoever. They will never fight to the death for us. Once our fleet is annihilated by the Venetians, those pirate leaders who were drinking happily with you just a moment ago will immediately turn on you and follow the Venetians to carve up our territory. How can you be so stubborn? Isaac's voice was loud, startling Isaac. After saying this, Isaac immediately realized his irrationality. I apologize, Your Majesty. I meant no offense, but you really shouldn't. Enough. Isaac suddenly stood up and roared at Isaac. I am the co-ruling emperor. You are not. Get out. Isaac looked shocked, seemingly not recognizing his usually kind and courteous lord. Yes, Your Majesty. Isaac bowed, turned and left, his disappointment evident. Have you heard? The Doge's Palace in Venice has warned King Isaac. I knew this would happen. The Venetians won't let them muddy the waters in the eastern Mediterranean. It's good that they've muddied things up. Without muddying things up, how can we pirates survive? I just heard that Prime Minister Isaac advised King Isaac and was thrown out of his study. It seems our King Isaac is determined to go his own way this time. Good. After they are defeated by the Venetians, we can, should we still accept this king's invitation? Of course. A letter of privateering is a good thing, and besides, we haven't agreed to work for him. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, this holy war gradually took a turn for the worse. Many foreign powers were puzzled by Isaac's willful actions, deeming him too arrogant to dare confront the Venetians' wrath. The pirates also split into factions, some gloated, waiting to see Isaac fail and hoping to profit from the war. Others, mostly fanatics and Genoese, firmly supported the Holy War and opposed Venetian trade with infidels. Suddenly, the city of Byzantium was in a state of panic, the focus of public opinion. Isaac was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he arrived in his Albanian territory, the city of Oran. Oran was located in southwestern Albania, on the eastern side of the Otranto Strait, very close to the Taranto Peninsula. Within the Albanian Union, the southern princes had always remained outside the core circle of Skanderbeg, flirting with Epirus to the south, Naples to the west, and the Ottomans to the east. Whenever foreign enemies invaded, these southern princes would symbolically provide Skanderbeg with soldiers and provisions, demonstrating their support for national independence. After Baron Maruna led the Black Legion to help Skanderbeg successfully defend against the Venetian counterattack and recapture Dania, the suzerainty of Oran was transferred to Isaac. The ruling family there was unwilling to acknowledge Isaac's suzerainty and attempted to unite with the Ottomans in rebellion. However, his timing was poor. The Ottomans were busy fighting the White Knight Uniti and had no time to deal with him. Upon receiving this news, Baron Maruna acted decisively, leading the Black Legion to seize the city with overwhelming numbers, forcing the original ruling family to flee overseas. Oran had a large population, and its eastern side was crisscrossed by mountains and rivers, making it easy to defend. Its northern side connected to the Albanian coastal plain, a flat and difficult-to-defend terrain. Baron Maruna attacked from this side, catching the defenders completely off guard. "Your Majesty, I was too busy to attend your coronation ceremony. Please forgive me." Baron Maruna knelt respectfully on one knee before Isaac, making up for the belated pledge of allegiance. Isaac drew his sword and gently placed it on Maruna's shoulder. "The battles in Albania have been fought very well. Keep up the good work." Maruna smiled. In truth, he didn't possess any outstanding strategic vision, and his tactical skills were merely passable. Those seemingly divinely inspired battles were all accomplished under Skanderbeg's command. "The village on the outermost edge of Cape Juha outside Oran is yours." "Thank you, Your Highness." Maruna knelt in gratitude. "How many troops do you have at your disposal now?" 2,000 men in the Black Legion. "That's the quota you stipulated. The local Albanian militia can probably muster a few hundred more." 2,000 men, all of whom were Maruna's own trusted men. That was a bit too many. "So many? Can the city supply them?" Maruna hesitated, his mind racing, swallowing hard, the word "can" stuck in his throat. "It's a bit difficult. How about this? Divide these 2,000 men into two teams. One team will be sent to Tobruk, and I want to train them as garrison soldiers for the military district." "Yes." Maruna's eyes were lowered. "Baron Maruna, listen to my command," Isaac roared. "I obey your orders." After consideration, I have officially decided to establish the Oran military district, which, like the Tobruk military district, will be directly under the kingdom's government. I appoint you as the first commander of the military district, with full authority over the military affairs of Oran city, including the construction of fortifications, the appointment of junior officers, and the purchase of military equipment. You only need to submit reports to the central government for approval. The Black Legion will be divided into two parts, becoming garrison soldiers for the Tobruk military district and the Oran military district respectively. In addition, you will also need to explore the potential of the countryside and establish a military district conscription system. To be honest, the people here have very low loyalty to the new ruler. They are currently in a state of minimal acquiescence. Expecting them to be loyal to outsiders is impossible. Take it slow, time will heal all wounds. Administrative officials will be dispatched separately by the central government. During wartime, you can oversee all political affairs. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty." Maruna smiled broadly. After careful consideration, Isaac decided to separate the military district system from the regional administrative agencies and make it directly under the central government to avoid chaos caused by conflicts of authority, thereby strengthening the military district's power. Oran is a thorn in our side of the Ottomans, a bridgehead for our entry into the Balkans and even southern Italy. You must defend it. Isaac helped Maruna up, speaking earnestly. "I will not fail Your Majesty's trust. Your brother is doing well at the Royal Knights Academy, so don't worry." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "By the way, how are the repair shop and shipyard in Mansriti doing? Have the ideas I proposed last time been realized?" Maruna stood up, smiling. "The repair shop has long been profitable, and the shipyard can now build small transport ships. Unlike North Africa, this area is densely forested, so you don't need to worry about that. As for your idea, I believe this Hussite naval architect will give you a pleasant surprise. On June 1, 1449, Isaac returned to Billinge, where Captain Fidel and Captain Giovanni presented him with a revised privateering decree. The next day, Isaac, overruling objections, officially promulgated the privateering decree. The decree was quite complex, mainly revolving around regulations concerning licenses of marque. In short, as long as you possessed a license of marque, you were a legitimate jihadist recognized by the kingdom and could enjoy various privileges. Of course, if you were found to be robbing merchant ships of your own clan without authorization, your license would be revoked, and all property on land would be confiscated. Isaac's privateering decree quickly caused a sensation among the pirates. Everyone was amazed by this king's willingness to accept pirates, yet also saddened by his impending fate. On June 10, 1449, Isaac assembled nearly 100 warships and transport ships, large and small, willing to participate in the Holy War. Most of these pirate ships were small galleons like the Clever Billy, capable of carrying only 10 or so men. The truly powerful large pirate forces were still observing. Isaac and Ishart stood on the dock, watching the last white sail disappear into the horizon. Despite the sweltering heat, Ishart felt a bone-chilling cold. Your Majesty, I'm going to organize the militias in various regions. Why? To prevent a possible Venetian landing. Isaac smiled. My dear Ishart, in your eyes, am I a stubborn, self-willed, and unreliable ruler? You are wise and powerful. I am but a humble and ignorant man. How could I presume to judge you? Ishart said curtly. Do you know Peter I of Cyprus, your Majesty? Ishart could no longer contain her anger. Peter the Great spent years traveling between the courts of various Western European countries, calling for holy war. He had already divided the spoils with these nations. They wouldn't be an obstacle. Genoa hadn't yet declined, and Venice wasn't as monopolistic of Mamluk trade as it is today. They could even have been allies of Peter the Great. Most importantly, Peter the Great executed a remarkably successful strategic deception. Everyone thought he was going to attack Jerusalem, and the Mamluks concentrated their armies in the Holy City, leaving no troops elsewhere. This led to the victory at Alexandria, and you informed the Mamluks, the Ottomans, and Venice of your plans in advance. They were already prepared. The Venetian fleet was stationed in Candia and Naxos, the Mamluks were calling for holy war, and the Ottomans were deploying troops in Constantinople and Corinth. The Eastern Mediterranean is now a dead end for you, a dead end with no return. Is this what you wanted? The sea breeze blew, and the two fell silent. According to you, the most important factor in Peter I's success was strategic deception. Your Majesty, the Mamluks have already learned their lesson. They certainly won't. Now, all the politicians in every country share your opinion, right? Of course. You? Isaac waved his hand, gazing at the distant sea, stopping Isolf. That's right. This isn't right, is it, Captain? Are we going the wrong way? No, we're not. On the Grand Duke of Morea, the navigator at the helm found Fleet Commander Fidel. This is the direction. Fleet Commander Fidel pulled out a decree and displayed it to everyone. His Majesty orders the entire fleet to head west, target the Hafs dynasty, signal the flags, let's depart. Chapter 71 Belisarius's enemy. Tunis, the capital of the Hafs dynasty. Located at the northernmost tip of the African continent, Tunis is separated from Sicily by only the short Strait of Tunis, guarding the gateway between the eastern and western Mediterranean. It enjoys a typical Mediterranean climate, with hot, dry summers and warm, wet winters, and abundant annual rainfall, making it a suitable place to live. Unlike other parts of Africa, Tunisia came to the attention of Europeans very early on, becoming one of the first colonial outposts of ancient Europe. Long ago, the Phoenicians from the Syrian coast arrived in their long, narrow ships, establishing outposts, building cities, and utilizing the region's excellent natural conditions and geographical location to develop maritime trade. They established a renowned kingdom here, Carthage. After the 3 Punic Wars, Carthage lost everything and became part of Rome, known as the Province of Africa. With the decline of Rome and the division of the country into east and west, Belisarius, the last Roman, led an army of only 10,000 men into North Africa, destroying the Vandal kingdom that occupied Carthage and reclaiming the territory under Eastern Roman rule. For this achievement, he was appointed Grand Consul. Later, with the rise of Islam and the Arab conquests, the Eastern Roman Empire suffered repeated defeats, gradually losing the Levant and the province of Egypt. The province of Africa, isolated overseas, soon fell entirely. From then on, this rich land began a 1,000-year period of Islamic rule. At the end of the 12th century, the Almohad Caliphate, which had once ruled northwest Africa and Andalusia, collapsed, and three Berber powers in North Africa established their own kingdoms on its remnants. From west to east, these were the Marin dynasty, the Trimzina dynasty, and the Hafs dynasty. Among them, the Trimzina dynasty was the weakest, beset by enemies on two fronts. The Marin and Hafs dynasties were of similar strength, with the Marin dynasty being slightly stronger overall. Inside the royal palace in Tunis, a richly dressed Islamic nobleman listened intently to the financial report, his mind already wandering far away. The head of Tunisia, the patriarch of the Hafs family, the emperor of the dynasty, the self-proclaimed caliph, was Abu Uthman Yahya. From a traditional perspective, Yahya was undoubtedly a mediocre ruler. He lacked groundbreaking governance measures and groundbreaking reforms. However, he had a grandfather, Abu Aziz, who left a rich political legacy. During Aziz's reign, the Hafs dynasty gradually emerged from the shadow of the Marin dynasty, its national strength slowly recovered, it subdued rebellious emirs in various regions, and actively promoted trade. Aziz was a skilled military strategist, pacifying local tribes to the south, launching multiple attacks on Tlemcen to the west, and plundering Christian merchant ships to the north, pulling this corrupt dynasty back from internal and external troubles. In 1434, Caliph Aziz died in the war at Tlemcen, and his successor, Muhammad II, died 2 years later, with power falling into the hands of Aziz's grandson, Yahya. After ascending to the throne, Yahya largely followed in his grandfather's footsteps, seeking only to avoid mistakes rather than achieve great things. However, Yahya lacked Aziz's prestige. Muhammad II died too young, and Yahya stepped into the limelight amidst the chaos. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation, he discovered that the centralized power his grandfather had painstakingly established had crumbled in the past few years. Regional powers, subservient to Aziz's formidable military might, dared not act recklessly while he was alive. Even after Aziz's death, his influence remained, and Muhammad II could barely keep these local strongmen in check. However, after Muhammad II's death, with a young ruler and growing suspicion, the regional powers began to stir. The Hafs faction of Byzantium and Constantinople openly challenged central authority, and the Tripoli Merchants' Council elected a prince as a puppet. The more peripheral regions became even more unscrupulous. Several small southern states expelled Tunisian envoys and acted arbitrarily, while the fickle Tlemcen regime tore up treaties and repeatedly violated borders. In response, the young Yahya displayed remarkable decisiveness, relinquishing direct control over the peripheral regions and rallying his trusted followers to safeguard the prosperity and stability of the core areas. Meanwhile, Yahya continued his grandfather's trade policies, encouraging European merchants to conduct business in Tunisia, vigorously supporting the Sahara trade routes, reopening exchanges with sub-Saharan Africa, and acquiring large amounts of gold and slaves. Under his rule, Tunis quickly recovered its prosperity, and its depleted coffers gradually filled up. Caliph, in the first half of the year, 7 caravans successfully crossed the Sahara, exchanging European handicrafts for tribal gold, obtaining a total of over 8,000 ducats. Our commercial tax in Tunis has increased only slightly, due to your tax exemption policy. After you distributed the land of the rebellious nobles to the peasants, land taxes have increased in recent years, and the people praise your benevolence. Yahya interrupted his boasting. What about our neighbor, King Isaac, who claimed to be waging a holy war against the Mamluk Sultan? According to spies, King Isaac has made a desperate gamble. His Mediterranean fleet has already set sail and is expected to be annihilated by the Venetians soon. Yahya nodded, pondering for a moment. This King Isaac is a great enemy of Allah. After they are completely defeated by Venice, will we be able to get a share? The advisor shook his head. Caliph, I don't recommend that you do so. Before we resolve the Tripoli issue, it's best to focus our efforts north of the Tunisian mountains. However, you might be able to send out some raiding ships after the fleet returns from the west and take advantage of the situation. Let's do that. Yahya felt a pang of regret, his hatred for the Tripoli merchants growing stronger. Go on, have the Italian engineers we hired performed to their expected standards? Caliph, these men are all quite capable. Your territory is thriving. Yahya listened to the financial report, his heart churning. While the edges of the dynasty were embroiled in constant warfare, and his cousins were vying for power, he had concealed his ambitions. quietly developing his territory and consolidating his core region like a fortress. Just wait and see, after a few more years of development, no one will be his match. He looked at the map on the table, a confident smile spreading across his face. Bijaya, Constantina, Tripoli, Misrata, you should have been my cities. Jared, Tugert, Mza, Tremson. You should have been my servants. The Marin family, you twice conquered Tunis, and one day I will repay you 100-fold. One day, you will all once again submit to my might. Outside Misrata, in the village of New Belfa. 2 years ago, this was still a wasteland, where many tribes would raise their livestock when the grass was lush, using it as autumn pasture. The neighbors from the east completely changed this land. After Prince Umar's subjugation failed, the tribes that followed him in the raid suffered brutal retaliation. Groups of red-clad knights from the east crossed the border, burning, killing, and looting along the more populated coastline, leaving nothing behind. During this time, several tribes that had previously grazed their livestock in Belfa were uprooted. The men were sold into slavery, the young and beautiful women were abducted, and the useless elderly were killed outright. Prince Umar, filled with regret, and his father-in-law Hamza held fast to the town, daring not to venture out to fight, allowing the area around Misrata to be razed to the ground. A year later, some refugee ships from Cyrenaica arrived and rebuilt villages, primarily making a living by fishing. Azagan, you dived the deepest again today, didn't you? Yeah. When will you teach me? The Muslim boy Azagan smiled, enjoying the compliments from his peers, and waved modestly, drying himself in the warm evening sun. As the sun set, the golden sand, warmed by the day's sun, was bathed in sunlight. Groups of children, having just finished their diving and fishing competition, lay sprawled on the beach, enjoying the most beautiful moment of the day. In the distant village, wisps of smoke rose from chimneys, their enchanting aromas drifting on the gentle sea breeze into the children's nostrils, quelling their afternoon hunger. Though impoverished, the village wasn't lacking in food. A Mediterranean current had created a small bay here, teeming with fish and shrimp, enough to sustain these refugees who had escaped death. The location is good, the water is relatively calm, large ships can dock here, and perhaps a small port can be built someday, Azagan recalled. He remembered an Islamic scholar from Karawah who passed through and believed this land held great potential. At that time, the village chief, who had lost an arm in the war, happily waved his amputated limb, bowed repeatedly to the scholar, and presented him with the finest pickled fish. His words represented hope. Hope, this was what the refugees needed most. Azagan's swimming skills are getting better and better, he'll definitely be another Dubchi someday, someone murmured to themselves on the beach. A moment of silence fell over everyone. Dubchi was Azagan's older brother. A skilled swimmer and diver from a young age, he grew up to become a sailor on a merchant ship, eventually rising to the rank of bosun, a source of pride for their village. He was dead, killed by Christians. Seeing everyone silent, the child who had spoken realized his mistake and quickly shut his mouth. The children all remembered the horrific war a year ago. Knights on horseback and camels galloped through the panicked crowds, spraying blood and reaping lives. The children, having received advance warning, hid in the underground passage built years ago under their parents' protection, listening with trepidation to the shouts of battle overhead and feeling the vibrations of horses' hooves on the ground. So few, Azagan still remembered the harsh voice above him saying that the entire village was wiped out, half the villagers had no time to escape, killed instantly, without even the right to be taken prisoner. So few? Azagan shook off the terrifying echo in his mind and stood up. Let's go back. Give the big fish we caught to our parents, and keep some of the smaller ones to grill for dinner, okay? Azagan forced a smile, waving the heavy fish basket in his hand, trying to pull his friends out of their memories. Okay. That's great. The children cooperated readily, knowing they couldn't stay immersed in their memories, and readily agreed. The children walked towards the shore, deliberately finding happy topics to chat about along the way, laughing exaggeratedly to cover up their inner fear. The sun set exceptionally quickly today, and in the blink of an eye, darkness replaced light, shrouding the earth. The moon had just risen, but was obscured by thick clouds. Ha! Look at the sea, I wonder which fool is still fishing. Hearing this, the children all turned to look. Fog had risen at sea, obscuring everything, only a few flickering lights could be vaguely seen, but they didn't look like the lights of fishing boats. Something strange was about them. The children looked at each other, and for a moment, None of them moved. They exchanged glances, shook their heads, indicating that this wasn't their ship. "Shall we go take a look?" the youngest child, driven by curiosity, cried out. Isaac grabbed him. For some reason, despite the sweltering heat, he felt a chill creeping over him. The clouds dispersed, and the moon goddess stretched out her arms, beginning to shower her light upon the world. The wisps of light that had been there gradually multiplied, emerging from the thick fog like the fiery eyes of demons in a deep cave. The children's pupils dilated sharply, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair. A massive fleet broke through the fog, bathed in moonlight, revealing its menacing form. The lead ship was graceful and imposing, its hollow cannons pointed towards the shore, its sails adorned with the emblem of a double-headed eagle, and its hull inscribed with Greek script that the Muslim children couldn't understand. The Grand Consul. On June 13, 1449, Giovanni Giustiniani led his vanguard to land at the village of New Belfa, successfully finding a suitable harbor for a large-scale landing by the subsequent fleet. On June 14, Giovanni led his marines and pirates to breach the town of Melfa, which had only 100 defenders, and returned with a great plunder. On June 20, the raiding fleet sailed northwest, and the area surrounding the recently recovered city of Misrata was raided again. Prince Omar, holed up in Misrata, sent a letter to his father-in-law, who was guarding Zlitong, for help, but was refused. Misrata's walls were strong, and Giovanni circled the city without a direct assault. Then, under the watchful eyes of the entire city's inhabitants, Giovanni seized grain outside the city, plundered surrounding towns, and drove the people inland. Having done this, Giovanni departed triumphantly. On June 26, the fleet continued along the northwest coast, plundering villages and unwalled towns along the way, and intimidating the defenders hiding in the towns. "That's the situation, we have the upper hand." During the war council, Isaac looked up at the excited eyes of the generals. "The enemy has fled into the city in panic, making it difficult to gather sufficient supplies and weapons in a short time. This is extremely advantageous to us. The coastline has been looted clean. Umar has no militia, no supplies, no weapons, and not even reinforcements. I'd like to see how he can defend this." Isaac took out a pen and circled the black dot representing Misrata on the map. "All troops advance. Target, Misrata." Note, the last sentence about the African region of Constantinople is unrelated and appears to be a separate, possibly erroneous, statement. Chapter 72 Tripoli. 1449, Count Mikhail and his military advisor Emor led the 1st and 2nd Guards Corps and 2,000 conscripted infantry westward to Misrata. On July 2, Count Mikhail arrived at the walls of Misrata. Dust swirled, banners fluttered, and Count Mikhail, in full armor, led a group of personal guards, riding out into the fray. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows rained down from the city walls, landing before Mikhail. "Surrender. His Majesty grants you permission to take your wealth to Sirte. The city's inhabitants will not be killed." Mikhail gestured, and his interpreter shouted in Arabic. On the city walls, the conscripted peasants, trembling with fear and holding pitchforks, looked hopefully at the heavily armored Umar. "HMPH. Surrender." Umar feigned composure. "We can hold this city wall until we die." Finding no common ground, Count Mikhail nodded, turned his horse back to his lines, and announced the start of the siege. For several days, on the advice of his advisor Emir, the Janissaries maintained a low-intensity siege, repeatedly testing the defenders' nerves with cannons and large catapults. Under Mikhail's offensive, the morale of the defenders quickly crumbled. Umar began to give up, spending his days hiding in the palace, indulging in pleasure with his concubines, avoiding the city for as long as possible. "Your Excellency, what are you waiting for?" In the main camp, advisor Emir rushed in, looking at the leisurely Mikhail. During the Cyrenaica War, Emir, an advisor from Berhali, had been unable to prove himself upon arrival and was sidelined in Suite. This time, he had finally obtained the position of military advisor, allowing him to showcase his military talent. This battle had to be fought brilliantly. Through his careful planning, the siege had been remarkably efficient, yielding impressive results, and victory seemed imminent. However, Mikhail, the commander-in-chief, seemed in no hurry to breach the city walls. Several times, he was about to ascend the ramparts only to be halted and forced to retreat, as if deliberately letting Umar off the hook. "My dear advisor Emir, don't rush," Mikhail said, observing his new chief of staff with interest. Emir possessed considerable military skill, But he was too ambitious, eager to prove himself and the Bahari. His Majesty had privately mentioned, intentionally or unintentionally, that he would not grant them their precious military authority until these Bahari had thoroughly proven their loyalty. "This is His Majesty's will," Mikhail said, pulling out a letter, pondering for a moment, and handing it to Emir. "We must maintain constant military pressure while simultaneously tying down the garrisons in Misrata and Melfa. The key to this war isn't in Misrata, nor in Tunisia." Mikhail pointed to a black dot on the map representing a city, surrounded by densely packed villages and towns. This location was clearly strategically important, a hub of land and sea, controlling east and west. It lies in Tripoli. Tripoli, founded over 2,000 years ago, was one of the earliest trading posts established by the Carthaginians. Lord Albert, the chief intelligence officer of the Cyrenaica kingdom, sat in his carriage, listening absent-mindedly to his deputy's report. Albert had successfully demonstrated his exceptional intelligence control and espionage abilities during the war to capture Sirte, earning Isaac's trust. Since then, he had been traveling to various places His Majesty needed him: Dobroga, Bilinci, Adana, establishing intelligence agencies and gathering necessary information for the central government. After successfully establishing an intelligence network among the Armenians in Cilicia, Albert handed over command to the local officials and immediately headed to Tripoli. This time, however, his role was more that of a lobbyist than a spy. "Yahya is a great ruler, he will surely see the root of the problem," he said. "You must outwit the envoys from Tunis and try to prevent the merchants from siding with half central government. Tell them we are willing to support their independence and autonomy, to break free from Tunisian control." Albert remembered His Majesty Isaac saying this in the Black Castle. Tripoli boasts superior natural conditions, lush vegetation, a large population, numerous excellent ports, and thriving commerce, earning it the nickname White Bride of the Mediterranean. In Tripoli, merchants wielded considerable power, electing a puppet emir, which Yahya, newly enthroned as caliph, reluctantly accepted. In recent years, Yahya has worked diligently, amassing vast wealth through trade, leading to a period of prosperity for the entire area surrounding Tunis. Under these circumstances, Yahya gradually revealed his ambition to control everything, setting his sights on Tripoli, a city also renowned for its commerce and capable of providing substantial funds. The merchants of Tripoli, of course, were unwilling to accept direct control from the Hafs dynasty again. Their previous ambiguous relationship with the central government had always been their goal. Albert nodded, pointed outside the carriage, signaling his deputy to stop speaking. The wide city drew closer, and the number of carriages speeding along the road and camel caravans moving slowly increased. Albert turned his head and saw many small vendors lining the roadside, hawking local specialties collected from villages and neighboring tribes. Furs, cured meats, dairy products, dates, palm oil, raisins, you name it, they had it. Tripoli boasted high city walls, surrounded by deep moats and high ramparts. The walls were lined with battlements and towers, and armored soldiers, wielding sharp blades, patrolled the city's defenses. What a magnificent city! Albert stopped at the city gate and handed a letter to the guard. The letter was from Erda, the executive president of the Cyrenaica United Merchants Association, who had many trading partners in the area. The guard took the letter, staring at Albert. His deputy understood and handed him a bag of silver coins. With a beaming smile, the guard waved for him to pass. The carriage continued its journey. It was midday, and the city was bustling and noisy. The people were prosperous, their faces beaming with pride. Among the crowd, Albert occasionally spotted European merchants in fine clothes, mingling with the locals, haggling over goods without much ethnic or religious conflict. This was a healthy and vibrant city, its people peaceful, its culture tolerant, and its commerce thriving. Albert thought to himself. The delegation found a hotel recommended by Erda, settled their luggage, and continued their journey in the cool evening air. The carriage rumbled, winding through the most prosperous commercial district and the most chaotic dock area, arriving at Tripoli's highest authority, the city hall. Albert straightened his clothes, put on a professional smile, and prepared to alight. "Lord, look," his deputy pointed to a beautifully crafted carriage beside him. It bore the emblem of the Hafs royal family. The summer night in Bilinch was very tranquil, the clear sky was cloudless, and looking out a window, a brilliant starry sky could be seen. Beneath this dazzling galaxy, Black Castle, like a colossal beast lurking in the darkness, lay silently at the foot of the hill. In Isaac's study, candles burned quietly, the specially made wax hissing softly and releasing a pleasant, calming scent. The study was filled with bookshelves, the books showing few signs of being touched, displayed as if they were props for the master's refined taste. The weapons rack was full of swords, spears, and halberds, while armor and shields hung nearby, covered in dust, clearly unloved by their master. In contrast, the desk was haphazardly piled with various maps, covered in scribbles and markings. On the wall opposite the desk was carved a map of the known world, continents black, oceans grayish-white, and some areas marked in vibrant crimson. The room's owner, Isaac Palaiologos, co-emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, ruler of Cyrenaica and Sirte, sat in a chair at his desk, staring intently at the map on the opposite wall. Cyrenaica, Sirte, Oran, La Palma, the Byzantine Islands. In 5 years, he had risen from a prince on the verge of national ruin to ruler of a vast territory, defeating countless powerful enemies, treading on thin ice, step by step reaching this point, turning danger into safety time and time again. As that destined day drew ever closer, a sense of panic began to rise in Isaac's heart. Could he truly rewrite the fate of Constantinople and defeat the seemingly invincible Ottoman Sultan? Isaac stared blankly at the secret letter on the table. News arrived from within the Ottoman Empire that with Murad growing old and unable to father another child, Mehmed's return to the throne seemed inevitable. Many former fence-sitters began to switch their allegiance to Mehmed, hoping to gain a share of the spoils when the old king stepped down and the new king was crowned. The latest secret letter mentions that Mohammed has begun preparing a private fleet, hiring naval talent from Venice at high salaries and entrusting the fleet to the experienced and loyal Zagan Pasha. He is making progress, and the enemy will not stand idly by. Not long ago, Muhammad's eldest son was born. Many people were pessimistic about this child with three-quarters Greek ancestry, but this did not diminish Muhammad's love for his eldest son. Overjoyed at becoming a father for the first time, Muhammad named his son Bayezid. This name had once been a nightmare for many in Constantinople. Isaac shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off his unease. He tried to immerse himself in the ongoing war. Misrata was within reach, a bone lying on his lips with little meat. Strictly speaking, it was not the core area of the Hafs dynasty, located on the edge of the desert, with little profit to be made. If he only took Misrata, his raiding fleet would find it difficult to directly attack the richest trade routes in the Gulf of Tunis. Tripoli, a major city that could not be bypassed. Isaac wasn't certain whether the Tripoli merchants would still wage armed rebellion against the central government in Tunis in this timeline. He remembered that in the original history, these merchants were very displeased with the Tunisian central government and constantly saw treatment similar to that of the Italian Commercial Republic. However, they encountered a monarch like Yahya, determined to restore the glory of the Hafs dynasty, making their conflict irreconcilable. Ultimately, the Tripoli merchants, allied with the Barbary pirates, angrily expelled the central officials, after which the Tripoli was successively occupied by the Spanish and the Knights Hospitaller until the arrival of the Ottomans. His opponent, Yahya, was no simple character. He would likely go to great lengths to bind Tripoli to his side, even at the cost of temporarily ceding some interests. Later generations' assessment of Yahya was similar to that of Emperor Manuel I of the Comnenist dynasty of the Eastern Roman Empire. While they did bring about a certain degree of revival and prosperity during their reigns, the empires declined rapidly after their deaths, subsequently collapsing and disintegrating. The rise and fall of a dynasty in just a few decades speaks volumes. It proves that some policies of rulers are short-sighted, depleting national resources and planting seeds of future problems for their successors. However, from the current perspective, Caliph Yahya is undoubtedly a wise ruler and should not be underestimated. Despite the turmoil on the periphery of the dynasty, he quietly guards the core, diligently governing. This resolve and strategic vision are not easily learned. Tripoli is the gateway to the heart of Tunisia, a fact Yahya certainly understands very well. Isaac stared intently at the black dot representing Tripoli on the map, wishing he could erase it from the map. Was there a way to prevent it from fulfilling its original purpose? Isaac's eyes flashed. He took out 2 sheets of paper, dipped them in ink, and began to write. Conte, you disturbed my peaceful sleep. There must be some good news. The next morning, Isaac, with dark circles under his eyes, looked expressionlessly at the travel-worn Baron Conte. Your Majesty, please forgive me, the task you entrusted to me is complete. Oh? How many men did you find? Isaac perked up. 53 for now, all skilled men, and as you requested, all knights of lost lands. How did you evade the pursuit of the ordered knights? Disguised as refugees, we detoured through Provence and boarded a waiting merchant ship from the port of Marseilles. Conte paused. Your Majesty, these men have long lived on the fringes of society and may not be easy to get along with, but I can assure you, they are all exceptionally loyal and devoted. If you treat them with sincerity, they will treat you with sincerity in return. Those fickle scoundrels have already gone to the local officials with their companions' heads, begging for a pardon. Isaac nodded, took a money pouch from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and tossed it to Conte. Your Majesty, what is this? You left in a hurry and didn't withdraw much money. I really didn't expect the process to be so complicated. This is compensation for you, thank you, Your Majesty. Where are the knights? Led by Conte, Isaac met these knights from France who had lost their lands. Chapter 73 The Knights of St. Simon. A cool breeze blew, and the air was shrouded in mist, a rare treat for a Lynch summer. On the training ground, a row of knights stood in perfect formation, their eyes, slightly arrogant, scanning the young king before them with scrutinizing eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the king was also scrutinizing them. Height acceptable, good physique, the stance shows he's a seasoned rider, not bad. It seemed Conte had indeed carefully selected them. Isaac turned to the solemn Conte beside him. Baron, have them mount and test their lances. The knights, dressed in their finest attire, lances in hand, mounted their steeds, instantly transforming from their previous disheveled appearance to a robust and imposing figure, displaying the bearing befitting a nobleman. These knights also intended to show off to Isaac, displaying a variety of tricks and techniques. Watching their performance on horseback, Isaac's anxiety subsided, but a slight, inexplicable displeasure lingered. Isaac was preparing to form a knightly order. The Knights of the Covenant originated during the Crusades, initially as a military clergy organization responsible for upholding the faith, relieving suffering, and leading the charge in holy wars against infidels. Later, monarchs of various nations gradually discovered that establishing knightly orders could greatly enhance the nobility's sense of participation and honor in war. Furthermore, a powerful knightly order could play a decisive role on the battlefield. It was a powerful tool with both political and military functions. Thus, the Knights of the Covenant ceased to be the exclusive military force of the papacy, and powerful nations established their own knightly organizations. The Knights of the Golden Fleece of Burgundy, the Knights of Avignon of Portugal, the Knights of the Garter of England, and the Knights of the Dragon in Hungary were among the most prominent. The initial members of these knightly orders could be roughly divided into knights, sergeants, priests, and farmers, with the most important knights being exclusively armored cavalry. Initially, Isaac wanted to ensure the political purity of the knightly orders, attempting to recruit only Greek Orthodox Christians, selecting the strongest from the Praetorian Guard. Then, harsh reality slapped Isaac in the face. Even among the short, there were no generals to be found. In those days, not everyone could become a heavy knight. A heavy knight needed to withstand armor weighing over 100 pounds, wield a 4-meter-long lance, be skilled in charging techniques, and be proficient in horsemanship. In short, it was a noble branch of the military, requiring a complete aristocratic system or a well-developed military training system. The Eastern Roman Empire had suffered years of turmoil, its conscription system had completely collapsed, and its military training system was practically defunct. Wars relied entirely on mercenaries and conscripted peasants. There were almost no standing troops, let alone heavy knights. At the same time, chronic hunger among the populace had resulted in poor physical condition for these Greek Orthodox Christians. They hadn't received sufficient nutrition during their crucial growth period, causing them to lag far behind in height and weight. From among these people, very few qualified knights could be selected. Isaac had long recognized this deficiency and established a Royal Knights Academy, hoping to rebuild the military training system. Alternatively, they could only turn their attention abroad to find qualified knights. This is the origin of the French Knights of Lost Lands. Based on these people, the organizational structure can be gradually improved, and they might be of great use in the fateful war a few years later. As for the more expensive armored paladins, even with money, they simply cannot be formed without 10 years of training. Conte, would you be willing to lead a knightly order? Conte was taken aback, then quickly composed himself. Your Majesty, you intend to establish a knightly order based on these Knights of Lost Lands? Isaac nodded. Your Majesty, you, unwilling? Not at all, I just didn't expect you to entrust me with such an important position. Baron Conte smiled. I thought you would favor Count Mikhail more. Everyone respects Count Mikhail, but my relationship with him is merely acquaintance. It's alright, I believe in you." Isaac smiled and patted Conti on the shoulder. Isaac's choice of Baron Conti as the leader of the knightly order was clearly driven by self-interest. On one hand, Conti was experienced but taciturn, with no vested interests with the generals. On the other hand, these French knights trusted Conti and were willing to follow his command. Then there's, "Who do you prefer for the vacant position of commander of the Orc Legion? I believe His Majesty already has a choice." "What about the deputy commander?" "Leard, brave and resourceful, capable of shouldering great responsibility." Cone sighed inwardly, following Isaac's lead. He knew very well that just last month, Deputy Commander Leard had married. His bride was from a collateral branch of the Palaiologos family. It seemed His Majesty was no longer satisfied with simply controlling this army and wanted to gradually assimilate them into the local population. "I heard that you and Helena, the daughter of Thomas, the despot of Achaia, are in love." Isaac looked at Cone with a smile. "Your Majesty, this..." Cone's face fell. They had only danced together at the coronation ceremony. There was no love at first sight whatsoever. "Princess Helena likes you very much, Your Majesty." Then it's settled. I'll propose marriage on your behalf. After your wedding, you will officially assume the position of Grand Commander." Isaac's tone left no room for argument. Comte was helpless. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Tripoli, City Hall. Led by a servant, Albert passed through layers of doors and rooms, entering the main hall. Guests were already present, their voices reached Albert's ears. "Your Highness, we are pleased to formally bestow upon you the title of Emir, granting you rule over the vast territory from Tripoli to Sirte." The voice was familiar, belonging to an envoy from the Hafs dynasty. Albert sneered. The Tripoli Merchants' Council was amusing. They deliberately summoned envoys from Tunisia and Billinge simultaneously, enjoying their verbal sparring and the thrill of domination. These merchants, long considered inferior, became unrestrained and arrogant once they gained power. Albert shook his head contemptuously. "An envoy from the Kingdom of Cyrenaica, Lord Albert," the envoy announced loudly. Albert, with a confident smile, walked into view, neither servile nor arrogant, standing directly next to the Hafs envoy. The man seated high on the platform was Nisrlan, the nominal lord of Tripoli. A puppet prince elected by the Merchants' Council, the elder brother of Umar, the lord of Misrata, and the cousin of Caliph Yahya of the Hafs dynasty. "Your Highness, I believe you should remove this Christian envoy from your city. His stench will ruin Tripoli's appearance." Before Albert could speak, the Hafs envoy preemptively launched his attack. "Here we go again." Albert sighed softly. They had been locked in a stalemate for many days. Prince Nisrlan held no real power, and the Merchants' Council waited for the best offer, watching the two sides argue. "Emissary from Tunisia, I feel it necessary to remind you that this city and its loyal council do not exclude Christians. I have seen Christian merchants from Italy and Spain in the city more than once. Moreover, this is an open and inclusive city, belonging to all citizens and the city council, not the private property of any individual or family." After these words, the observing merchants nodded in agreement, clearly dissatisfied with the Tunisian envoy's excessive emphasis on Nisrlan. "Nonsense," the Hafs envoy, clearly shrewd, didn't dwell on topics unfavorable to him. "Since you occupied Sirte and Cyrenaica, countless Muslim civilians have been driven from their homes, sold into slavery, their flesh and blood used to crown your king with gold. Tell me, how much money have you made in these past few years through the slave trade? 100,000 ducats? 200,000 ducats? What right do you and your executioners have to talk about religious tolerance?" The envoy's words were impeccable, leaving Albert speechless. This scene had played out several days earlier. Whenever the Hafs envoy lost a debate, he would bring up the slave trade, attempting to incite religious sentiment and divert hatred. Albert had no good way to deal with this. His Majesty the King had indeed gone too far. That was an undeniable fact, impossible to refute. "This is irrelevant to our discussion. Please, gentlemen, cease your argument." Before Albert could speak, a tall, thin merchant beside him interrupted the Hafs envoy's accusations. Albert recognized him, Huffin, a Bedouin, Tripoli's largest slave trader. It was no easy feat for a Bedouin to establish himself in Tripoli. It was said that in his early years, this slave trader used his status to lead Berber tribes in capturing his fellow Bedouins and enslaving them, thus accumulating wealth through bloodshed. In the Berber slave trade conducted by Isaac, Huffin, leveraging his geographical advantage, sold white slaves westward, making a fortune. Yawn. A sudden yawn broke the tense atmosphere in the hall, and everyone quickly looked towards the source of the sound. On the throne representing power, Prince Nisserlin, with large dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the armrest, his eyes glazed over. Soon, snoring began, growing louder and louder until it echoed throughout the entire hall. "Lena, you're so soft, so fragrant." Nisserlin's hands began to grope in the air, muttering in his sleep, his mouth agape. The envoy from Hafs sighed heavily, his face filled with disappointment. "You could try contacting Nisserlin and expressing our goodwill," the envoy recalled Caliph Yahya telling him in Tunis. "But don't place too much hope in him, he's not as utterly foolish as Umar." Yahya shook his head. This cousin, the envoy's initial negotiating strategy was to unite the forces within the city willing to support the prince, offering some commercial interests in exchange for the Merchants' Council's compromise and submission. But Prince Nisserlin had practically no power, spending his days and nights in his room with prostitutes, allowing the Merchants' Council to completely sideline him. The merchants were interested in trade privileges, but when it came to responsibilities and obligations, they began to evade and stall. Trying to get something for nothing? Now, the envoy didn't know how to persuade the merchants of Tripoli. "Tell them we have two objectives," Yahya said, standing with his hands behind his back. "First, we must station troops in Tripoli to guard against Christian attacks. Second, we hope they will cease trade with the Christians and deploy their private fleets to intercept Christian raiding ships. If that's impossible, then try to win their neutrality," Yahya sighed. "In short, we must not let them side with the Christians, Your Majesty. Rest assured, we will return victorious." The envoy thought of his confident declaration as he left, and felt a pang of sadness. "Caliph, what should I do?" The envoy raised his head, swallowing his sigh. "Your Highness is tired, let's stop here for today." Bedouin stepped forward at the opportune moment, clearly unfazed by Nisserlin's situation. "Wait," a hoarse voice came. From the seat closest to Nisserlin, the chairman of the Merchants' Council, the Tripoli municipal official Zakarik, spoke slowly. Zakaria walked to the center of the hall, naturally blocking everyone's view of Nisserlin. The president squinted at Albert. His eyes were long and narrow, always gleaming with a sharp light. Zakaria's gaze swept over Albert, making him feel uneasy, like a venomous scorpion raising its stinger. Albert thought to himself, "Emissary from the east, before we negotiate, I have a question." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, yet it carried the imperious and unquestionable air of someone who had long held a high position. "Please speak." "Your Mediterranean fleet disappeared after its last appearance in the Homs region, leaving only a few pirate ships. Could you tell me?" Zakaria stared intently into Albert's eyes like a viper, making him feel uncomfortable. "Where did they go?" "To protect those in distress, to relieve our compatriots. With my sword, I will sweep away the villains." In the Billinge Cathedral, Archbishop Elster was presiding over a ceremony. Isaac Palaiologos, co-emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Prince of Cyrenaica, and Despot of Soult, stood aside, awaiting the end of the ceremony. "In the name of God, I swear to protect the faith. In the name of Saint Simon, I swear to serve the monarch. I will swear in the name of the Lord, and in the name of the Lord I will wield my sword. I will serve the Roman emperor, to be his sharpest spear. I will serve the Roman emperor, to be his most loyal spear." Baron Conti led the knights in loudly reciting their oaths. Isaac stepped forward, unfastened his sword, and placed it on Conti's raised hands. "Baron Conti, I appoint you as the first Grand Master. May you fulfill your oath." "I will protect with my life," Conti roared. "I will protect with my life," the knights roared. Isaac looked at their excited faces, but felt no emotion. After several days of contemplation, Isaac had essentially designed the basic framework of the Knights' Order. The Knights of Honor, including Isaac himself and the nobles, are a political construct. They don't usually fight on the battlefield. And number 24, similar to the Knights of the Garter and the Knights of the Golden Fleece. The Knights are the main force of the order, heavily armored cavalry responsible for charges and playing a decisive role on the battlefield. Currently, there are 53, with plans to expand to 100. The squires are the order's reserve force, somewhere between support and combat personnel. They manage the daily lives and wartime affairs of the knights and can fight alongside them when necessary. Currently, there are 106 squires from the Royal Knights Academy. The monks are the order's ideological force, composed of Orthodox monks loyal to Isaac, responsible for political work. These knights are currently funded by Isaac himself, but castles and lands will be allocated to them later. At present, their loyalty to Isaac is low, and the bond needs to be cultivated gradually. As for others, they're just for fun. On July 29, 1449, Isaac founded the Knights of St. Simon in Billy, naming St. Simon, one of the 12 apostles of Jesus known for his loyalty, as the patron saint of the order. Chapter 74 Unexpected Changes. On the vast Mediterranean Sea, the sun shone brightly, the sky was clear and cloudless, and a gentle breeze blew. Between the sea and sky, a line of warships moved slowly, their sails billowing high, adorned with the emblem of a double-headed eagle. The lead ship, with its graceful hull and high gunwales, cleaved through the waves, leaving a trail of foaming wake. On its hull were sharp Greek characters, Grand Consul. On deck, sailors, under the command of the first mate, skillfully performed their tasks while shouting slogans, cursing, laughing, and spouting vulgarities that would make noble ladies blush. In the captain's cabin, Captain Giovanni Giustiniani of Genoa ignored these offensive remarks, engrossed in flipping through his logbook. June 10, 1449, sunny. We officially set sail. I never imagined our target wouldn't be the Mamluks or the Ottomans to the east, but the Hafs dynasty to the west. My God. King Isaac's move was a stroke of genius. The Hafs fleet probably didn't even have time to assemble. Lord, please bless our victorious return. June 13, 1449, cloudy. The Grand Consul has found a suitable harbor. The people here call it New Delphi. We'll use this as a base to harass merchant ships in Misrata and Tripoli, while awaiting follow-up ships. June 16, 1449, overcast. The wind is favorable today. We conducted a thorough cleanup around Malfa. This is our largest haul since setting sail, capturing 200 Muslim slaves alone. Privateers with letters of marque can follow us and divide up our remaining villages. Jednar, along with several small pirate ships, plundered a wealthy fishing village, reportedly with a considerable haul. No wonder they've been nowhere to be seen these past few days. They've probably been busy transporting goods at sea. Today we encountered a Muslim warship, small and dilapidated. It turned tail and ran as soon as it saw us. Those idiots. June 23, 1449, clear. The spoils continue to expand. Today, many pirate forces arrived at New Delphi, attempting to resupply before heading further west to join this feast. HMPH. They stood by and watched, and now they want a piece of the pie? No way. Captain Fidel plans to use New Delphi as a forward base, open to all licensed pirates. We discussed it and decided to leave some sailors and slaves in New Delphi, while requesting Count Mikhail, currently under the walls of Misrata, to send troops as garrison forces. June 30, 1449, clear. We encountered the Tripoli fleet. This city is said to be famous for its trade, and its merchants' council possesses a formidable naval force, more than capable of defense than offense. Alice. Tripoli's port defenses are excellent, with no shortage of crossbows and cannons, and a large and highly capable army. They are not easy to deal with. It is a pity to let such a wealthy city fall into the hands of infidels. However, if Tripoli remains in the hands of infidels, our holy war cannot continue. The transport and privateer fleets have limited range, relying solely on supplies from New Delphi. We cannot reach Hafs's most prosperous trade routes. July 6, 1449, Fleet Commander Fidel received a letter from Billinge. We have a new mission. After discussion, we decided to divide the fleet into two parts. The long-range draft ships and large galleys will continue northwest, while the remaining fleet will use New Delphi as a base to continue plundering. July 9, 1449, continued sailing. We carried ample supplies, bypassed prosperous trade routes, and concealed ourselves like a hunter lurking in the darkness. July 11, 1449, continued sailing. Nothing unusual today. The sailors played cards. May God forgive them. Giovanni put down his pen, closed his logbook, stretched, and let out a big yawn. Captain, Fleet Commander Fidel requests your presence at a meeting. The second mate entered, and Giovanni nodded. A small sampan was lowered from the Grand Consul and headed towards the Grand Duke of Moria behind them. When Giovanni arrived at the captain's cabin, the small room was already packed with captains from various ships. Fleet Commander Fidel nodded to Giovanni, gesturing for him to sit beside him, next to Captain Henry of the St. Nicholas. Giovanni thanked the fleet commander, smiled at Captain Henry, and sat in the reserved seat. Many in this fleet were veterans of King Isaac, who had endured the heat and mosquitoes of West Africa with him, and fought valiantly against the Ottoman fleet in Carinthia. They were proud and didn't pay much attention to Giovanni, a newcomer to the service. Fortunately, Captain Fidel was a fair leader who treated Giovanni well, relying heavily on his naval command and sea-land coordination abilities. In previous operations, Giovanni was always the first to lead the Marines to the beachhead, clearing the way for the following troops. I've called everyone here to announce the fleet's next steps. Everyone nodded, already prepared. This morning, we captured a fishing boat, and from them we learned we were about to reach our mission's destination. This time, we'll be far from home, conducting an amphibious landing operation, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of awareness of our location to catch them off guard. Furthermore, we will be operating independently this time, without land support for the time being. Captain Fidel looked at the naval officers and soldiers, his gaze more serious than ever before. We must take the objective, hold out for reinforcements, and fight to the death to stop a Muslim counterattack. This time, I will gather all the best sailors from the ships and place them under the command of Captain Giovanni. Fidel turned to Giovanni and saluted him. In an instant, all eyes were on this newly appointed colleague, who was said to be deeply trusted by His Majesty. Even Giovanni, with his composure, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The success or failure of our mission today will not only determine whether we can intervene in Hafsa's richest Mediterranean trade in the future, but also the future development of our navy. Fidel ignored Giovanni's ulterior motives. He was simply following Isaac's instructions. If we can take this place, our ties with the West African colonies can be strengthened. We can bypass the difficult Tripoli and directly threaten the heartland of Hafs, thus causing this undying monster to bleed continuously. Gentlemen, without further ado, Fidel stood up and showed the captains Isaac's orders. His Majesty has ordered the capture of Jerba. The evening in Tripoli was tranquil and serene. The white Mediterranean bride, having shuttered daytime brilliance, resembled a noble woman who had washed away her finery, graceful and languid. The curfew hadn't yet begun, and merchants from all over seized the last opportunity, vigorously hawking their remaining goods to passing citizens. Shouts, laughter, clamor, the neighing of horses, and the low growls of camels formed a symphony of Tripoli's bustling evening. The siege of Misrata hadn't affected Tripoli's peaceful and happy state. In fact, merchants who had diverted their route from Misrata made the city even more lively. The warmth of everyday life is most comforting to the human heart. Whether noble or commoner, everyone liked to stroll through the city streets before sunset, visiting their favorite spots and checking for discounts on their desired goods. Clearly, the Père envoy from Tunis was not among them. At this moment, the Père envoy stood on the rooftop of a property belonging to the Hafs family in the city, holding a cup of water, staring blankly at the setting sun and the darkening sky. After many days of wrangling, the envoy was completely at a loss as to how to fulfill his promise to the Caliph. These arrogant and triumphant merchants showed no regard for his status as an envoy of Hafs, treating him with indifference and leaving him hanging. The envoy had taken a large sum of money with him when he left, and now a large portion of that gold was already in the merchants' pockets. These merchants seemed to have an agreement. They accepted the gifts without question, but did nothing in return. Crucially, the envoy was utterly powerless against them. He didn't know how things were progressing in Albert's neighboring territory, but guessed it was similar. It seemed the merchants' demands were enormous. The envoy repeatedly recalled his negotiation process, but remained clueless. Tap, 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 a voice came from behind. Père straightened his clothes, sweeping away his troubled expression and replacing it with a confident one. Ada, Baker invites you to his residence. Père's son and adjutant bowed respectfully. Baker? The merchant who took 2,000 ducats from us. Père frowned. This Baker was a member of the Merchants' Council, always smiling and uninterested in politics. Yes, his son nodded. He also said he could resolve your troubles. Père's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. Very well, prepare the carriage. The carriage, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, stopped in a sparsely populated suburb. Père looked at the sentry posts and the watchful patrolling guards at the gate, feeling somewhat uneasy. Baker stood at the gate, laughing heartily, extending his arms to Père's envoy as if meeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. The envoy, Père, could only smile and exchange a few pleasantries before entering the large house arm in arm. Soon after entering, the envoy immediately sensed something was wrong. There was no furniture, no lights, no servants. Just as Père was about to speak, a black sack was placed over his head, followed by Baker's voice in his ear. "Don't move, don't speak, follow me." Payer felt a sharp knife pressed against his waist, swallowed hard, and nodded hastily. Two burly men flanked the envoy, with Bake leading the way. The envoy clearly felt himself entering a dark and damp tunnel, narrow enough to easily bump his head. They wound their way through the tunnel until finally, the claustrophobic feeling of being in a cramped space abruptly ended. "We're here," Bake said calmly. The black sack was removed, and the sudden light stung the envoy's eyes, making them water. "Seated before you is," a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang out, carrying pride and arrogance, echoing in the empty underground hall. "The rightful emir of Tripitana, the master of Tripoli, the eldest grandson of Caliph Aziz, Nasrullah Hafs." The Payer envoy removed his hands from the light, revealing the middle-aged prince seated on the throne. He was now dressed in pajamas, without a single adornment, yet he exuded nobility and pride, a stark contrast to his cowardly and incompetent demeanor during the day. Several imposing, tall, armored warriors stood guard on either side of him, their gazes fixed straight ahead. The envoy surveyed his surroundings. The entire underground palace was filled with a chilling atmosphere, complete with armories, training grounds, granaries, and reservoirs. "You, surprised?" Nasrullah was clearly pleased with the envoy's astonishment, a smile playing on his lips. The envoy nodded. This place truly impressed him. "Besides my confidence, you are the first person to arrive here. It is my honor." The envoy immediately bowed, giving this deeply calculating prince the respect due. "Enough with the pleasantries. Do you know why I had Baker summon you?" The envoy already had a guess, but remained silent, waiting for Nasrullah to speak. "I want to overthrow Zakrich and achieve my freedom." Nasrullah's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he turned and glared at Pi. "That old bastard imprisoned me like a slave for 5 years, a full 5 years. Do you know how I endured it? During those 5 years, I constantly lowered myself, constantly made myself weak and incompetent, constantly lowered his guard, until 2 years ago, that old bastard finally gave me a little freedom, like a slave owner changing a slave's shackles from iron to wood, utterly meaningless. I began to lavishly spend money, building luxurious palaces, capturing countless women, ruining my reputation among the people, all to dispel his suspicions. He must have been secretly laughing as he watched me occupy civilian homes and build palaces. What he didn't know was that my father was once the governor of Tripoli. During his tenure, he built a secret passage. This underground passage connects to a secret port, allowing us to obtain aid from the outside world during a siege. Based on this, I gradually expanded my underground power, until today, every night, I give the 2 prostitutes that old man sent to spy on me a special aphrodisiac, then send one of my devils to sleep with him. As he spoke, Nasrullah's eyes gleamed with pleasure and smugness, looking into the envoy's eyes and reveling in his astonishment. "Everything I've done is for today." The envoy, Payer, was beginning to feel fear, but he maintained his composure. "What do you plan to do?" "I have 150 elite soldiers. A portion of the city guard is dissatisfied with the merchant council. I can't control them, but I can easily incite internal strife, making it impossible for me to intervene. As for Zachariah's guards, that requires some discussion. Perhaps we'll need your help. After it's done, I will submit to the Tunisian Caliph, become the Emir of Tripoli, and stop the Christian attack. Your son will be here waiting for our good news." 2 soldiers pushed Payer's son forward. The poor boy huddled in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. The envoy's eyes darted around, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Did he really have a choice? He feared that if he dared to utter a single word of dissent, his head would be chopped off instantly. But perhaps this was an opportunity? "Oh well. Please give your orders, Your Highness." The envoy knelt on one knee. Chapter 75 The Origin of Barbarossa. Whoosh, an arrow streaked across the sky, landing firmly in the bullseye, trembling in the air. Urigaray lowered his bow, a hint of pride in his eyes, and turned to look at Isaac, a glimmer of expectation in his gaze. Not bad, keep it up." Isaac stood to the side, the young count smiling broadly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the powerful bow vibrated 3 times in succession, and 3 arrows shot forth, landing in succession on the target, forming a perfect equilateral triangle. Mercy turned his head, smiled at Urigaray, and winked. Urigaray pouted and turned his head away. One was 10 years old, the other 14, both currently studying at the Royal Knights Academy. The first batch of knightly students at the Royal Knights Academy had already graduated and joined the Knights of St. Simon as squires. After Isaac established his capital at Billinge, Andronica Palaiolo, the executive director of the Royal Knights Academy, at Isaac's invitation, set up a branch school there, appointing instructor Dylan as its director. Besides selecting brave and strong local youths, the Byzantine Knights Academy also recruited sons of tribal chiefs and nobles to strengthen the central government's control over the regions and increase their loyalty to the principality. At Isaac's command, local powers in Cyrenaica and Sirte sent their sons to Byzantium, where they received training in horsemanship and swordsmanship, as well as Greek and theology. Urigabe and Mura were among the students. One was the son of Count Berti, and the other the son of Count Ugu. Both were of noble birth and subtly divided in Isaac's court. Mura led the tribal chiefs from the absolute principality of Sirte, while the sons of merchants and gentry from Cyrenaica rallied around Urigabe. Isaac watched the two compete, a smile playing on his lips. Isaac frequently held small tournaments at Black Castle, the competitions varying in content, sometimes swordsmanship, sometimes horsemanship, and more often archery. After each competition, Isaac would gift the best-performing tribal youths with exquisite weapons or armor, satisfying their vanity. Generally speaking, this policy was very useful when managing territories with complex ethnic situations and deeply entrenched local powers. A lack of ethnic sentiment could be compensated for by personal feelings. The Ottoman Empire frequently used this method to interfere in the internal affairs of its vassal states. The Sultan's court included many noble sons from Balkan countries. Of course, if a ruler insisted on acting like Memdii, bossing around princes of various countries and even taking other people's brothers into his harem, such diplomatic tactics could become a trigger for conflict between the two nations. Your Majesty, Vizier Isaac has sent me with urgent intelligence. A young man ran up and handed Isaac a letter. Thank you for your hard work, Neville. The young man, named Neville, was the eldest son of Sheh of the Ahmed tribe. He was currently studying under the vizier, serving as an attendant and clerk. As Isaac's rule over the despotic duchy of Sirte lengthened, many tribal chiefs who had initially resisted began to adapt to the new order and participate. There was no other way. Tribes unwilling to participate either gradually disappeared or were completely wiped out. Isaac unfastened a gold inlaid dagger from his waist and gave it to Mura, who had performed exceptionally well that day. Amidst the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, he mounted his horse and rode away. These boys were all between 10 and 15 years old, at an age when their worldview and values were forming. Showing them kindness now was far more effective than when they were adults. Entering the main conference room of the city hall, Isaac found it already packed with people. Albert? Why are you back? Isaac looked at the somewhat disheveled Albert, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Your Majesty, I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment, but the situation is urgent, and I have no choice. Isaac stood up and led Isaac to the head seat. Your Majesty, the failure of this mission is my responsibility. Please punish me. Albert knelt on one knee, his head bowed low. No need for that. Let me explain the situation. On July 28, just 4 days ago, Prince Nasserlin of Tripoli, in conjunction with the Tunisian envoy pair, launched a coup under cover of night. Embassy pair, under the pretext of a visit, brought 3 warriors loyal to Nasserlin into Zacaria's estate. 3. Where are their weapons? Their weapons were confiscated, and they were thoroughly searched, but no one suspected their objective wasn't assassination. These 3 assassins dismissed their servants, slipped into the stables, and somehow managed to enrage all the normally docile horses, causing them to charge in all directions. Left with no other option, Zakaria ordered his guards to hunt down the dozen or so frenzied horses. Immediately afterwards, over 100 elite soldiers, who had been lying in ambush in a nearby tunnel, stormed into Zacaria's residence, burning and killing indiscriminately, almost wiping out the entire family, slaughtered them all. That's what Nasserlin said. Isaac nodded, signaling Albert to continue. It all happened so fast. During this time, the city guards and the other merchants' guards did nothing. Then, Nasserlin and the pair messengers, carrying Yahya's decree, went straight to the city guards' garrison and secured their allegiance. Subsequently, some merchants closely associated with Zakaria suffered bloody retaliation, while the rest either had already pledged allegiance to Nasserlin or tacitly accepted his actions. Watching this unfold in terror, by the first rays of dawn illuminating Tripoli's city hall, the city had changed hands. Nasserlin declared he would only punish the ringleaders, ignoring the rest, and took over all the merchants' guards from the city guard, accepting a large sum of money from them and allowing them to continue. After hearing this story, Isaac could only smile bitterly. The inherent compromising and profit-driven nature of the merchant class meant they would never be loyal to any regime or organization. When the profits were large enough or the losses too great, they would not hesitate to betray anyone. Q. How do you get a merchant to voluntarily open a window? A. Threaten to tear the ceiling down. Zacharias' years of dictatorship have certainly caused resentment among many, and with life and death at stake, these people wouldn't care about the collective interests of the Merchants' Council. Betrayal would be as commonplace as drinking water. They didn't try to harm you, did they? Albert shook his head. Nasrallah secretly sent someone to inform me to leave Tripoli. He doesn't seem to want to break ties with us. Isaac stood up, pacing back and forth, a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. By the way, how do you know so much about what happened? On the road, I met Hoffman, a Bedouin with close ties to Guildmaster Erda. He was also on Nasrallah's kill list. That night, he went to New Belfa to buy slaves and luckily escaped. The remnants of Zacharias' faction are now implicitly led by him. A surviving black servant from Zacharias' household escaped the city under cover of darkness, and Hoffman learned the whole story from him. So, Zacharias' fate is now uncertain. Albert nodded. Your Majesty, Zacharias' fate is no longer important, Chancellor Iserth reminded him. That was true. Isaac sighed heavily. This Nasrallah had outmaneuvered everyone. Tripoli's walls were strong, and with its deep moats and high ramparts, there was no way to attack. If he could muster an army and launch a massive land and sea offensive, disregarding casualties, he might be able to breach the walls of Tripoli. However, this would inevitably drag him into a protracted war with Tunisia. Even if he ultimately gained the upper hand, the casualties would be heavy, and he would be exhausted. What would he then use to prepare for the major war 3 years later? What suggestions do you have? Isaac composed himself and looked at his advisors. Your Majesty, I believe this war is no longer worth continuing. Your raiding fleet has plundered the area around Misrata. It can't support a large-scale, long-term war. Prime Minister Isert was clearly still resentful of his piracy laws. Isaac ignored him, focusing on the map and forcing himself to calm down. First, order Count Mikhail to occupy Misrata, while simultaneously coercing Melfa. Continuing the stalemate is pointless. Second, send envoys to Tripoli to secretly contact Nasrallah. I refuse to believe he would so easily hand over a city, painstakingly acquired over years of planning, to the Tunisian central government. Third, gather the remaining fleet and pirate forces, and prepare to go to Jerba to provide support. Do it immediately. Isaac waved his hand, dismissing the ministers from the meeting room. The plan in Tripoli had failed completely, so Jerba had to be taken. Giovanni, don't let me down. Jerba, a small island in the Gulf of Gabes, is connected to the North African mainland by a small section of land. It is submerged at high tide and left with silt and salt marshes at low tide. Jerba is not large, with little arable land. The people mostly make a living by fishing, with a few areas suitable for growing dates and palm trees. The northern part has an excellent harbor where large ships can dock and resupply. The island itself had little value, but its geographical location was crucial for Isaac, who wanted to continue bleeding the Hafs dynasty dry. If it could be used as a naval base, the entire coast of Gabes would be exposed to the direct attacks of Isaac's privateer fleet, utterly defenseless. Decades later in the original timeline, a pirate family acquired the island, gradually accumulating wealth and eventually controlling much of North Africa through rampant plundering and Ottoman support. Jerba Island, the first stronghold of the later infamous Barbarossa Hayreddin and the fearsome Barbary pirates, the starting point of all their legendary stories. According to incomplete statistics, during the Barbary pirates' most active decades, over 20,000 Christians living along the southern coast of Europe were captured and enslaved annually. General, the village ahead has been cleared. Please proceed. Giovanni Giustiniani nodded and stepped into the still-burning village. What are the casualties? This village isn't big, only a little over 100 people, less than our army. We lost one and wounded a dozen or so. The unlucky guy who died stepped into a hunter's trap and bled to death. The deputy handed Giovanni a report. This is the information we gathered from the villagers, basically consistent with the previous 2 villages. Giovanni took the report and glanced at it. Jerba Island has very little water, no rivers, and a small population. There are nearly 10 fishing villages like this one. Near the mainland on Jerba Island is a small castle, garrisoned by troops and administrators from the Hafs dynasty. Around the castle are several ancient wells, said to date back to ancient Roman times. With these wells, a small town has been built next to the castle, mainly responsible for supplying the castle garrison. Every spring, Tax officials who usually live on the mainland go to various villages to collect dates and salted fish as tribute. Apart from that, these lords don't give this poor and dilapidated island a second glance. Before the Barbary pirates occupied this place, no one realized the importance of this small island. How many soldiers are in the castle? It's unclear. Some say 100, some say 200, it should be roughly the same. The local supplies simply can't support such a large garrison. Giovanni picked up a rough map he'd stolen from the local villagers, trying to figure out his location. After staring at it for a while, he couldn't make anything out of the scribbles. What about the prisoners? Some are still alive. Go and see if anyone is willing to guide us. Also, notify Captain Fidel as soon as possible. We need the Navy's assistance. Keep the prisoners detained for now. They'll be useful later. The castle is surrounded by the sea on two sides. With our fleet's help, taking it shouldn't be difficult. Giovanni frowned. After taking it, build fortifications on the spot to defend against possible enemy counterattacks. Yes, sir. On July 26, 1449, after sweeping through 4 villages, the sluggish garrison finally began to react. Giovanni deliberately disguised his marines as southern Italian pirates, concealing a portion of his forces to mislead the enemy. Seeing Giovanni's small numbers, the garrison hastily assembled 300 men and marched towards his encampment. Giovanni led 100 sailors to engage the enemy first, fighting and retreating towards the coast. The garrison was overjoyed and immediately pursued, attempting to annihilate the southern Italian pirates on the shore. However, when they excitedly reached a beach, they discovered that the ships anchored there were not the small galleys common among the southern Italian pirates, but a magnificent fleet of large warships. Immediately, the morale of the garrison began to crumble. Giovanni turned and pressed forward, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing enemy. Fleet Commander Fidel led the remaining troops to provide rapid support, routing the garrison and killing over 100 men. On July 28, Giovanni, carrying captured tattered flags and enemy prisoners, went to the castle, but his attempts to persuade the pirates to surrender failed. The following day, with the fleet's assistance, Giovanni led the prisoners in a siege, gradually eroding the enemy's morale. Only a few dozen enemy soldiers remained, but they fought fiercely, causing Giovanni considerable distress. On August 2, as enemy casualties increased, the defenders could no longer fill the castle's defensive line, and that night, the castle fell. Giovanni entered the nearly deserted castle under cover of darkness, urging the captured slaves to build fortifications and naming it La Spezia Castle in honor of his hometown. In the following days, while the local forces of Hafs were still unable to react, Giovanni led his army to continue sweeping across Jerba Island, suppressing the rebellious and supporting the loyal, while also ordering maps to be drawn, highlighting water sources. On August 4, Giovanni had essentially wiped out the local forces on Jerba Island and ordered fast ships to deliver reports of victory and maps to Billinge. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.